country?
Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, okay.
You guys got to move back.
Yeah, I know. We are not here.
Buenos días, ¿cómo está?
I say sorry, so you guys have the Holy See.
Religión es el cardenal, es como el ministro de Exteriores del Vaticano, el enviado del Papa Francisco.
It's okay.
No, she said Liberia. Yeah, that's President of Liberia. Yeah, because he thought you said Nigeria.
No, that's not George.
Liberia.
But George.
No. Your name is
Yeah, the one. That's true.
So 8:12. Wow, we're getting there. Finish, huh? Good country, I'm waiting for. Allow.
Morning, Mr. President. One more.
Solario. Solario.
one who went. Yeah, he was
¿Está esperando?
los latinoamericanos. Sí. Sí, pero México es. Viene el viceministro de Exteriores, encargado, pero sobre todo Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador también está, ayer vino, pero no habló, los latinoamericanos sobre todo.
This is not Africa.
Yo, you can't be down here. You can't be down here. You got to get on the rise. You cannot film, you cannot record video down here. Okay, you have to get behind there. You have to be on the rise. Now.
I mean, it was Yemen first. I thought you were asking for Yemen. So the first one, the little one, it was Yemen, and the guy who was behind it's Mauritania. And the guy who's here is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
This guy has a club. Sometimes I say people just get annoyed for no reason. And that's not your job.
Good morning. Welcome to the United Nations. Good morning. Good morning.
No. One of the Arab countries. Oh, yeah, Kuwait, foreign minister.
Kuwait?
Eh?
Kuwait?
Yeah, Prime Minister, yeah. He normally puts suit, so today I can't recognize him. Yeah, he doesn't want uniform.
It's really a pleasure.
Your Majesty, do you have a minute, Your Majesty?
Yeah. King of Jordan. He's a nice guy. He was the first person kept his Friday.
morning. Good morning.
Presidente Lula, un minuto. Vale, para Alemania, presidente Lula. Canciller Mondino, ¿nos regala un minuto? Por lo menos a la salida, si no tiene tiempo ahora. Vale, un segundo. Canciller Mondino, gracias por acompañarnos aquí en Nueva York. Cuéntenos, por favor, cuál es el mensaje de Argentina en esta Asamblea General de la ONU.
Bueno, el mensaje lo vamos a dar más o menos a las 3:30 de la tarde. Todos los presidentes van hablando durante el día y no te lo podría comentar hasta que no sea el anuncio.
Lo intentamos más tarde entonces.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Vale, gracias a usted, canciller. Que tenga buen día.
Which country?
Argentina.
Okay.
Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina.
I think she's nice.
That's why you're on the rise.
Is he here? See.
Baru.
Good morning, Malawi. Malawi in the house.
One more, Mr. President.
We can't see. Yeah. Oh. Irish.
Yeah.
Una palabra, por favor.
Presidente Sánchez, tiene un minuto, por favor, Presidente Sánchez. Presidente Sánchez.
Brazil. Brazil. Today is quiet.
Quiet?
Compared like last
Last year, yeah.
Last year.
Last year at this time we were. You record? Good job. No, you.
La vela tem que voltar aqui.
Yeah.
Pero cuando quieren hablar,
Yeah.
cuando no quieren hablar, es mejor
What
cuando
is the time now?
tienes mejor sonido.
By 9,
Yeah.
the big guns will come.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen Norway.
The Body is late, always. Obama, Trump, they are on time. Yeah. He was standing here like this. Oh, he loved, that's the only thing I like him. He liked the cameras.
That was here. I think it's the short one. Yeah, he's there. Oh, really? He's here somewhere.
He was giving update on everything.
She was stuck. At the beginning, I thought he was working here.
At the line when we were coming inside, he was here when he started. Giving update.
Oh, really? I haven't seen it. Yeah, I know. Curtain sound, curtain sound. Someone is coming.
Oh. Mark,
Morning.
all right?
Prime Minister of
Romania?
Armenia.
Armenia.
That is one of the Arab countries.
I think you guys going to stop.
Not this ambassador. Yeah, some.
Yeah.
Not Morocco. Yeah. It's from Morocco. It's one of these countries. Maybe Mauritania. Right. And they are rushing, you cannot.
Everyone.
Right. Fatima. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. We used to work here. Oh yeah, yeah. Nice guy. Very nice guy. I met him. And the ambassador is nice too. They are very kind. Barbados. Barbados in the house. Yeah, they're great. They like that. They make fun of them. the president. How are you?
Yeah. In the last moment.
He's from Botswana. Diamond. Botswana. He's losing weight. I don't know why. The whole president is losing weight, then there's a problem. President of Botswana is just losing weight.
Okay. Okay.
Because we always take picture of them.
The one who went through?
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't take picture of them because we just passed by.
Okay.
And they're having a big summit in December. They have a lot of diamonds.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Botswana, yeah. Yeah, they do.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you.
That's African Union.
Yeah, exactly. But he never talks. I tried him, no, he never. I mean, I don't know, maybe he's in a rush every time I try, but he never,
Yeah.
he never talks. Musafaki.
African Union.
There's a picture of the person that is coming in with the name and the country. Like the way they sometimes
You're asking too much. That's not going to come.
That would be great.
I wish.
Like they have information right now.
Are you going to be here the entire week?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just the beginning. I think we can get to do this.
Welcome. Ethiopia. Good morning.
Banana.
Ethiopia Foreign Minister. Ethiopia.
I'm American from Ethiopia.
Oh, Ursula von der Leyen. Frau von der Leyen, haben Sie eine Minute, bitte? Haben Sie eine Minute, Frau von der Leyen? She's German.
You speak German?
Well, I live in Germany and I work in Germany.
Right. Sometimes you can. Yeah, I see a lot of them. But
I know.
right.
Mr. Stoltenberg. Mr. Stoltenberg, do you have a minute, please?
European Union. Oh no, he's supposed to speak to us.
We're trying.
I don't know.
NATO, yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hola.
Presidenta Meloni.
Una
Buongiorno, Presidenta.
Dios te benediga. She speaks Italian, right? I thought you were doing that.
Central Africa.
Prime Minister of Italy. Melania. It was good.
Oh, we got tired. We still have time.
No, es que, ¿sabes qué? Cuando llegan, como van deprisa, no paran. Pero a la salida, a veces sí. Entonces, a la salida, reintentamos.
Really? Oh, okay, yeah. Good. She need picture there. White and blue. She's somebody, that's it.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Baba, Benjamin, Muiwa, Mr. President Zua, Sanuku, Nigeria. Yeah.
Oh,
Huh?
that's Lithuania.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's defense, vice president. That's right.
Lithuania.
Oh, the tall guy?
Lithuania. You're welcome.
Bom dia, senhor presidente. Uma palavra, senhor presidente. Good morning. Good morning.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. The glasses. Oh, yeah. Got a big smile. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. That's what I'm doing. I'm a correspondent. Yeah. I'm not going to do this. I've been doing the same place 3 years. After finally went inside, and I have to go. I'm tired of it. Yeah. It looks like Ghana is coming. Ghana. Dada.
Mr. President, one more.
Dada, Iko.
Mr. President, good morning. Good morning, Mr. President. One more.
Dada, Iko.
Good morning.
Oh no.
No, it's the guys between something, and they think that we can have more chances. I think and I hope.
Who do we have? Yeah, some big.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Yeah. St. Vincent, yeah, one of the islands.
They go the whole Serrano.
Yeah, it's good. You know how to talk. St. Vincent.
I mean, when they close, that's someone. Oh, Zelensky.
President
Zelensky, do you have a minute, please? Mr. President.
Good morning.
Feels like he's the president here. Everybody's coming like
Oh, you try. Yeah. You try, yeah.
It's open here, sorry.
This is a target zone. We don't want you to stand everywhere. Just move.
Sí. Canciller, ¿viene el presidente? Sí, vale, gracias.
Yeah. What? Yeah. You have that. Don't do it now.
He's the foreign minister of course. So
Good morning. Good morning.
Your Highness, do you have a minute? Do you have a minute?
Salam alaikum.
Yeah.
Alaikum salam. Pakistan.
Where is Pakistan?
And they just say Pakistan.
Okay.
After. Yeah, Togo.
Good morning.
I'm always late. Because I can't see well. It's not some of them stay in power forever. So I said, where is the lady? Huh? Forever. The father was there, the father died. Yeah, but almost 42 years. This Arab guy, I don't know who he is.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Mr.
Good
Prime
morning.
Minister,
Good morning.
do you have 1 minute, Mr. Prime Minister? Oh, President Al-Sisi, do you have a minute? 1 minute, please.
Which country?
You saw him late.
Yeah, I saw him late, you're right.
Сегодня самого утра игра организация приезжают несколько делегаций,
You cannot. You have to be on the right. You cannot do it down here.
Yeah, Guyana. Ali, President Ali.
Ah, Arfan Ali, Guyana.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Bonjour. Morning.
Guyana. It's very good. I like it.
Oh, really?
Really?
Ministro, ¿tiene un minuto, por favor? Ministro Álvarez. Un minuto, por favor. Good morning.
Oh, Saudi Arabia.
I thought Meloni was here.
Es una manera de ver las cosas. No es una gran perspectiva intelectual.
We said good morning to Giorgia Meloni. We said something in Italian. Now she was coming in again. She got back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she already was.
And it said he was coming.
Buenos días, señor vicepresidente.
Victoria Guinea.
Sí. ¿Qué mensaje Guinea Ecuatorial hoy o durante esta cumbre va a presentar?
Normalmente es lo que hablé ayer, de hacer que, bueno, que piense en África, de lo que es el futuro para la juventud, y también de que el mensaje que se está anunciando de que tenemos que hacer que todo el mundo vaya conjunto sobre este nuevo futuro, pensando a la juventud, que es los que van a relevar el futuro, que son los futuros de los pueblos, del mundo, se les tiene que considerar y nosotros...
Presidente Abbas.
Presidente Abbas. Sabemos que están siendo algunas sanciones que normalmente no deberían tener lugar de esta forma.
Señor presidente, vicepresidente, finalmente África va a poder tener una cadera en el Consejo.
Exactamente, y también hablar de los puestos, los 5 puestos que también África debería tener en el Consejo de Seguridad. Pensamos que llevan desde 1945 que se creó la Seguridad.
Ministro Tajikistan. Intentamos más tarde, ministro.
Bien, es tiempo para África para tener los 5 puestos que merecen.
Gracias.
She came back? No, Mahmoud Abbas from Palestine.
Yeah, we just miss her.
Oh, yeah, the minister, Okay. Okay.
This one, Victoria Guinea, Vice
Diz que só vai estudar as coisas. Vai subir não?
Mas ele está falando com o cabelo.
Tá bom.
He does or doesn't?
Não discute sua pessoa, que é para ele pedir desculpa. Você pede sua desculpa, não Ele pediu para você
I'm looking for my favorite. I can't find it, but it's okay. I got some questions.
Falar você também vai querer te tirar você. The minister of foreign affairs said, are you hearing the new one?
Great.
Yeah.
They changed the other one, right?
Yeah, Dimitri Kuleva was before, now is the new one. Yeah.
And what is he doing now?
Yes, yes.
What are the former post? What is he doing? You don't know?
You mean the foreign minister?
Is it prime minister or a foreign minister?
No, the foreign minister of Ukraine.
What of the other guy? He has another post now?
As Kuleva, I don't know what is he doing.
I tried to do my makeup different.
It's getting difficult.
That's why we're
The
staying.
war is going far.
Okay.
You're supposed to be our friend already.
We have to be changed.
That's your friend. That's why you're staying. But there are still rules, and I can't. Anyway, I don't want to probably on camera right now. So. You can come back after you leave. Come back and stand first. It's on your phone.
No, picture. For newspaper. Newspaper. We have newspaper.
You're here with Cap, so if
No,
you
but we
can.
take pictures.
At 10:30.
10:30 is too late.
Não, que a pastora era um baixinho. Ele estava a dizer que não, você está aqui com
Are you looking for somebody particular? Will give you a room?
Não, estou a falar o que ele sabe o que
That's
ele
serious.
sabe que o Kim não. Oh, ministro! Ministro! Ministro! Ministro! Tudo!
That's your minister. Long time.
Yeah, he used to be the
You have
minister.
been coming here. Angola.
Yes. Ele sabe o que não é. E assim talvez já me viu também que eu sou fotógrafo. Porque ele não entende.
See, you guys are Angola is part of Africa.
Eu sou mais do que isso, nem sou gato. Me explica só. O que está se passando aí com aquela Che, que são eu? Ministro. Mas sempre não.
No. When am I making my speech? Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. It's time to start. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. It is time to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. It's time to start. It's time to start. The seventh plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Not moving.
Before proceeding to the general debate, the General Assembly will hear an introduction by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization, issued as document A/79/1 under agenda item 111 in accordance with resolution 51/241. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in a whirlwind. We are in an era of epic transformation, facing challenges unlike any we have ever seen, challenges that demand global solutions. Yet, geopolitical divisions keep deepening. The planet keeps heating. Wars rage with no clue how they will end. And nuclear posturing and new weapons cast a dark shadow. We are edging towards the unimaginable, a power keg that risks engulfing the world. Meanwhile, 2024 is the year that half of humanity goes to the poles, and half of humanity will be affected. I stand before you in this whirlwind, convinced of two overriding truths. First, the state of our world is unsustainable. We can't go on like this. And second, the challenges we face are solvable. But that requires us to make sure the mechanisms of international problem solving actually solve problems. The Summit of the Future was a first step, but we have a long way to go. And getting there requires confronting three major drivers of unsustainability. A world of impunity, where violations and abuses threaten the very foundation of international law and UN Charter. A world of inequality, where injustices and grievances threaten to undermine countries or even push them over the edge. And a world of uncertainty, where unmanaged global risks threaten our future in unknowable ways. These worlds of impunity, inequality, and uncertainty are connected and colliding. Excellencies, the level of impunity in the world is politically indefensible and morally intolerable. Today, a growing number of governments and others feel entitled to get out of jail free card. They can trample international law. They can violate the United Nations Charter. They can turn a blind eye to international human rights conventions or the decisions of international courts. They can thumb their nose at international humanitarian law. They can invade another country, lay waste to whole societies, or utterly disregard the welfare of their own people. And nothing will happen. We see this age of impunity everywhere, in the Middle East, in the heart of Europe, in the Horn of Africa, and beyond. The war in Ukraine is spreading with no signs of letting up. Civilians are paying the price in rising death tolls and shattered lives and communities. It is time for a just peace based on the UN Charter, on international law, and on UN resolutions. Meanwhile, Gaza is a non-stop nightmare that threatens to take the entire region with it. Look no further than Lebanon. we should all be alarmed by the escalation. Lebanon is at the brink. The people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, and the people of the world cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza. Let's be clear. Nothing can justify the abhorrent acts of terror committed by Hamas on October 7th or the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. The speed and scale of the The speed and scale of the killing and destruction in Gaza are unlike anything in my years as Secretary General. More than 200 of our own staff have been killed, many with their families. And yet, the women and men of the United Nations continue to deliver humanitarian aid. And I know you join me in paying a special tribute to UNRWA and to all humanitarians in Gaza. The international community must mobilize for an immediate ceasefire, the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, and the beginning of an irreversible process towards a two-state solution. For those who go on undermining that goal with more settlements, more land grabs, more incitement, I ask, what is the alternative? How could the world accept a one state in which a large number of Palestinians would be included without any freedom, any rights, or dignity? In Sudan, a brutal power struggle has unleashed horrific violence, including widespread rape and sexual assaults. A humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding as famine spreads. Yet outside powers continue to interfere with no unified approach to finding peace. In the Sahel, the dramatic and rapid expansion of the terrorist threat requires a joint approach rooted in solidarity, but regional and international cooperation have broken down. From Myanmar to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Haiti, to Yemen and beyond, we continue to see appalling levels of violence and human suffering in the face of a chronic failure to find solutions. Meanwhile, our peacekeeping missions are too often operating in areas where simply there is no peace to keep. Instability in many places around the world is a byproduct of instability in power relations and geopolitical divides. For all its perils, the Cold War had rules. There were hotlines, red lines, and guardrails. It can feel as though we don't have that today, and nor do we have a unipolar world. We are moving to a multipolar world, but we are not yet there yet. We are in a purgatory of polarity. And in this purgatory, more and more countries are filling the spaces of geopolitical divides, doing whatever they want with no accountability. That is why it is more important than ever to reaffirm the Charter, to respect international law, to support and implement decisions of international courts, and to reinforce human rights in the world, anywhere and everywhere. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'augmentation des inégalités est un deuxième facteur d'insoutenabilité et une tâche sur notre conscience collective. L'inégalité n'est pas une question technique ou bureaucratique. Au fond, l'inégalité est une question de pouvoir aux racines historiques. Les conflits, les bouleversements climatiques, et la crise du coût de la vie étendent ses racines historiques plus profondément encore. Dans le même temps, le monde peine encore à se relever de la flambée des inégalités engendrées par la pandémie. Si l'on regarde les 75 pays les plus pauvres du monde, un tiers d'entre eux se trouvent aujourd'hui dans une situation pire qu'il y a 5 ans. Au cours de la même période, les 5 hommes les plus riches de la planète ont plus que doublé leur fortune. Et 1% des habitants de la planète détient 43% de l'ensemble des avoirs financiers mondiaux. Au niveau national, certains gouvernements découplent les inégalités en accordant des cadeaux fiscaux massifs aux entreprises et aux ultra-riches au détriment des investissements dans la santé, l'éducation et la protection sociale. Et personne n'est plus lésé que les femmes et les filles du monde entier. Excellences, la discrimination et les abus généralisés fondés sur le genre constituent l'inégalité la plus répandue dans toutes les sociétés. Chaque jour, il semble que nous soyons confrontés à de nouveaux cas révoltants de féminicides, de violences fondées sur le genre et de viols collectifs en temps de paix comme en tant qu'arme de guerre. Dans certains pays, les lois sont utilisées pour menacer la santé et les droits reproductifs. Et en Afghanistan, les lois sont utilisées pour entériner l'oppression systématique des femmes et des filles. Et je suis désolé de constater que malgré des années de beaux discours, l'inégalité de genre se manifeste, et je vous demande pardon de le dire, elle se manifeste aujourd'hui encore pleinement dans cette enceinte. Moins de 10% des intervenants au débat général de cette semaine sont des femmes. C'est inacceptable, surtout quand on sait que l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes contribue à la paix, au développement durable, à l'action climatique et bien plus encore. C'est précisément pour cela que nous avons pris des mesures spécifiques pour atteindre la parité homme-femme parmi les hauts responsables de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, objectif qui est déjà complété. C'est faisable. J'exhorte les institutions politiques et économiques du monde dominées par les hommes à le faire aussi. Excellences, les inégalités mondiales se reflètent et se renforcent jusque dans nos propres organisations internationales. Le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies a été conçu par les vainqueurs de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. À l'époque, la majeure partie du continent africain était encore sous domination coloniale. À ce jour, l'Afrique n'a toujours aucun siège permanent au sein de la principale instance de paix du monde. Un changement s'impose. Et il en va de même pour l'architecture financière mondiale mise en place il y a 80 ans. Je félicite les dirigeants de la Banque mondiale et du Fonds monétaire international pour les mesures importantes qu'ils ont entreprises. Mais comme le souligne le Pacte pour l'avenir, la lutte contre les inégalités exige une accélération de la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale. Au cours des 8 dernières décennies, l'économie mondiale s'est développée et transformée, et les institutions de Bretton Woods n'ont pas suivi le rythme. Elles ne sont plus en mesure de fournir un filet de sécurité mondiale, ni d'offrir aux pays en développement le niveau de soutien dont ils ont tant besoin. Dans les pays les plus pauvres du monde, le coût des intérêts de la dette dépasse en moyenne le coût des investissements dans l'éducation, la santé et les infrastructures publiques réunies. Et à l'échelle du monde, plus de 80% des cibles des objectifs de développement durable ne sont pas en bonne voie. Excelências, volver al camino correcto requiere un aumento de financiamiento para la Agenda 2030 y el Acuerdo de París. Y eso implica que los países del G20 lideren un estímulo para los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible de 500.000 millones de dólares al año. Implica reformas para aumentar sustancialmente la capacidad de préstamo de los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo y permitirles ampliar masivamente la financiación asequible a largo plazo para el clima y el desarrollo. Implica ampliar la financiación de contingencia mediante el reciclaje de los derechos especiales de giro e implica promover una reestructuración de la deuda a largo plazo. Excelencias, no me hago ilusiones sobre las barreras a la reforma del sistema multilateral. Los que tienen poder político y económico, o los que creen tenerlo, son siempre reacios al cambio. Pero el statu quo ya está agotando su poder. Sin reformas, la fragmentación es inevitable y las instituciones globales perderán legitimidad, credibilidad y eficacia. Excellencies, the third driver of our unsustainable world is uncertainty. The ground is shifting under our feet. Anxiety levels are off the charts, and young people in particular are counting on us and seeking solutions. Uncertainty is compounded by two existential threats: the climate crisis and the rapid advance of technology, in particular artificial intelligence. Excellencies, we are in a climate meltdown. Extreme temperatures, raging fires, droughts, and epic floods are not natural disasters. They are human disasters, increasingly fueled by fossil fuels. No country is spared. But the poorest and most vulnerable are hardest hit. Climate hazards are blowing a hole through the budgets of many African countries, costing up to 5% of GDP every year. And this is just the start. We are on course to careen past the global limit of a 1.5-degree temperature rise. But as the problem gets worse, solutions are getting better. Renewable prices are plummeting, rollout is accelerating, and lives are being transformed by affordable, accessible, clean energy. Renewables don't just generate power, they generate jobs, wealth, energy security, and a path out of poverty for millions. But developing countries cannot be plundered in that journey. Our panel on critical minerals has recommended fair and sustainable ways to meet global demand for these resources, which are essential to the renewables revolution. Excellencies, a future without fossil fuel is certain. A fair and fast transition is not. That is in your hands. By next year, every country must produce an ambitious new national climate action plan or national determined contributions. And this must bring national energy strategies, sustainable development priorities, and climate ambitions together. They must align with 1.5-degree limit, cover the whole economy, and contribute to every one of the COP28 energy transition targets. An International Energy Agency report released today breaks this down. By 2035, on average, advanced economies must slash energy emissions 80%, and the emerging markets 65%. The G20 is responsible for 80% of total emissions. They must lead the charge, keeping with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. But these must be done with a joint effort, pooling resources, scientific capacities, and proven and affordable technologies for all to be able to reach those targets. I'm honored to be working closely with President Lula of Brazil, who is both G20 chair and COP30 host, to secure maximum ambition, acceleration, and cooperation. We just met for that purpose. Finance is essential. COP29 is around the corner. It must deliver a significant new finance goal. And we also need a loss and damage fund that meets the scale of the challenge and developed countries meeting their adaptation finance promises. And we must finally flip the script on a crazy situation. We continue to reward polluters to wreck our planet. The fossil fuel industry continues to pocket massive profits and subsidies, while everyday people bear the costs of climate catastrophe, from rising insurance premiums to lost livelihoods. I call on G20 countries to shift money from fossil fuel subsidies and investments to a just energy transition, to put an effective price on carbon, and to implement new and innovative sources of financing, including solidarity levies on fossil fuel extraction through legally binding, transparent mechanisms. All by next year, and this taking into account that those who shoulder the blame must foot the bill. Polluters must pay. Excellencies, the rapid rise of new technologies poses another unpredictable existential risk. Artificial intelligence will change virtually everything we know, from work, education, and communication to culture and politics. We know AI is rapidly advancing, but where is it taking us? To more freedom or more conflict? To a more sustainable world or greater inequality? To being better informed or easier to manipulate? A handful of companies and even individuals have already amassed enormous power over the development of AI with little accountability or oversight for the moment. Without a global approach to its management, artificial intelligence could lead to artificial divisions across the board. A great fracture with two internets, two markets, two economies, with every country forced to pick a side and enormous consequences for all. The United Nations is the universal platform for dialogue and consensus. It is uniquely placed to promote cooperation on AI based on the values of the Charter and international law. The global debate happens here, or it does not happen. And I welcome important first steps. 2 resolutions in the General Assembly, the Global Digital Compact, and the recommendations of the high-level body on AI can lay the foundations for inclusive governance of AI. Let's move forward together to make AI a force for good. Excellencies, nothing lasts forever, but a feature of human life is that it appears otherwise. The current order always feels fixed until it is not. Across human history, we see empires rising and falling, old certainties crumbling, tectonic shifts in global affairs. Today, our course is unsustainable. It is in all our interests to manage the epic transformations underway, to choose the future we want, and to guide our world towards it. Many have said that the divisions and differences today are just too great, that it is impossible for us to come together for the common good. You proved that is not true. The Summit of the Future showed that with a spirit of dialogue and compromise, we can join forces to steer our world to a more sustainable path. It is not the end. It is the start of a journey, a compass in the whirlwind. Let's keep going. Let's move our world towards less impunity and more accountability, less inequality and more justice, less uncertainty and more opportunity. The people of the world are looking to us, and succeeding generations will look back on us. Let them find us on the side of the United Nations Charter, on the side of our shared values and principles, and on the right side of history. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the delegations from member states, observers, and esteemed guests. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you to this august hall for the general debate of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize the presence here today of 9 of my predecessors, past presidents of the General Assembly. Although barely 2 weeks in the job, I can already appreciate the challenges they navigated through. The general debate remains one of the world's most inclusive, representative, and authoritative platforms for global reflection and collective action. This year, the urgency of our task cannot be overstated. We are falling behind in our pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. I am informed that with just 5 years to go, less than 18% of the goals have been achieved. Also, the climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is here now, ravaging ecosystems and dismantling the livelihoods of entire communities. Conflicts rage from the Middle East to Ukraine, from Haiti to South Sudan, leaving in their wake death, destruction, and immense suffering. I call for an immediate ceasefire in all these conflict settings. For almost a year now, the people of Gaza and Israel have been caught in a spiraling cycle of conflict and retribution. I take this opportunity to call for an immediate ceasefire for the Hamas-Israel war, the unconditional release of hostages, and for all parties to abide by international law, including international humanitarian law, and work towards a just and lasting solution grounded in the United Nations Charter, relevant resolutions, and international law ensuring dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Indeed, only a two-state solution can end the cycle of violence and instability, ensuring peace, security, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Excellencies, we should be coming together for peace and the well-being of our citizens. We should not divert essential resources into military stockpiles, fueling an arms race never before seen since the Cold War era. Nuclear weapons continue to be a threat to humanity and to our planet. A nuclear war must never be fought. Conditions for their use or accidental explosion must always be avoided. We call for urgent measures for the abolition of these tools of the annihilation of the human race and our environment. Old hatreds rooted in prejudice and ignorance persist, and new divisions arise where none should exist. In the recent past, mistrust among states has grown steadily, complicating prospects for peaceful settlement of interstate disputes. It is time to invest more in building trust and practicing dialogue. Constant dialogue is a powerful weapon for all governments have in their hands. Trust and dialogue are integral parts of our human dignity and precondition for lasting peace and security. Excellencies, gender equality remains a distant goal as many women and girls around the world continue to be denied their basic rights, justice, and opportunities. Globally, we witness a troubling regression in the protection of human rights and human dignity. Millions remain trapped in poverty, their lives restricted by forces beyond their control. Forced labor and modern slavery, extending even to young boys and girls of school age, are an insult to human dignity. They must be combated in every society at all times. Excellencies, there is an urgent need to reform the international financial system as too many countries remain burdened by crippling debt, forced to choose between servicing loans and improving the lives of their citizens. Meanwhile, the digital divide continues to widen, cutting off entire populations from the tools needed to succeed in the 21st century. Excellencies, we are not mere spectators of these crises, nor are we powerless to act. Within this hall are the leaders and representatives of the world's nations, the very people with the authority and responsibility to shape the course of our shared future. At our disposal is one of the most powerful tools for positive change: international cooperation grounded in the undeniable truth that even the most powerful nation cannot solve these complex borderless challenges alone. This truth was reaffirmed through our efforts at the Summit of the Future and the consensus adoption of the Pact of the Future. The Pact of the Future charts a path forward, reinvigorating our multilateral institutions with renewed energy, focus, and clarity to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. Let us build on this momentum. Excellencies, a better world begins with unlocking the potential of we, the peoples of the world. Freedom and good governance ensure that no one, no individual, no community is left behind. In this endeavor, we must never overlook the challenges faced by the small island developing states, the landlocked developing states, the least developing countries, and the small states. It is incumbent on the United Nations to do more than just express solidarity. Specific programs responding to the unique situations in which these groups of states find themselves must be envisaged. This will be a priority of my presidency. Africa is one of the priorities of the United Nations. We must support Africa. The African Union's Agenda 2063 presents a bold and transformative vision for the continent. Africa currently has the youngest population in the world, and by 2063, 1 in 4 people will be African. The generation of resources for the well-being of these peoples has been much slower than the population growth. We must not let Africa's potential go unrealized. In fact, to truly unlock Africa's vast potential, we must actively cultivate global partnerships that align with the continent's aspirations and drive its success. In this endeavor, I look forward to working with member states of the United Nations this year on keeping Africa at the heart of our agenda. Excellencies, in this 79th session, I also want to prioritize multilingualism as a recognition of our world's cultural and linguistic richness. We understand that the multitude of languages, cultures, and perspectives should not be viewed as a source of division, but as a wellspring of strength. Excellencies, we anticipate a very successful high-level week. In addition to the recently concluded Summit of the Future and this ongoing general debate, several critical high-level events are expected to take place. These include the high-level event on microbial resistance, the high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise, and the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate and promote the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. Throughout the 79th session, we will address the urgent issues of our time. While we may not agree on every issue, we all share the same fundamental goal: to build a better world for everyone, everywhere. Here today are representatives from 193 member states, each embodying our collective aspirations, each guided by a shared vision. The path ahead is difficult, fraught with obstacles that may at times seem insurmountable, but they are not impassable. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the collective will to overcome these challenges if we act together with courage and conviction. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely, that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muito bem. Meus cumprimentos ao presidente da Assembleia Geral, Filemon Yang, e também quero saudar o secretário-geral, Antônio Guterres, e cada um dos chefes de Estado e de Governo e delegados e delegadas aqui presentes. Dirijo-me, em particular, à delegação palestina, que integra pela primeira vez essa sessão de abertura, mesmo que ainda naquele seu membro observador. E quero saudar a presença do presidente Mahmoud Abbas aqui presente. Senhoras e senhores, adotamos ontem, aqui neste mesmo plenário, o Pacto para o Futuro. Sua difícil aprovação demonstra o enfraquecimento de nossa capacidade coletiva de negociação e de diálogo. Seu alcance limitado também é a expressão do paradoxo do nosso tempo. Andamos em círculos entre compromissos possíveis que levam a resultados insuficientes. Nem mesmo com a tragédia da Covid-19 fomos capazes de nos unir em torno de um tratado sobre pandemias na Organização Mundial da Saúde. Precisamos ir muito além e dotar a ONU dos meios necessários para enfrentar as mudanças vertiginosas do panorama internacional. Vivemos momentos de crescentes angústias, frustrações, tensões e medo. Testemunhamos a alarmante escalada de disputas geopolíticas e de rivalidades estratégicas. 2023 ostenta o triste recorde do maior número de conflitos desde a Segunda Guerra Mundial. Os gastos militares globais cresceram pelo 9º ano consecutivo e atingiram 2 trilhões e 400 bilhões de dólares. Mais de 90 bilhões de dólares foram mobilizados com arsenais nucleares. Estes recursos poderiam ter sido utilizados para combater a fome e enfrentar a mudança do clima. O que se vê é o aumento das capacidades bélicas. O uso da força, sem amparo no direito internacional, está se tornando a regra. Presenciamos 2 conflitos simultâneos com potencial de se tornarem confrontos generalizados. Na Ucrânia, é com pesar que vemos a guerra se estender sem perspectiva de paz. O Brasil condenou de maneira firme a invasão do território ucraniano. Já está claro que nenhuma das partes conseguirá atingir todos os seus objetivos pela via militar. O recurso a armamento cada vez mais destrutivos traz à memória os tempos mais sombrios do confronto estéril da Guerra Fria. Criar condições para a retomada do diálogo direto entre as partes é crucial neste momento. Esta é a mensagem do entendimento de 6 pontos que China e Brasil oferecem para que se instale um processo de diálogo e o fim das hostilidades. Em Gaza, e na Cisjordânia, assistimos a uma das maiores crises humanitárias da história recente e que agora se expande perigosamente para o Líbano. O que começou como ação terrorista de fanáticos contra civis israelenses inocentes tornou-se uma punição coletiva de todo o povo palestino. São mais de 40 mil vítimas fatais, em sua maioria mulheres e crianças. O direito de defesa transformou-se no direito de vingança, que impede um acordo para a liberação de reféns e adia o cessar-fogo. Conflitos esquecidos no Sudão e no Iêmen impõem sofrimento atroz a quase 30 milhões de pessoas. Este ano, o número dos que necessitam de ajuda humanitária no mundo chegará a 300 milhões de pessoas. Em tempos de crescente polarização, expressões como desglobalização se tornaram corriqueiras. Mas é impossível desplanetizar nossa vida em comum. Estamos condenados à interdependência da mudança climática. O planeta já não espera para cobrar da próxima geração e está farto de acordos climáticos que não são cumpridos. Está cansado de metas de redução de emissão de carbono negligenciadas do auxílio financeiro aos países pobres que nunca chega. O negacionismo sucumbe ante as evidências do aquecimento global. 2024 caminha para ser o ano mais quente da história moderna. Furacões no Caribe, tufões na Ásia, secas e inundações na África e chuvas torrenciais na Europa deixam um rastro de morte e de destruição. No sul do Brasil, tivemos a maior enchente desde 1941. A Amazônia está atravessando a pior estiagem em 45 anos. Incêndios florestais se alastraram pelo país e já devoraram 5 milhões de hectares apenas no mês de agosto. O meu governo não terceiriza a responsabilidade e nem abdica da sua soberania. Já fizemos muito, mas sabemos que é preciso fazer muito mais. Além de enfrentar os desafios da crise climática, lutamos contra quem lucra com a degradação ambiental. Não transigiremos com litígios ambientais, com o garimpo ilegal e com o crime organizado. Reduzimos o desmatamento na Amazônia em 50% no último ano e vamos erradicá-lo até 2030. Não é mais admissível pensar em soluções para as florestas tropicais sem ouvir os povos indígenas, comunidades tradicionais e todos aqueles que vivem nelas. Nossa visão de desenvolvimento sustentável está alicerçada no potencial da bioeconomia. O Brasil sediará a COP30 em 2025, convicto de que o multilateralismo é o único caminho para superar a urgência climática. Nossa contribuição nacionalmente determinada, a UNDC, será apresentada ainda este ano, em linha com o objetivo de limitar o aumento da temperatura do planeta a 1,5 graus. O Brasil desponta como celeiro de oportunidade neste mundo revolucionado pela transição energética. Somos hoje um dos países com a matriz energética mais limpa do mundo. 90% da nossa eletricidade provém de fontes renováveis, como a biomassa, a hidrelétrica, a solar e a eólica. Fizemos opção pelos biocombustíveis há 50 anos, muito antes que a discussão sobre energias alternativas ganhasse tração. Estamos na vanguarda em outros nichos importantes, como o da produção do hidrogênio verde. É hora de enfrentar o debate sobre o ritmo lento da descarbonização do planeta e trabalhar por uma economia menos dependente de combustíveis fósseis. Senhor Presidente, na América Latina vive-se desde 2014 uma segunda década perdida. O crescimento médio da região nesse período foi de apenas 0,9%, metade do verificado na década perdida de 1980. Essa combinação de baixo crescimento e altos níveis de desigualdade resulta em efeitos nefastos sobre a paisagem política. Tragada por disputas muitas vezes alheias à região, nossa vocação de cooperação e entendimento se fragiliza. É injustificado manter Cuba em uma lista unilateral de estados que supostamente promovem terrorismo e impor medidas coercitivas unilaterais que penalizam indevidamente as populações mais vulneráveis. No Haiti, é inadiável conjugar ações para restaurar a ordem pública e promover o desenvolvimento. No Brasil, a defesa da democracia implica ação permanente ante investidas extremistas, messiânicas e totalitárias que espalham o ódio, a intolerância e o ressentimento. Brasileiras e brasileiros continuarão a derrotar os que tentam solapar as instituições e colocá-las a serviço de interesses reacionários. A democracia precisa responder às legítimas aspirações dos que não aceitam mais a fome, a desigualdade, o desemprego e a violência. No mundo globalizado, não faz sentido recorrer a falsos patriotas e isolacionistas. Tampouco a esperança no recurso a experiências ultraliberais que apenas agravam as dificuldades de um continente depauperado. O futuro de nossa região passa, sobretudo, por construir um Estado sustentável, eficiente, inclusivo e que enfrente todas as formas de discriminação, que não se intimida ante indivíduos, corporação ou plataformas digitais que se julgam acima da lei. A liberdade é a primeira vítima de um mundo sem regras. Elementos essenciais da soberania incluem o direito de legislar, julgar disputas e fazer cumprir as regras dentro de seu território, incluindo o ambiente digital. O Estado que estamos construindo é sensível às necessidades dos mais vulneráveis, sem abdicar de fundamentos macroeconômicos sadios. A falsa oposição entre o Estado e mercado foi abandonada pelas nações desenvolvidas que voltaram a praticar políticas industriais ativas e forte regulação da economia doméstica. Na área da inteligência artificial, vivenciamos a consolidação de assimetrias que levam a um verdadeiro oligopólio do saber. Avançam a concentração sem precedentes na mão de pequeno número de pessoas e de empresas sediadas em um número ainda menor de países. Interessa-nos uma inteligência artificial emancipadora, que também tenha a cara do sul global e que fortaleça a diversidade cultural, que respeite os direitos humanos, proteja dados pessoais e promova a integridade da informação. E, sobretudo, que seja ferramenta para a paz, não para a guerra. Necessitamos de uma governança intergovernamental da inteligência artificial, em que todos os Estados tenham assento. Senhor Presidente, as condições para acesso a recursos financeiros seguem proibitivas para a maioria dos países de renda baixa e média. O fardo da dívida limita o espaço fiscal para investir em saúde, educação, reduzir as desigualdades e enfrentar a mudança do clima. Países da África tomam empréstimo a taxas até 8 vezes maiores que a Alemanha e 4 vezes maior do que os Estados Unidos. É um plano Marshall às avessas, em que os mais pobres financiam os mais ricos. Sem maior participação dos países em desenvolvimento na direção do FMI e do Banco Mundial, não haverá mudança efetiva. Enquanto os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável ficam para trás, as 150 maiores empresas do mundo obtiveram juntas um lucro de 1 trilhão e 800 bilhões de dólares nos últimos 2 anos. A fortuna dos 5 principais bilionários mais que dobrou desde o início dessa década, ao passo que 60% da humanidade ficou mais pobre. Os super ricos pagam proporcionalmente muito menos impostos do que a classe trabalhadora. Para corrigir essa anomalia, o Brasil tem insistido na cooperação internacional para desenvolver padrões mínimos de tributação global. Os dados divulgados há 2 meses pela FAO sobre o estado da insegurança alimentar no mundo são estarrecedores. O número de pessoas passando fome ao redor do planeta aumentou em mais de 152 milhões desde 2019. Isso significa que 9% da população mundial, 733 milhões de pessoas, estão subnutridas. O problema é especialmente grave na África e na Ásia, mas ele também persiste em partes da América Latina. Mulheres e meninas são as vítimas maiores de pessoas em situação de fome no mundo. Pandemias, conflitos armados, eventos climáticos de subsídios agrícolas dos países ricos ampliam o alcance deste flagelo. Mas a fome não é resultado apenas de fatores externos. Ela decorre, sobretudo, de escolhas políticas. Hoje, o mundo produz alimento mais do que suficiente para erradicá-la. O que falta é criar condições de acesso aos alimentos. Esse é o compromisso mais urgente do meu governo. Acabar com a fome no Brasil, como fizemos em 2014. Só em 2023, retiramos 24.400.000 pessoas da condição de insegurança alimentar severa. A Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, que lançaremos no Rio de Janeiro, em novembro, nasce dessa vontade política e desse espírito de solidariedade. Ela será um dos principais resultados da presidência brasileira do G20 e está aberta a todos os países do mundo. Todos os que queiram se somar a esse esforço coletivo serão muito bem-vindos. Senhor presidente, senhoras e senhores, prestes a completar 80 anos, a Carta das Nações Unidas nunca passou por uma reforma abrangente. Apenas 4 emendas foram aprovadas, todas elas entre 1965 e 1973. A versão atual da Carta não trata de alguns dos desafios mais prementes da humanidade. Na fundação da ONU, éramos 51 países. Hoje, somos 193. Várias nações, principalmente no continente africano, estavam sob domínio colonial e não tiveram voz sobre seus objetivos e funcionamento. Inexiste equilíbrio de gênero no exercício das mais altas funções. O cargo de secretário-geral jamais foi ocupado por uma mulher. Estamos chegando ao final do primeiro quarto do século XXI, com as Nações Unidas cada vez mais esvaziada e paralisada. É hora de reagir com vigor a essa situação, restituindo à organização as prerrogativas que decorrem da sua condição de fórum universal. Não bastam ajustes pontuais. Precisamos contemplar uma ampla revisão da Carta. Sua reforma deve compreender os seguintes objetivos: a transformação do Conselho Econômico e Social no principal fórum para o tratamento do desenvolvimento sustentável e do combate à mudança climática, com capacidade real de inspirar as instituições financeiras. A revitalização do papel da Assembleia Geral, inclusive em temas de paz e segurança internacionais. O fortalecimento da Comissão de Consolidação da Paz. A reforma do Conselho de Segurança, com foco em sua composição, método de trabalho, direito de veto, de modo a torná-la mais eficaz e representativa das realidades contemporâneas. A exclusão da América Latina e da África de assentos permanentes no Conselho de Segurança é um eco inaceitável de práticas de dominação do passado colonial. Vamos promover essa discussão de forma transparente. Vamos promover essa discussão de forma transparente, em consulta no G77, no G20, nos BRICS, na CELAC, no CARICOM e tantos outros espaços que existem para discutir. Não tem ilusões sobre a complexidade de uma reforma como essa, que enfrentará interesses cristalizados de manutenção do status quo. Exigirá enorme esforço de negociação, mas essa é a nossa responsabilidade. Não podemos esperar por outra tragédia mundial, como a Segunda Grande Guerra, para só então construir sobre seus escombros uma nova governança global. A vontade da maioria pode persuadir os que se apegam às expressões cruas dos mecanismos de poder. Neste plenário, ecoam as aspirações de toda a humanidade. Aqui, travamos os grandes debates do mundo. Neste fórum, buscamos as respostas para os problemas que afligem o planeta. Recai sobre a Assembleia Geral, expressão maior do multilateralismo, a missão de pavimentar o caminho para o futuro. Muito obrigado e boa sorte.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil,
So they're checking a few things before he's here. But I think they're checking a few things. I don't know.
Just driving another minute.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
My back. My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that. I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant setbacks. But we would go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends, and it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa, and then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked on 9/11 by al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We needed to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq And we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think of them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our societies, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, "where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world," end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction. In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page in the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task, our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those that are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history. With the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution was supposed to stand for. And so, in my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine, not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands killed, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, during the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where the world where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to their digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. Our UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years than we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. My fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer two questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it also must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen, digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw it in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We see it in citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future. From Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972. Every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done. It always seems impossible until it's done." My fellow leaders, there's nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
That's disorderly. Okay. The meeting is resumed. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan, değerli devlet ve hükümet başkanları, Sayın Genel Sekreter, kıymetli delegeler, sizleri şahsım, ülkem ve milletim adına en kalbi duygularımla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'na bugün bir kez daha seslenme fırsatı bulmaktan büyük bir bahtiyarlık duyuyorum. 79. Genel Kurul'un ülkelerimiz ve tüm insanlık için hayırlara vesile olmasını temenni ediyorum. Genel Kurul Başkanlığını tamamlayan Sayın Francis'i tebrik ediyor. Bu görevi devralan Sayın UNGA başarılar diliyorum. Uzun mücadeleler neticesinde dost ve kardeş Filistin'in temsilcisini üye ülkeler arasında hak ettiği yerde görmekten duyduğumuz memnuniyeti burada ifade etmek istiyorum. Atılan bu tarihi adımın Filistin'in Birleşmiş Milletler üyeliğine giden yolda artık son dönemeç olmasını temenni ediyorum. Filistin'i tanımayan diğer devletleri de bu çok kritik dönemde tarihin doğru tarafında yer alarak Filistin devletini bir an evvel tanımaya davet ediyorum. Kıymetli delegeler, buradaki dostlarımın çoğunun ekranlarda seyrettiği krizleri biz an be an yaşıyor ve yönetmeye çalışıyoruz. Dolayısıyla bugün sizlere gerilimlerin uzağında değil, tam kalbinde yer alan bir ülkenin lideri olarak sesleniyorum. Birileri rahatsız olsa da, birileri şahsımızı yine hedef alacak olsa da, bugün burada insanlığın ortak kürsüsünde insanlık adına bazı gerçekleri açık açık konuşmak arzusundayım. Bakınız, şu an çatısı altında bulunduğumuz Birleşmiş Milletler, milyonlarca insanın hayatını kaybettiği İkinci Dünya Savaşı sonrasında uluslararası barışı ve güvenliği korumak amacıyla kuruldu. Birleşmiş Milletler'in kuruluşuyla birlikte küresel istikrara, huzura ve adalete dair beklentiler yeniden yeşermiş, barış umutları yeniden filizlenmişti. Ancak üzülerek görüyoruz ki son yıllarda Birleşmiş Milletler kuruluş misyonunu ifa etmekte yetersiz kalıyor, giderek işlevsiz, hantal ve atıl bir yapıya dönüşüyor. Dünya 5'ten büyüktür şiarının temsil ettiği değerlere bugünlerde daha fazla ihtiyaç duyuyoruz. Uluslararası barış ve güvenliğin imtiyazlı 5 ülkenin keyfine bırakılmayacak kadar önemli olduğuna şahitlik ediyoruz. Bunun en dramatik örneği Gazze'de 353 gündür devam eden katliamdır. 7 Ekim'den beri aralıksız süren İsrail saldırılarında 41 bini aşkın Filistinli hayatını kaybetti. Çoğu çocuk ve kadın, 41 bin can, 41 bin insan hem de acımasız bir şekilde hayattan koparıldı. Yine çoğu çocuk, 10 binden fazla Gazze'linin nerede olduğunu kimse bilmiyor. Aynı şekilde 100 bine yakın insan yaralandı, sakat kaldı. Zor şartlar altında görevini yapmaya çalışan 172 gazeteci öldürüldü. Hayat kurtarmak için çalışan 500'e aşkın sağlık görevlisi öldürüldü. Açlıkla, susuzlukla boğuşan Gazze halkının imdadına koşan insani yardım görevlileri, 210'dan fazla Birleşmiş Milletler personeli öldürüldü. Savaşta dahi dokunulmaması gereken 820 camiyi, 3 kiliseyi vurdular. Onlarca hastaneyi, yüzlerce okulu, hasta taşıyan 130'dan fazla ambulansı vurdular. Birleşmiş Milletler kürsüsünden Birleşmiş Milletler şartını parçalayarak bir de utanmadan tüm dünyaya, vicdan sahibi tüm insanlara işte buradan, bu kürsüden meydan okudular. Dostlarım, İsrail'in temerküz kampına çevirdiği hapishanelerinde sızan görüntüler nasıl bir zulümle karşı karşıya olduğumuzu çok net biçimde gösteriyor. İsrail'in saldırıları sonucunda Gazze dünyanın en büyük çocuk ve kadın mezarlığı haline gelmiştir. 17 binden fazla çocuk İsrail'in kurşunlarının, bombalarının hedefi oldu. Hint Recep sadece 6 yaşındaydı. Yakınlarıyla güvenli bir yer ararken araçları İsrail güçleri tarafından vuruldu. Dayısı, yengesi, kuzenleri herkes ölmüş. Sadece o hayatta kalmıştı. Tam 12 gün boyunca çaresizce kurtarılmayı bekledi. Beni almaya gelecek misiniz? Korkuyorum diyerek bir yardım elinin 12 gün boyunca kendisine uzanmasını bekledi. Dünyamızın geldiği seviyeye, elimizin altındaki teknolojiye rağmen çatısı altında binlerce personel çalıştıran devasa bütçeli kuruluşlarımıza rağmen 8 milyarlık insanlık ailesi olarak henüz 6 yaşındaki bir kız çocuğunu, gözlerimizin önünde çırpınan yaralı bir serçeyi maalesef kurtaramadık. Bir lokma kuru ekmek, bir yudum su, bir tas çorba bulamadığı için bugüne kadar yüzlerce Gazze'li çocuk öldü, halen de ölüyor. Gazze'de sadece çocuklar değil, aynı zamanda Birleşmiş Milletler sistemi ölüyor. Hakikat ölüyor. Batı'nın savunduğunu iddia ettiği değerler ölüyor. İnsanlığın daha adil bir dünyada yaşama umutları tek tek ölüyor. Buradan açık açık soruyorum. Ey insan hakları örgütleri, Gazze'dekiler, Batı Şeria'dakiler insan değil mi? Filistin'deki çocukların okuma, yaşama, sokakta oynama hakkı yok mu? Ey uluslararası basın kuruluşları! İsrail'in canlı yayında katlettiği ofislerini bastığı gazeteciler sizin meslektaşınız değil mi? Ey Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi! Gazze soykırımının önüne geçmek, bu zulme, bu barbarlığa dur demek için daha neyi bekliyorsunuz? Filistin halkıyla birlikte kendi vatandaşlarının canını tehlikeye atan siyasi ikbali için tüm bölgeyi savaşa sürükleyen katliam şebekesini durdurmak için daha neyi bekliyorsunuz? Ey İsrail'e kayıtsız, şartsız destek verenler! Bu katliamı seyretmenin, bu vahşete ortak olmanın utancını daha ne kadar taşıyacaksınız? Kıymetli dostlarım, Gazze'de, Ramallah'ta, Lübnan'da çocuklar ölürken, bebekler küvezde can verirken, maalesef uluslararası toplumda çok kötü bir sınav vermiştir. Filistin'de yaşananlar, bakınız, çok büyük bir ahlaki çöküşün göstergesidir. Bütün dünya halklarının, ülke liderlerinin, uluslararası kuruluşların bu acı tablo üzerinde düşünmesi gerektiğine inanıyorum. Burada bir gerçeği de açık ve net söylemek istiyorum. İsrail yönetimi temel insan haklarını içe sayarak bir millete, bir halka karşı etnik temizlik, apaçık bir soykırım uygulamakta, topraklarını adım adım işgal etmektedir. Özgürlüğü, bağımsızlığı, en temel hakları gasp edilen Filistinliler ise son derece haklı bir biçimde bu işgale, bu etnik temizlik faaliyetlerine karşı meşru direniş haklarını kullanmaktadır. Filistin halkının topraklarını işgal edenlere karşı sergilediği haklı direniş, gayrimeşru gösterilemeyecek kadar asildir, onurludur, kahramancadır. Buradan bir kez daha canları pahasına vatanlarını savunan Filistinli kardeşlerimi yürekten selamlıyorum. İsrail'in Filistin halkına yönelik saldırganlığının tek nedeni bir avuç ülkenin İsrail'e olan kayıtsız şartsız desteğidir. İsrail üzerinde etki sahibi ülkeler tavşana kaç, tazıya tut politikasıyla bu katliama açıkça ortak oluyor. Sahne önünde güya ateşkes için uğraşanlar, arka planda katliamlarını sürdürebilmesi için İsrail'e silah ve mühimmat göndermeye devam ediyor. Bu tutarsızlık ve samimiyetsizliktir. Bakınız, Mayıs ayından beri gidip gelen bir kağıt var. Hamas ateşkes teklifini kabul ettiğini defalarca ilan etti. Ama İsrail hükümeti işi sürekli yokuşa sürerek, sürekli bir bahane bularak ateşkese en yakın olduğunu, özellikle müzakere ettiği muhatabını kalleşçe öldürerek barışı istemeyen taraf olduğunu çok net biçimde gösterdi. İsrail'in oyalama ve aldatma hamlelerine daha fazla prim verilmemelidir. 2735 sayılı Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi kararının uygulanmadığı bir ortamda İsrail'e yönelik zorlayıcı tedbirler gündeme alınmalıdır. İsrail'in tutumu bir kez daha göstermiştir ki uluslararası toplumun Filistinli sivillere yönelik bir koruma mekanizması geliştirmesi zaruridir. Bundan 70 sene önce nasıl Hitler insanlığın ittifakıyla durdurulmuşsa, Netanyahu ve cinayet şebekesi de insanlığın ittifakıyla durdurulmalıdır. Genel Kurul'un 1950 tarihli Barış için Birlik kararında mevcut olduğu gibi kuvvet kullanma tavsiyesinde bulunma yetkisinin bu süreçte mutlaka değerlendirilmesi gerektiğine inanıyoruz. Acil ve kalıcı ateşkes sağlanmalı. Rehine mahkum takası gerçekleştirilmeli. İnsani yardımlar engelsiz ve kesintisiz olarak Gazze'ye ulaştırılmalıdır. Bilhassa şartların iyice kötüleşeceği kış mevsiminden önce çok zor koşullar altında hayatta kalmaya çalışan Gazze halkına yardım eli uzatmamız şarttır. Bakınız, şu an Gazze'deki su kaynaklarının %70'i, fırınların %75'i tahrip edildi. Sağlık merkezlerinin %95'i kısmen veya tamamen zarar gördü. 150 bin konut tamamen, 200 bin konut kısmen yıkıldı. 80 bin konut oturulamaz hale geldi. Çocuk felci, hepatit başta olmak üzere bulaşıcı hastalıklar giderek artıyor. Gazze halkı ihtiyacı olan yardım miktarının 1/4'ine ancak ulaşabiliyor. Türkiye olarak ilk günden itibaren Filistinli kardeşlerimize yönelik insani yardım faaliyetlerimizi sürdürdük, sürdürüyoruz. 60 bin tonu aşan yardım miktarıyla Türkiye, Gazze'ye en fazla yardım gönderen ülke konumundadır. Aynı şekilde İsrail'le olan ticari işlemleri durdurarak bu konudaki hassasiyetimizi ortaya koyduk. İsrail'in son günlerde saldırılarını artırdığı Lübnan halkının ve hükümetinin de yanındayız. Artık hepimiz şu gerçeği görebiliyoruz. 41 bin insanı katledenler, talimatı verenden tetiğini çekene, bombayı bırakana kadar işledikleri suçların hesabını vermeden vicdanlar rahata kavuşamaz. Yıkılan, yok edilen, enkaza çevrilen şehirlerde oluşan milyarlarca dolarlık hasarın faturası faillerden mutlaka tazmin edilmelidir ve edilecektir. İsrail'in işlediği suçların cezasız kalmaması için Güney Afrika Cumhuriyeti tarafından Uluslararası Adalet Divanı'nda açılan davayı destekliyoruz. Müdahillik başvurusunda bulunduğumuz bu davada adaletin tecelli etmesi için gereken her türlü adımı atacağız. Nablus'ta barışçıl bir protesto eylemi sırasında İsrail askerleri tarafından başından vurulan Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi kızımızın da kanının yerde kalmaması için her türlü hukuki mücadeleyi veriyoruz, vereceğiz. Gazze'de ateşkes acil ihtiyaç olsa da asıl sorun Filistin topraklarının İsrail tarafından işgal edilmesidir. 1967 sınırları temelinde başkenti Doğu Kudüs olan bağımsız, egemen ve coğrafi bütünlüğü haiz bir Filistin devletinin vücut bulması artık daha fazla ertelenemez. İlk kıblemiz Mescid-i Aksa'ya ve Harem-i Şerif'e yönelik artan saldırıları da yakından takip ettiğimizin bilinmesini isterim. Tüm bunları söylerken Tayyip Erdoğan olarak bu kürsüde hamasetin diliyle konuşmuyorum. Burada tarihimden, ecdadımın vicdanlı, adaletli duruşundan aldığım cesaretle konuşuyorum. Çünkü biz tarih boyunca daima mazlumun yanında, zalimin ve zulmün karşısında olmuş bir milletiz. Bundan 500 yıl önce Engizisyon'dan kaçan Musevilere de, Hitler'in toplama kamplarından kaçan Yahudilere de kucak açtık. Bizim ülke ve millet olarak açık söylüyorum, İsrail halkına yönelik herhangi bir düşmanlığımız yoktur. Müslümanların sırf inançlarından dolayı hedef alınmasına nasıl karşıysak, antisemitizme de aynı şekilde karşıyız. Sorunumuz İsrail hükümetinin katliam politikalarıyladır. Sorunumuz tıpkı 5 asır önce olduğu gibi yine zalimle ve zulümledir. Şunu herkes bilsin ki biz hakkı haykırmaktan çekinmeyiz. Birileri rahatsız olsa da doğruları söylemekten korkmayız. İnşallah sonuna kadar haklının yanında durmaya, doğru bildiklerimizi acı da olsa söylemeye devam edeceğiz. Buradan inanç, ülke, dil, din ayrımı yapmadan Filistin halkıyla dayanışma sergileyen, hemen her hafta sokakları doldurarak Gazze'deki katliam karşısında sesini yükselten tüm yürekli insanlara, özellikle üniversiteli gençlere teşekkür ediyorum. Kıymetli delegeler, İhtilafın 14. yılında Suriye'de maalesef istikrardan hala uzaktır. Terör ve bölücü örgütlerin pençesindeki ülkede ekonomik ve insani durum vehametini koruyor. 22-54 sayılı Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi kararı temelinde siyasi sürecin ilerletilmesini ve milli uzlaşının sağlanmasını temenni ediyoruz. Gerçekçi bir diyalogtan yana olan tutumumuzu samimiyetle sürdürme kararlılığındayız. Komşumuz Irak terörle mücadelesini sürdürürken kalkınma, yeniden imar ve bölgesiyle yeniden bütünleşme yolunda kararlı adımlar atıyor. Uluslararası toplum Irak'ın bu gayretlerine destek vermelidir. Kalkınma yolu projesi gibi tüm bölgeye fayda sağlayacak girişimlerin hayata geçirilmesi bu bağlamda çok ama çok önemlidir. Tüm bu çabaların başarısı PKK başta olmak üzere Irak'taki terör tehdidinin bertaraf edilmesine bağlıdır. Bir diğer komşumuz İran'la kapsamlı ortak eylem planını canlandırma yolunda adımlar atılmasının bölgede güven ve istikrar ortamının tesisine katkı sağlayacağına inanıyorum. Ukrayna'daki savaş 3. yılını bitirirken adil ve kalıcı bir barışın tesisinden hala uzaktayız. Silahlanma yarışı hızlandıkça diplomasinin alanı giderek daralıyor. Savaşın Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğü ve egemenliği temelinde diplomasi ve diyalogla sona erdirilmesine yönelik çabalara olan desteğimizi daha da artıracağız. Yine bu süreçte Montreux Boğazlar Sözleşmesi'ni titizlikle uygulamaya devam edeceğiz. Azerbaycan ve Ermenistan arasındaki barış sürecini destekliyor, çalışmaların en kısa sürede müjdeli haberlerle neticelenmesini temenni ediyoruz. Türkiye, Ermenistan kulvarında da karşılıklı olumlu adımlar atıyoruz. Azerbaycan, Ermenistan barış sürecinde kaydedilebilecek gelişmeler, Türkiye, Ermenistan normalleşme sürecine de olumlu yansıyacaktır. Değerli dostlar, ayrılmaz bir parçası olduğumuz Balkanların refah ve huzuru için yapıcı rol oynuyor, bölgedeki tüm aktörlerle yakın işbirliği içinde hareket ediyoruz. Bosna Hersek'in egemenliği, siyasi birliği ve toprak bütünlüğünün önemini Barışı Uygulama Konseyi Yönlendirme Kurulu üyesi olarak her platformda vurguluyor, U4ALT harekatına olan katkımıza özellikle devam ediyoruz. Geçen yıl üstlendiğimiz KFOR komutanlığını başarılı bir şekilde sürdürüyor, Belgrad-Priştine diyalog sürecini destekliyoruz. Ege Denizi ve Doğu Akdeniz'i ilgili tüm tarafların meşru menfaatlerine saygı duyulan bir istikrar ve refah bölgesi olarak görmek istiyoruz. Deniz yetki alanlarının uluslararası hukuka göre sınırlandırılması, seyri sefer serbestisi ve emniyetiyle deniz ticareti konuları başta olmak üzere işbirliğinin geliştirilmesi tüm bölgenin müşterek menfaatinedir. Türkiye, enerji ve çevre başta olmak üzere her konuda yapıcı işbirliğine hazırdır. Komşularımızdan aynı yaklaşımı bekliyoruz. Doğu Akdeniz'de en uzun kıyı şeridine sahip ülke olan Türkiye'nin anahtar rolü yadsınamaz. Kıbrıs Adası'nın kuzeyi ve batısında ilan edilmiş kıta sahanlığında Türkiye'nin, adanın tümünün etrafında ise Kıbrıs Türklerinin hakları vardır. Kıbrıs Barış Harekatı'nın üzerinden 50 yıl Rumların ortaklık devletini gasp etmesi sonucunda Kıbrıs meselesinin ortaya çıkmasının üzerinden ise 61 yıl geçti. O günden bugüne kadar adada barış ve sükunet hakim oldu. Kıbrıs meselesine adil, kalıcı ve sürdürülebilir bir çözüm getirilmesi için samimi irade ortaya koyan taraf daima Kıbrıs Türkleri ve Türkiye'ydi. Federasyon modeli artık geçerliliğini tamamen yitirmiştir. Adada 2 ayrı devlet ve 2 ayrı halk vardır. Kıbrıs Türklerinin müktesep hakları olan egemen eşitlik ve eşit uluslararası statüleri yeniden tescil edilmeli, tecrit artık son bulmalıdır. Bugün uluslararası toplumu bir kez daha Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'ni tanımaya, diplomatik, siyasi ve ekonomik ilişkiler kurmaya davet ediyorum. Libya'da istikrarın tesisine, ülkenin birlik ve bütünlüğünün muhafazasına aktif destek sağlıyoruz. Tüm devletleri bu hassas dönemde Libya'nın yanında samimi bir şekilde yer almaya, taraflar arasında güven tesisine katkı vermeye davet ediyoruz. Sudan'daki çatışmaların sona ermesi için daha fazla çaba harcamalıyız. Çatışmalar sebebiyle yerlerinden edilmiş milyonlarca Sudanlıya insani yardım ulaştırılması noktasında hepimize sorumluluk düşüyor. Afrika genç ve dinamik nüfusu, zengin doğal kaynakları ve verimli geniş topraklarıyla çok büyük bir potansiyele sahiptir. Eşit ortaklık ve karşılıklı saygı ilkeleri temelinde Afrika halklarıyla kıtanın barış, istikrar ve kalkınma çabalarına destek veriyoruz. Afrikalı kardeşlerimizle tam bir dayanışma içinde olmayı sürdüreceğiz. ASEAN başta olmak üzere Hint Okyanusu'na kıyıdaş ülkeler birliği ve Pasifik Adaları Forumu gibi bölgesel kuruluşlarla angajmanımızı derinleştiriyoruz. Yükselen ekonomileri bir araya getiren BRICS'le ilişkilerimizi geliştirme irademizi canlı tutuyoruz. Orta Asya ülkeleriyle köklü bir tarihi paylaşıyor, işbirliğimizi ikili ve çok taraflı zeminde daha da güçlendiriyoruz. Türk Devletleri Teşkilatımız giderek bir cazibe merkezine dönüşüyor. Gözlemci üyeler Macaristan ve Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'nin de katkılarıyla teşkilat örnek bir işbirliği modeli haline geliyor. Türk dünyası olarak birlik ve beraberliğimizi daha da tahkim edeceğiz. Çin'in egemenliğine ve toprak bütünlüğüne saygı çerçevesinde güçlü tarihi, kültürel ve beşeri bağlarımızın bulunduğu Uygur Türklerinin temel hak ve özgürlüklerinin korunması için Çin'le yakın diyalog halindeyiz. Latin Amerika ve Karayipler'deki tüm ülkelerle kurmuş olduğumuz dostane bağları daha ileri bir aşamaya taşımaya gayret ediyoruz. Kıymetli delegeler, küresel adaletsizliğin giderilmesi için birlikte çalışmak mecburiyetindeyiz. Birleşmiş Milletler sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin kimsenin geride bırakılmaması anlayışı bu gayretler bakımından yol göstericidir. Milli gelirine oranla en fazla yardım yapan ülkelerden biri olan Türkiye'nin faaliyetleri sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerine ulaşılmasına katkı sağlıyor. Üyesi olduğumuz G20 başta olmak üzere tüm uluslararası platformlarda adil, kapsayıcı, büyüme ve kalkınmayı temin edecek çalışmalara destek veriyoruz. Yapay zeka dahil çığır açan ileri teknolojilerin dönüştürücü gücünden tüm milletlerin eşit şekilde yararlanması gerektiği kanaatindeyiz. Ev sahipliği yaptığımız en az gelişmiş ülkeler için Birleşmiş Milletler Teknoloji Bankası bu yöndeki çabalarımızın somut bir tezahürüdür. Ancak geçtiğimiz hafta Lübnan'a yönelik gerçekleştirilen siber terör saldırıları aynı zamanda bu teknolojilerin nasıl ölümcül bir silaha dönüşebildiğini de göstermiştir. İklim değişikliğini de benzer yaklaşımla ele almaktayız. Bakınız, hiçbir ülke emisyon azaltımı ve iklim değişikliğine uyum sürecini tek başına göğüsleyemez. Gelişmekte olan ülkeler için en önemli hususlar finansman, teknoloji transferi ve kapasite geliştirmedir. Bakü'de düzenlenecek COP29 iklim zirvesinin bu meselelerin çözümüne katkı yapacağına inanıyorum. Daha sürdürülebilir ve temiz bir dünya vizyonuyla eşim Emine Erdoğan hanımefendinin himayesinde başlattığımız sıfır atık hareketini Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda 105 ülkenin ortak sunuculuğunda oy birliğiyle kabul edilen kararla küresel boyuta taşıdık. Buradan tüm ülkeleri, uluslararası teşkilatları ve sivil toplum kuruluşlarını hareketimize ortak olmaya davet ediyorum. İslam ve yabancı düşmanlığı ile ırkçılığın zehirli bir sarmaşık gibi dünyayı sarmakta olduğunu görüyoruz. Camilere ve mukaddes kitabımız Kur'an-ı Kerim'e yönelik saldırılara şahit olmadığımız neredeyse tek bir gün yok. Avrupa'nın ortasında etnik ve dini kimlikleri nedeniyle insanların evleri ateşe veriliyor. Hayatlarına kastediliyor. En temel hakları göz göre göre özellikle gasp ediliyor. Büyüyen bu tehlikeyi kimse daha fazla görmezden gelemez. 15 Mart 2024 tarihinde kabul edilen karar tasarısının öngördüğü şekilde en yakın zamanda Birleşmiş Milletler'de İslamofobi ile mücadele özel temsilcisi atanmasını bekliyoruz. Kıymetli dostlar, geçen sene bu kürsüde gündeme getirdiğim bir tehlikeye karşı bugün bir kez daha dikkatlerinizi çekmek istiyorum. Toplumun temel direği olan aile kurumuna yönelik saldırılar giderek yoğunlaşıyor. 2024 Olimpiyat oyunlarının açılışında sahnelenen rezalet, insanlık olarak karşı karşıya olduğumuz tehdidin boyutlarını gözler önüne sermiştir. Masum çocukların her yaştan ve inançtan yüz milyonlarca insanın izlediği bir spor etkinliği hem de çok çirkin bir şekilde cinsiyetsiz hale getirilmiş, propagandasına alet edilmiştir. O kötü sahneler sadece Katolik alemini, Hristiyan dünyasını değil, Müslümanları ve kutsala saygısı olan herkesi derinden yaralamıştır. Cinsiyetsizleştirme meselesi bir tercihten ziyade artık küresel bir dayatmaya, tam anlamıyla kutsala ve fırsata karşı bir savaşa dönüşüyor. Bu yıkım projesi karşısında ses çıkaran, en ufak bir tepki gösteren herkes susturulmakta, linç kampanyalarının hedefi olmaktadır. Ne pahasına olursa olsun Türkiye bu kuşatmayı yarmakta ve yıpratmakta. Bu korku iklimine direnmekte kararlıdır. Bu amaçla Birleşmiş Milletler ailenin dostları grubuna üye olduk. İnşallah diğer üye ülkelerle dayanışma içinde aileyi, insanı, fıtratı savunmaktan geri durmayacağız. Bizimle aynı endişeleri paylaşan ülkeleri de bu mücadeleye omuz vermeye davet ediyorum. Bu düşüncelerle 79. Genel Kurul'un tüm insanlık için hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Hepinizi bir kez daha sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey,
The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies. Over the past quarter century, I have stood at this podium amidst regional conflicts, global upheavals, and humanitarian crises that have profoundly tested our global community. It often feels that there was not a moment when our world was not in turmoil. And yet, I cannot recall a time of greater peril than this. Our United Nations is facing a crisis that strikes at its very legitimacy and threatens a collapse of global trust and moral authority. The UN is under attack, literally and figuratively. For nearly a year, the sky blue flag flying over UN shelters and schools in Gaza has been powerless to protect innocent civilians from Israeli military bombardment. UN aid trucks sit motionless just miles away from starving Palestinians. Humanitarian workers who proudly wear the emblem of this institution are disparaged and targeted. And the rulings of the UN's International Court of Justice are defied, its opinions disregarded. So it's no surprise that both inside and outside this hall, trust in UN's cornerstone principles and ideals is crumbling. The harsh reality many see is that some nations are above international law, that global justice does bend to the will of power, and that human rights are selective, a privilege to be granted or denied at will. We cannot stand for that. And we must recognize that undermining our international institutions and global frameworks is one of the gravest threats to our global security today. Ask yourselves, if we are not nations united in the conviction that all people are equal in rights, dignity, and worth, and that all countries are equal in the eyes of the law, what kind of world does that leave us with? Your Excellencies, the attacks of October 7th on Israeli civilians last year were condemned by countries all over the world, including Jordan. But the unprecedented scale of terror unleashed on Gaza since that day is beyond any justification. The Israeli government's assault has resulted in one of the fastest death rates in recent conflicts, one of the fastest rates of starvation caused by war, the largest cohort of child amputees, and unprecedented levels of destruction. This Israeli government has killed more children, more journalists, more aid workers, and more medical personnel than any other war in recent memory. And let us not forget the attacks on the West Bank. There, since October 7th, the Israeli government has killed more than 700 Palestinians, among them 160 children. Palestinians held in Israeli detention centers exceed 10,700, including 400 women and 730 children. 730 children. Over 4,000 Palestinians have been forced from their homes and lands. Armed settler violence has surged, and entire villages have been displaced. And in Jerusalem, a flagrant violations of the historical and legal status quo at Muslim and Christian holy sites continue unabated under the protection and encouragement of members of the Israeli government. To be clear, this is in the West Bank, not Gaza. Almost 42,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. So is it any wonder that many are questioning how can this war not be perceived as deliberately targeting the Palestinians? The level of civilian suffering cannot be written off as unavoidable collateral. I grew up a soldier in a region that is all too familiar with conflict. But there is nothing familiar about this war and the violence unleashed since October 7th. In the absence of global accountability, repeated horrors are normalized, threatening to create a future where anything is permitted anywhere in the world. Is that what we want? Now is the time to ensure the protection of the Palestinian people. It is the moral duty of this international community to establish a protection mechanism for them across the occupied territories. This will guarantee the safety of Palestinians and Israelis from extremists who are taking our region to the brink of an all-out war. That includes those who continue to propagate the idea of Jordan as an alternative homeland. So let me be very, very clear. That will never happen. We will never accept the forced displacement of Palestinians, which is a war crime. No country in the region benefits from escalation. We have seen that clearly in the dangerous developments in Lebanon over the past few days. This has to stop. For years, the Arab world has extended a hand to Israel through the Arab Peace Initiative, offering full recognition and normalization in exchange for peace. But consecutive Israeli governments, emboldened by years of impunity, have rejected peace and chosen confrontation instead. Impunity gathers force. Left unchecked, it gains momentum. Palestinians have borne more than 57 years of occupation and oppression. During this time, the Israeli government has been allowed to cross one red line after another. But now, Israel's decades-long impunity is becoming its own worst enemy, and the consequences are everywhere. The Israeli government has been accused of genocide at the ICJ. Expressions of outrage at its conduct are echoing around the world. Cities everywhere have seen mass protests, and calls for sanctions are growing louder. International frustration with Israel has long been mounting, but it has never been more exposed. For decades, Israel has projected itself as a thriving Western-style democracy in the Middle East. But the brutality of the war on Gaza has forced the world to look closer. Now many see Israel through the eyes of its victims. And the contradiction, the paradox, is too jarring. The modern advanced Israel admired from afar, and the Israel that Palestinians have experienced firsthand, simply cannot coexist. Israel will eventually be entirely one or the other. That is the choice its leaders and its people will have to make. To live by the democratic values of freedom, justice, and equality for all, or to risk further isolation and rejection. Over and over, we have watched Israel try to achieve security through military means. Each escalation is followed by a pause until the next deadlier one. And for years, the global community has taken the path of least resistance, accepting the status quo of the ongoing military occupation of Palestinians, all the while paying lip service to the two-state solution. But it has never been more evident that the current status quo is untenable. And as the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion underscored 2 months ago, it is unequivocally illegal. The court's opinion bears a moral imperative to us all. The obligation it carries is one that our nations cannot afford to ignore for the sake of our world, as well as the future for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Because both peoples deserve to live their lives in dignity, free of violence and fear. And the only way to achieve that is a just peace, one grounded in international law, justice, equal rights, and mutual recognition. That is something we, as nations and people everywhere, can and must unite around. Your Excellencies, the world is watching, and history will judge us by the courage we show. And it is not just the future that will hold us accountable, so will the people of the here and now. They will judge whether we, as the United Nations, will surrender to inaction or will fight to uphold the principles that anchor this institution and our world. Right now, they are asking whether we will stand by as parents watch their children waste away, as doctors watch their patients die for lack of basic medical supplies, and as more innocent lives are lost because the world failed to act. This war must end. Hostages and detainees must return home. But every day we wait is one day too long for far too many. So I call on all countries to join Jordan in enforcing an international Gaza humanitarian gateway, a massive relief effort to deliver food, clean water, medicine, and other vital supplies to those in desperate need. Because humanitarian aid should never be a tool of war. Whatever our politics, one truth is undeniable. No people should have to endure such unprecedented suffering, abandoned and alone. We cannot surrender the future to those who thrive on division and conflict. I urge all nations of conscience to unite with Jordan in the critical weeks ahead on this mission. Almost a year into this war, our world has failed politically, but our humanity must not fail the people of Gaza any longer. Echoing the words of my father from 64 years ago at the 15th session of the General Assembly, I pray that this community of nations may have the courage to decide wisely and fearlessly, and will act with urgent resolve that this crisis and our conscience demand. My father was a man who fought for peace to the very end. And like him, I refuse to leave my children or your children a future we have given up on. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al Rey del Reino Hashemita de Jordania. La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso del presidente de mi país, la República de Guatemala, el excelentísimo señor César Bernardo Arévalo de León. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien tengo el muy especial honor de invitar a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
Excelentísima señora Carla Rodríguez, vicepresidente del 79º periodo de sesiones de la Asamblea General, excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres, secretario general de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, excelentísimos señores y señoras, jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, honorables delegados, señoras y señores. Ri siwantinamit pashil kayala, kuyarutzil uwashri uwashuleu. El pueblo de Guatemala saluda al mundo. Les saludo en el idioma del pueblo quiché, una de las comunidades ancestrales más numerosas e influyentes de Guatemala. Su fuerza y la de los diversos pueblos de Guatemala es el sustento de nuestro gobierno, es la fuerza de nuestro país. Es la voz retumbante de quienes no han sido escuchados, de quienes han sido marginados, pero que tienen mucho que decir, mucho que aportar, que tienen un lugar en la construcción de nuestro futuro colectivo. Estoy aquí como resultado de dos expresiones claras de voluntad popular. La primera, una votación que rechazó tajantemente a los representantes de la historia autoritaria y el pasado corrupto de Guatemala y me otorgó el honor de la presidencia de liderar el esfuerzo nacional para avanzar hacia un futuro de justicia, de igualdad y de progreso. La segunda, la defensa que la sociedad de Guatemala en sus diferentes expresiones reafirmó y defendió en las calles de la decisión que tomó en las urnas cuando una minoría corrupta intentó imponer su permanencia y estafar la democracia. Nuestra democracia no estaría completa, no podría existir sin el impulso decidido y valiente de los pueblos mayas de Guatemala, del pueblo mestizo, del pueblo garinagu del Caribe y del pueblo xinca. Es una democracia que viene de nuestros 4 puntos cardinales, de los 4 pueblos que juntos conformamos una nación. Y el rol de nuestro gobierno es darle sentido de unidad a esa diversidad y avanzar hacia un futuro próspero e incluyente. Quiero expresar la gratitud especial de Guatemala
hacia los países, pueblos y gobiernos que estuvieron junto a nosotros, junto al pueblo de Guatemala, en esta gesta histórica del 2023 y al apoyo que nos continúan dando en nuestro esfuerzo por rescatar las instituciones democráticas. Y lo estamos haciendo mediante el diálogo, un diálogo que está enmarcado en un gran consenso nacional, algo que todas y todos los guatemaltecos compartimos más allá de nuestras diferencias ideológicas, de nuestra diversidad cultural, de nuestras distintas formas de ver el mundo, y que estoy seguro que en este foro todos se identifican con ese consenso. No podemos seguir tolerando la corrupción. La corrupción, cuando unos pocos abusan de lo que es de todos para enriquecerse, es como un ancla que nos detiene en el pasado, que nos impide crecer, prosperar y construir una sociedad basada en el bien común. En el caso de Guatemala, la corrupción hunde sus raíces en el pasado autoritario de represión, de violencia política, de exclusión social. Pero nos estamos liberando de las cadenas del pasado oscuro y está surgiendo una nación joven, creativa, vital, alegre e inquieta, una juventud que no sabe callar ante las injusticias y ante la corrupción, una comunidad diversa que está construyendo el futuro, un futuro donde quepan todas y todos, donde las oportunidades se multipliquen, donde la colaboración y la solidaridad potencien el ingenio, la creatividad y el esfuerzo individual, donde los padres duerman tranquilos sabiendo que la salud y las oportunidades educativas de sus hijos estarán garantizadas, donde el trabajo será recompensado justamente y donde la prosperidad no exigirá actos inmorales, actos de corrupción, donde la tierra, nuestra tierra, será tratada con gratitud y respeto y nos dará a cambio espacios limpios para trabajar, para vivir, para recrearnos, para crecer. Ese es el futuro que estamos construyendo para Guatemala. Y este futuro no surge en el vacío. Lo hemos imaginado viendo hacia adentro, hacia nuestros principios, nuestros propios valores, hacia nuestra propia cosmovisión. Nuestro gobierno es de los pueblos diversos de Guatemala y son los valores y la visión de estos 4 pueblos los instrumentos que tenemos para navegar el mar de la transformación. De la misma manera, este foro tan importante, tan necesario para la convivencia global y para el progreso de todas las naciones, debe ver hacia adentro, debe retomar sus valores fundamentales y utilizarlos para navegar la compleja realidad que enfrentamos hoy como planeta. Es tiempo de rescatar el multilateralismo, de revitalizar el diálogo para la paz y de tomar acciones concretas para la solución de los problemas urgentes que nos aquejan. Empecemos por el origen, la guerra, ese horror que motivó la apertura de este foro mundial, ha capturado de nuevo nuestra atención, está siendo una realidad constante, pero ahora en los últimos 2 años ha tomado una intensidad inesperada. No debemos tolerarla, no podemos tolerar la guerra, no debemos ignorar los conflictos internacionales que afectan la paz y la seguridad de todos. No debemos abandonar la esperanza de un mundo sin guerra, de un futuro en paz. Guatemala reitera su solidaridad con las naciones que están sufriendo conflictos armados y guerras impuestas. Hacemos un llamado a los miembros de esta asamblea a que redoblemos los esfuerzos regionales e internacionales para que encontremos soluciones pacíficas a las controversias, basadas en el respeto al derecho internacional y en el derecho internacional humanitario y al principio fundamental de la dignidad humana. No podemos aceptar ninguna violación a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas ni a las resoluciones del Consejo de Seguridad por parte de ningún Estado miembro de esta organización. ni en Ucrania, ni en Gaza, ni en Sudán, ni en ninguna otra parte del mundo. Señoras y señores, el rescate del multilateralismo como principio fundamental para el sistema internacional es una necesidad urgente y para cada una de las naciones que conformamos este foro, un compromiso ineludible si queremos realmente y sinceramente un futuro de paz y progreso. Solo con reformas de fondo podremos retomar el camino propuesto desde su fundación en 1945. En un mundo multipolar necesitamos nuevos enfoques que se adapten a las necesidades emergentes de las naciones. Apoyamos la reforma del Consejo de Seguridad que retome un enfoque colectivo, pacifista y democrático en su acción. No es aceptable que se dejen de adoptar decisiones a favor de la paz por causa de un derecho que ejercen unos pocos. Me refiero al derecho de veto y con ello evitar que se tomen decisiones contundentes en contra de aquellos estados que violen repetidamente la carta de esta organización. Recordamos a los miembros del Consejo de Seguridad su responsabilidad primordial de mantener la paz internacional y la seguridad internacional, y que en el desempeño de sus funciones deben proceder de acuerdo con los propósitos y principios de las Naciones Unidas. Señora Vicepresidente, Guatemala contribuye como parte de su compromiso pacifista con 213 oficiales, observadores militares y oficiales de Estado Mayor en 7 de las misiones de mantenimiento de la paz de la Organización de Naciones Unidas. Una contribución que nos llena de orgullo. Nuestro profesionalismo y experiencia en este campo nos ha llevado a ser reconocidos internacionalmente como uno de los países que más contribuye a la paz en América Latina y el Caribe. Comparto con esta Asamblea General que estamos finalizando las gestiones administrativas para concretar nuestra participación y despliegue de un contingente de policía militar en la misión multinacional de apoyo a la seguridad en Haití, en virtud de la resolución 2699-2023 del Consejo de Seguridad de la organización. Guatemala expresa su disposición de apoyar todo esfuerzo encaminado hacia el restablecimiento de la seguridad y la estabilidad en Haití, la primera nación contemporánea independiente de este hemisferio y con quien nos unen a todos los países de las Américas lazos históricos de responsabilidad. Hemos sabido desde hace mucho tiempo que un atentado contra la dignidad humana en cualquier parte del mundo es un atentado contra toda la humanidad. Por eso, la paz es un imperativo de orden global. Todos podemos contribuir, todos debemos hacer la parte que nos corresponde. Esta idea está en el corazón y la existencia de esta organización. En el mismo sentido, esta organización tiene la obligación de mantener e incrementar su cooperación para asegurar la protección de los migrantes, los desplazados, las personas que por razones políticas, sociales, económicas o ambientales han llevado su vida a otros territorios. Nuestro gobierno se ha comprometido a transformar la relación entre el Estado de Guatemala y las y los guatemaltecos que se encuentran residiendo fuera de nuestro territorio, pero que continúan siendo parte integral de nuestra nación y cuyo trabajo es parte fundamental de nuestra economía. Lo estamos haciendo a través de una estrategia que permite una participación efectiva de la diáspora en el desarrollo nacional, convirtiéndolos en socios de proyectos para mejorar las condiciones de vida de las familias que se han quedado en Guatemala. En el futuro que estamos construyendo, la migración es un derecho, una opción, no una sentencia derivada de la falta de oportunidades, la violencia o el hambre. En la última década, Guatemala ha pasado de ser un país de origen de personas migrantes a ser cada vez más un territorio de tránsito y retorno, así como en menor medida también un lugar de destino. Nuestro compromiso es dar un trato digno a todas las personas que lleguen a nuestro territorio, consistente con el trato que exigimos para las y los guatemaltecos en el exterior. Nuestro Estado está haciendo cambios sustanciales en la atención y protección que otorga a las personas migrantes. Hemos identificado las áreas de mejora y oportunidad para fortalecer el manejo de los flujos de la migración internacional de una manera segura, ordenada y regular. Es mi convicción personal, la de mi gobierno y la de la amplia mayoría de guatemaltecos y guatemaltecas, que todos los inmigrantes merecen la oportunidad de una vida digna y el respeto de sus derechos fundamentales, independientemente de las causas que les llevan a migrar. Por ello creemos firmemente en la labor que se realiza a través del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Guatemala promueve el cumplimiento de los 23 objetivos establecidos en el Pacto Mundial para la Migración Segura, Ordenada y Regular, fomentando la cooperación internacional en el ámbito migratorio. Con esa misma convicción, hemos acogido a 135 hermanos nicaragüenses que fueron liberados de la prisión arbitraria de su gobierno. Nuestro compromiso es que Guatemala sea siempre un espacio de dignidad y libertad para quienes lleguen a nuestro territorio, especialmente para los centroamericanos que son, de acuerdo con nuestra Constitución, nuestra historia y el sentimiento general de nuestro pueblo, connacionales y hermanos. Guatemala reafirma su compromiso con los principios fundamentales de la democracia, tal como ha quedado recogido en la Carta Democrática Interamericana y como un principio fundamental de la organización política de nuestros pueblos. Rechazamos en el hemisferio y en todo el mundo cualquier intento por reprimir las aspiraciones de libertad y justicia que expresan los pueblos del mundo mediante procesos libres y democráticos, como está sucediendo en estos momentos en Venezuela y en Nicaragua. Los principios de la democracia son fundamentales para preservar la libertad, la dignidad y la prosperidad incluyente y equitativa de la humanidad. Señora Vicepresidente, ante esta Asamblea General quiero reafirmar el compromiso de Guatemala para resolver de manera permanente y definitiva ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia el diferendo territorial, insular y marítimo con nuestro vecino país, hermano, Belice. Al optar por el diálogo y los mecanismos jurídicos internacionales, hemos demostrado que la vía pacífica y el respeto a las instituciones multilaterales son el camino más efectivo para resolver disputas entre naciones. Confiamos en que este proceso permitirá alcanzar una solución justa y definitiva, respetuosa de los derechos y la dignidad de ambos países. Este acto es una muestra de fe, de nuestra fe, en el derecho internacional y nuestro compromiso con la paz duradera, no solo para Guatemala y Belice, sino como ejemplo para la región y el mundo. Señora Vicepresidente, la urgencia de los desafíos que enfrentamos nos obliga a tomar acciones concretas y no simplemente limitarnos a la retórica. Ya se ha dicho a menudo que es momento de pasar de las palabras a la acción. Los conflictos y la migración en Centroamérica son alimentados por lo que consideramos el más urgente desafío global, la crisis climática. Una crisis que pone en riesgo a nuestros sistemas, a nuestra economía, a nuestra alimentación, a nuestra supervivencia misma. Estamos en un momento crítico para salvaguardar la generación presente y a las futuras. El cambio climático es una realidad devastadora que afecta a la humanidad, que nos afecta hoy, pero que tendrá consecuencias catastróficas para el futuro. Guatemala, a pesar de ser un país mega diverso, es altamente vulnerable a los eventos climatológicos extremos que causan desastres naturales, inundaciones, deslizamientos, incendios y el incremento de temperaturas de las cuales hemos sido todos testigos este año. Nuestra contribución a la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero es mínima y sin embargo sufrimos como pocos territorios el embate de estos eventos climáticos extremos. Estamos adaptándonos a esta realidad y reduciendo la vulnerabilidad en nuestro territorio. En el año 2025 presentaremos la actualización de nuestra contribución nacionalmente determinada en cumplimiento a los compromisos establecidos en el Acuerdo de París. Pero debemos recordar en este foro que la responsabilidad para atender esta crisis es compartida. Nos corresponde actuar para resolverla a quienes sufrimos los embates de esta crisis, pero también a quienes la han provocado. Llamamos urgentemente a las grandes potencias a asumir el liderazgo que les corresponde, así como la responsabilidad moral y financiera con las naciones que hemos sufrido sus peores efectos. El momento para actuar es ahora, y es esencial que la próxima COP29 a celebrarse en Azerbaiyán sea un éxito. El compromiso de Guatemala para lograr ese objetivo es total. Estimados amigos, señora vicepresidente, Guatemala está cambiando y ese cambio implica una transformación de nuestra relación con el mundo. Estamos haciendo lo que nos corresponde para contribuir a los fines de esta organización. Y esta contribución nace de un compromiso normativo con los valores de paz y solidaridad global, pero también viene de un mandato democrático que nos ha sido impuesto. Nuestro pueblo tiene la convicción de que la democracia es una condición necesaria para el progreso y el bienestar. Guatemala tiene un pasado autoritario aún muy reciente, un pasado trágico que muchos de ustedes conocen. Sin embargo, expresando la vocación de libertad de nuestro pueblo y con un acompañamiento importante de la comunidad internacional, hemos dado un giro hacia la promoción y defensa de los derechos humanos, enfrentando con seriedad nuestros problemas, rezagos y deudas históricas y asumiendo con valentía la responsabilidad de resolver nuestros problemas actuales. La visita reciente del alto comisionado Volker Türk y la renovación inmediata de la presencia en Guatemala de su oficina son un testimonio de este compromiso. Guatemala ha renovado su compromiso con el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, con la reciente adopción del Pacto del Futuro en el marco de la Cumbre del Futuro. Tenemos la convicción de que el crecimiento económico por sí solo no produce el desarrollo. La cooperación, la protección del medio ambiente, la inclusión social, el respeto y la promoción de la dignidad humana y la seguridad son precondiciones indispensables del desarrollo. Guatemala está cambiando. Estamos caminando hacia un futuro más equitativo, donde el desarrollo y el progreso llegarán a cada rincón del país, especialmente a las poblaciones más abandonadas, y donde cada persona, sin importar su origen, tenga la posibilidad de construir una vida digna y plena. Esta es una aspiración natural de todos los pueblos. Haremos nuestra parte para conseguirla en Guatemala y colaboraremos para lograrla donde sea requerido. Pero estamos haciéndolo porque sabemos que el mundo está cambiando. De nuestro esfuerzo como naciones unidas en este foro, depende que este cambio ineludible y en ciernes sea para el bienestar de nuestros pueblos y nuestras naciones. Esta era la visión de quienes fundaron esta organización hace 79 años. Esta es la visión que debe orientar nuestros esfuerzos hoy como humanidad. Y termino citando al libro sagrado del pueblo maya, el Popol Vuh, que refleja este sentimiento, diciendo que todos se levanten y que nadie se quede atrás. Muchas gracias.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al excelentísimo señor presidente de la República de Guatemala. La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso de la excelentísima señora Viola Amher, presidenta de la Confederación Suiza. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
Madame la vice-présidente, Madame la vice-secrétaire générale, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le matin du 3 mars 2002, j'ai déposé dans l'urne un bulletin de vote sur lequel j'avais inscrit un oui déterminé. Dès le début de la matinée, des chiffres et des projections étaient déjà affichés sur les écrans de télévision. Ce n'est cependant qu'en soirée que le verdict est tombé. Après une longue campagne et une dure campagne de votation controversée, la Suisse allait adhérer aux Nations Unies. En effet, ce sont finalement quelques centaines de voix dans le canton du Valais, ma région d'origine, qui ont été décisives. Le peuple suisse a alors exprimé la volonté de notre pays d'assumer ses responsabilités et de participer de manière solidaire à la politique internationale. Cela remonte à plus de 2 décennies. Aujourd'hui, je m'adresse à vous à quelques jours de la présidence suisse du Conseil de sécurité. Le monde a changé, mais pas nos principes. À l'instar de nombreux d'autres pays, la Suisse observe avec l'inquiétude l'aggravation des tensions à travers le monde et l'émergence de nouveaux conflits. Nous voyons malheureusement de plus en plus souvent des violations grossières des droits de l'homme et un mépris flagrant des frontières internationalement reconnues. La force risque de prendre le pas sur le droit et le recours à la force a considérablement augmenté. Ce n'est qu'ensemble que nous pouvons faire face à cette dynamique que le grand écrivain Charles Ferdinand Ramu a si bien décrit il y a un siècle, et je cite « Parce qu'un malheur ne vient jamais, qu'un autre ne vienne. Les malheurs se marient entre eux, ils font des enfants. » Devant nous se dressent de grands défis. Guerre, catastrophes, dommages que nous infligeons à notre propre planète, ainsi que les risques, opportunités associés au progrès technologique. L'ONU, en tant que seule organisation universelle, est d'une importance centrale pour traiter ces questions. Prendre la décision de mieux travailler ensemble, indépendamment du régime politique, des structures économiques et des différences culturelles, est un commencement. Le monde ne doit pas se diviser en blocs. Cela implique que nous soyons prêts à négocier avec toutes les grandes régions du monde sur des principes qui soient dans l'intérêt de tous et respectés par tous. Le droit international doit toujours en constituer la base. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la recherche de la paix prime sur tout et la Suisse s'y engage. Par solidarité, fidèle à sa tradition des bons offices, et parce que la résignation et l'inaction ne doivent jamais être une alternative, la Suisse a réuni cet été une centaine d'États et organisations internationales lors de la conférence de haut niveau pour la paix en Ukraine. Notre objectif était de donner une première impulsion vers une paix globale, juste et durable en Ukraine, fondée sur le droit international et la Charte des Nations Unies. Nous renouvelons notre invitation à la communauté internationale à ne ménager aucun effort pour soutenir des mesures concrètes et ce communiqué conjoint. Le droit international est le fondement sur lequel reposent nos efforts communs pour la paix, la sécurité et la prospérité dans le monde. Les conventions de Genève, dont nous commémorons le 75e anniversaire cette année, régissent les bases juridiques de la guerre et, par conséquent, la protection des civils. Cependant, les chiffres récents de l'ONU dressent un tableau désastreux de la communauté internationale. Non seulement la population et les infrastructures civiles ne sont pas suffisamment protégées, mais elles font l'objet d'attaques répétées. Nous observons des violations du droit international humanitaire du Myanmar à l'Ukraine, du Proche-Orient au Soudan. Mon pays s'est fortement engagé pour que le Conseil de sécurité adopte des résolutions de cessez-le-feu à Gaza et au Soudan notamment. Il est urgent que ces résolutions soient maintenant mises en œuvre et respectées. De même, nous appelons avec insistance à un retour immédiat à la cessation totale des hostilités de part et d'autre de la ligne bleue. Le lourd tribut payé par les populations civiles, tant ces crises et conflits actuels confortent la Suisse dans sa volonté de continuer à considérer le droit international humanitaire comme une priorité absolue. Son respect est au cœur de notre engagement au sein du Conseil de sécurité. La protection de la population civile ne va pas de soi et n'est en aucun cas garantie. Nous devons lui accorder une plus grande importance dans les situations de conflit. La meilleure condition pour la protection de la population civile reste et demeure la paix. C'est dans cet esprit que mon pays s'investit dans la promotion de la paix civile et militaire. Bien que certaines missions de paix n'aient pas atteint tous les objectifs fixés, elles contribuent jour après jour à la sécurité des personnes, à la stabilité et à la paix. Nous devons surmonter les désaccords lorsqu'il s'agit de décider de nouvelles missions. La paix est trop précieuse pour devenir un terrain de jeu où s'expriment des intérêts particuliers. Aux côtés de nombreux partenaires internationaux, la Suisse apporte sa contribution à la promotion de la paix et renforce son engagement là où cela est possible. Outre les questions liées au conflit et à la paix, de nombreux autres défis nous préoccupent. Nous devons les relever de toute urgence. Depuis quelques années, il apparaît toujours plus évident que la population civile doit être protégée non seulement lors de conflits armés, mais aussi face aux catastrophes naturelles. Le changement climatique et la perte de biodiversité ont des conséquences existentielles pour un nombre croissant de
climate change have not been implemented or have been done so insufficiently. This has led to a massive destruction of our environment. I'm also concerned by the uptick in disinformation. This undermines freedom of opinion based on facts. Private and state actors are spreading false information in their own countries and in other countries in order to deepen polarization, sow discord, and destabilize states. Switzerland is firmly committed to freedom of expression and to freedom of the media. Disinformation is a poison. We want to address this by better distinguishing between what comes under the rubric of freedom of expression and what is the manipulation of facts. by debunking illegitimate influence, by fostering open and fair debate, and by informing people transparently and objectively, both as governments and as international organisations, we can achieve this. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland is firmly committed to strong and effective multilateralism. I'm aware of the need for combined commitment from all states in order to find solutions together. My country stands out for its regular democratic debates at all levels of our country, within the municipalities, our regions, and at the confederation level. There is an urgent need to restore such a constructive and peaceful debate between states in order to tackle existential challenges. The day before yesterday, together we adopted the Pact for the Future. The Pact is a strong commitment to multilateralism. One of the key dimensions of this is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is our roadmap, which we need to implement together as quickly as possible. The idea must be born of the vision, like the spark from the stone. Ramu also said this, and this quote still is relevant today. Let us be courageous and let us remain confident. We need a framework in which we can work together in partnership to find solutions. It is the United Nations which provides us with precisely this framework. It is up to us to make this institution stronger. Thank you very much.
On
behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
My
daughter, Antonella Penetro, has just sent me a paragraph, and she wanted me to begin that speech, my speech, with that paragraph. So with your indulgence, I will read it. It is a paragraph written by a child of 15, 16 years old, and it reads as follows. Today I am proud to appear before you as the President of the Heart of the Earth. That is how our indigenous people on the Sierra Nevada defined my beautiful country. Geographically speaking, what they said is logical, and it's logical that we call ourselves the heart of the world. However, if we are the heart, we have to set an example of unity, total peace, and preservation, conservation of nature. If a heart works and beats, that's a great step forward. However, all other parts of the human body are important. If one fails, the rest will follow. As such, from the heart of the earth, we now invite all countries to have their conscience piqued, to stand up and leave aside the greed that is killing human beings and Mother Earth. We invite you all to take a step towards total peace. My daughter is in those paragraphs. Those are her orders. Please take heed. Ladies and gentlemen, presents of the world, in this very house, the ability of a president to communicate depends on how many dollars he has in his budget. It depends on how many warplanes he has. And ultimately, it depends on the clout that his country has and its ability to destroy humankind. The power of a country in the world is no longer exercised by the type of economic or political system it has or its ideology, but power is wielded according to how much capacity one has to destroy humankind. There is this power of destruction. But who are important are those who really have the power to sustain life. We speak, but we're often not listened to. And sometimes perhaps the only people listening to those of us that want to sustain life are our own peoples. That's why we're not listened to when we speak out for the genocide in Gaza to be detained, even though we do speak for the majority of the world and we represent vast swathes of humankind. However, nevertheless, we're not listened to. A small minority of presidents that are able to stop the bloodshed and say, but they're not listened to. And we're not listened to by the presidents that can destroy humankind. We ask them to swap debt for climate change spending, but we're not listened to. If we ask for war to stop so that we can concentrate on the expeditious transformation of the global economy so that we can save the very human species, we're not listened to either then. The power to destroy life is the power that allows voices to reverberate throughout the United Nations House, and it's that destructive power that gives convening power to representatives. The voice of nations is not heard when we ask humankind to unite to preserve existence. We speak here, but we're not listened to. However, perhaps we're not really speaking any longer to be listened to. We need to speak so that the peoples of the world are listening. That's now what we're interested in. In the last year, 11 million hectares on the Amazon jungle have been burned in only actually 1 month as a result of global warming and climate change. Scientists said that if we were to burn the Amazon rainforest, we would reach a point of no return in climate terms, where human decisions to halt the collapse of the climate would now have no effect whatsoever. Well, the Amazon rainforest is burning. Bells are already tolling for the whole planet. Bells are tolling for you, for us, for humankind and life. That was said by Ernest Hemingway, "The bell tolls for thee." Bells are not only tolling for you, but for all of life. The end has begun. A year ago, I called for a conference for peace on Palestine at this very rostrum. But the first bomb yet had not been dropped. Now, 20,000 boys and girls have been killed under the bombs. And the presidents of the countries of human destruction are laughing in these very corridors with the help of mass media that today are the owners of major capital. They are reordering a world, and they're creating a world without democracy and without freedom. The democratic project of humankind is dying along with life, while at the same time, racists, supremacists, those who stupidly believe that the Aryan race is the superior race are getting ready to dominate the world, brandishing the threat of bombs and terror over human beings. The control of humankind on the very foundations of barbarism is being built. And that is being played out in Gaza, Lebanon. When Gaza dies, humanity will die, the whole of humanity. The people of God was not the people of Israel, it would seem. It is not the people of the USA. Rather, the people of God is humankind as one. The children of Gaza, they were humankind, the chosen people of God. They are killing God's chosen people, the children of our very humankind. There is one reason for this contemporary Armageddon. In the senselessness of governments that applaud genocides, governments that don't act to change economies and decarbonize them. There is a logic behind all of this. It's not politics or this atrium where all presidents speak. That logic, that rationale lies outside, and it's called social inequality. Oxfam says that the richest 1% of humankind has more wealth than 95% of all humankind combined. It is in that level of inequality where the best of our history lies. That is where the logic of mass destruction lies. Destruction that's been unleashed by climate change, the logic of bombs. Netanyahu, as a criminal, is letting those bombs raise down on Gaza. Netanyahu is a hero for the richest 1% of humankind because he's able to demonstrate that people can destroy themselves with bombs. If wealth is measured in CO2 issued and not in dollars, we have the answer. The richest 1% of humankind is responsible for the climate change, which is gaining ground and is getting ready to destroy the world with oil and carbon, because that is how the world grows rich. The politicians, including the presidents of the most powerful countries of Earth, quite simply obey them. They pay their campaigns. They are the owners of the means of communication, the global media. They are those who conceal the truth of science, like we see in the film Don't Look Up. They are the people who decide what is thought, what is said, what should be forbidden, and what should be silenced. In their power to prohibit and to ban, they scream, "Long live liberty!" But what they're talking about is nothing more than the freedom of the global 1%. They are obsessed with the free market, and that obsession brings us to the destruction of life and our atmosphere. The free market wasn't freedom, as they claimed it would be. Rather, what it meant was the maximization of death. The richest 1% of humankind is the powerful global oligarchy. They are the people who allow us to drop bombs on women, elderly people, and the children of Gaza, Lebanon, or Sudan. They impose economic blockades on rebel countries, countries that don't yield to their domination, Cuba, Venezuela, because they need to demonstrate their destructive capacity to the remaining 99% of humankind, so that they let them continue to wield power, continue to grow their wealth, and continue to tighten their control. This oligarchy is bringing humankind to the very brink of its own destruction. Politics just nods its head at them. They ignore the fact that people need freedom, people have power. They ignore the idea of democracy. The question we need to ask from this rostrum is, will the people allow this to continue? There is no more time to waste. Governments are incapable of halting the extinction of human life. Life indeed. Today we need to choose between life or greed, between humankind or capital. All I can say to the people of the world, as a representative of a country without weapons of mass destruction, without dollars, but a country that is beautiful in its biodiversity and cultural wealth, a country that's the country of butterflies of all colours, all I can say to you that now is not the moment for governments, it's the time of our people. Time has run out. Let us fly the flag of life, or our people will fill up mass graves. This was revealed to us by the epidemic. The time has come for people to act. Local action needs to be taken. Globally, we need to come together. Fossil fuel capital cannot continue. People must stop the rising tide of capital. The poison thrown into the atmosphere is lethal, and the chimneys that belch it out must be plugged. Every corner of the world can be a battle against those chimneys. A century ago, we raised a red flag that was held by the hands of the workers of the world. They talked about a revolution against capital. This world has ended. It is no more. It was lost in the largeness, the enormity of states. The red flag could no longer find a place in the history of humankind. However, today, we no longer need to defend a class, a system of ideas, but we need to defend life as a whole. And with that goal in mind, we need to lift up another flag, maybe not a red flag, but a flag of all colors, a flag of the colors of all of humankind. That's why that flag needs to be lifted once more, so that our existence on Mother Earth can be protected. There is the word, socialism. Today it has a new meaning. The brains that are really behind our work are today more connected now than ever before. Human knowledge is more collective than ever before. Let us always revive that magic, that thinking that has allowed us to survive. Individuals are weak alone, and they'll end up being taken over by fentanyl and defeat if they act individually. People are strong if they help each other. And this mutual assistance can mean that we can go global. Mutual assistance, collectively building knowledge, humankind as a new political subject, all of that is the basis by which we give new meaning to the word socialism. We are more advanced than we've ever been. We are at the forefront of intelligent life. Intelligent life must defend itself and defend other lives from a global oligarchy who wields its weapons to destroy that life. New wealth needs to be built, wealth no longer based on oil, but rather on the intensity of free creative work that itself will produce and will allow us make progress even with AI. But that AI does need to be controlled at a global level with public power. Productivity allows us to have creative free time. It allows human brains to come together. And coming together, human brains can achieve more. That network of humanity's neurons is what will allow us to vanquish with our flag held high. That is the flag of life. Now, I'm not really talking to Biden, Macron, Schultz, Xi Jinping, or Putin. But from China, I have the idea of a dialogue between civilizations. From Europe, I've taken the idea of its social compact. From the United States, I've taken its love of its original democracy, the democracy of its founding fathers. From South America, I've taken its diversity. It's jockey on a horse. It's Simón Bolívar. From Africa, I've taken their drums, the drums that summon us to communicate with the spirits of nature. Jesus. From Jesus, I've taken the idea of universal love, light giving life. I've taken all of these civilizational forces that lie within all the peoples of the world. We need to bring them together and draw from them the strength that we need to wage the greatest battle in humankind's history. That battle is, and about this there can be no doubt, a global revolution. We need to build the largest army ever seen, with spaces for warriors for life, men and women. This global army for life will not have weapons from the global oligarchy. It will not have nuclear weapons. It will not compete for weapons. Neither will it have the full coffers and vaults of banks. Neither will it have the power to destroy children in the genocides waged by oligarchies, but it will have the greatest power of us all. That is the power of a humankind that is united and will not allow its very existence to be torn from it. There is only one. There have been millions and millions of light years, and there's only one point we can see in the black universe. That is Earth. There is human life, intelligent life, humankind. We can't let that one light in the universe go out. Without life, all we'll have is inert darkness. and that inert darkness is what fills the hearts and soul of the global oligarchy and its idols. It is now up to humankind to wage a battle. The time has come for the people. If the governments were not able, as has been made patently clear here, to work, and they decided to drop bombs, wage senseless wars, kill boys and girls, play games of power, well, if that's what they chose to do, now what we need to do is solve humankind's problem by putting them in the very hands of the people themselves, the simple, noble people of humankind. Instead of speaking to governing officials that heed nothing that we say, let us speak to ourselves as people. Let us address people so that together we can work to demonstrate that there is another democratic power, that there is the power that humankind has, and that power can spark a new conscience to itself, produce new governments and new leaders. If life manages to triumph over its very extinction, it won't be the global oligarchy that's governing the world. That oligarchy will be defeated to allow for the building of a global democracy. A new story is about to begin. Thank you for your kind attention. I thank, on behalf of the General Assembly, the President of the Republic of Colombia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Excellencies, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly, wishing him every success in his tasks. I express appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis for his efforts during his presidency of the previous session, and we commend the prominent role played by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, in strengthening its role and achieving its lofty goals. Mr. President, the blatant aggression that befalls the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip today is the most barbaric, heinous, and extensive aggression violating human values, international conventions, and norms. This is not a war within the international relations well-known and common concept of war, but rather it is a crime of genocide by means of the most sophisticated weapons against the people besieged in a detention camp where there is no escape from the barrage of aerial bombing. Resolutions, condemnations, and reports have been exhausted. Nothing is left except the undeterred, ongoing, and premeditated stark crime with children, women, and the elderly as their victims. We oppose violence and the targeting of innocent civilians by any party. But after a year of this war, and with all that has taken place and that continues to take place, it is no longer tenable to talk about Israel's right to defend itself in this context without being complicit in justifying the crime. It is no longer plausible for any official to claim that they do not know. The facts are well known, and reports issued by international organizations about the bombing of schools and hospitals, weaponizing access to food and medicine, in addition to the published and publicly uttered intentions of Israeli leaders. Therefore, the failure to intervene to stop the aggression is a major scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, every year I stand on this podium and I begin by talking about the Palestinian cause, the absence of justice, the perils of believing that it can be neglected, and the illusions of making peace without a just solution to the Palestinian cause. I have done so every year at a time when the Palestinian cause has become absent from the speeches of major powers' representatives in our world. There are those who are tempted by the possibility of marginalizing this issue to get rid of its burden or seeing it vanished without resolving it. But the Palestinian cause is resistant to marginalization because it is an issue of indigenous people on their own land, a people who are subjected to a settler colonial occupation. This occupation has taken the form of an apartheid system in the 21st century. Can this be overlooked? The Palestinian cause will remain in place, except in two cases, either the end of the occupation or the disappearance of the Palestinian people. It seems there are those in Israel who entertain wishful thinking to eliminate the Palestinian people. The ongoing Israeli aggression for nearly a year is nothing but a result of the absence of a sincere political will, a deliberate international failure to resolve the Palestinian issue with a just solution, and insistence of the occupying Israeli authorities to impose a fait accompli on the Palestinians and the world with all types of force. The ongoing brutal war has fired the coup de grace at international legitimacy and inflicted serious damage on the credibility of the post-World War II concepts on which the international community was founded. As if the dire consequences of this approach, which are visible before our very eyes, are not enough to prove that ignoring a just solution is conducive to disaster, we discover to our disbelief that some are still trying to find innovative measures to run Gaza after the war, with or without an authority, only on the basis of security considerations. And what is meant, of course, is the security of the occupation, not the security of those languishing under the occupation. It is the same mindset that led from one disaster to another. It is the approach that wants to tailor the entire region to fit Israel, while looking for circumventions to avoid ending the occupation and work on imposing the rule of one people over another by force. Is it reasonable that even after this disaster, the major countries with the ability to influence the course of events are unable to reach a conclusion of the necessity to stop the war and pivot towards a just solution immediately instead of innovatively working on formulations to evade it? The end of the occupation and the Palestinian people exercising their right to self-determination is neither a favor nor a gift from anyone. Unfortunately, the Security Council has failed to implement its ceasefire resolution in the Gaza Strip and to refrain from granting the State of Palestine full membership status in the United Nations, despite the fact that the General Assembly adopted a resolution last May supporting Palestine's request for UN membership. The State of Palestine's full UN membership neither establishes its sovereignty nor ends the occupation, but at least it sends a message to the far-right government involved in challenging international legitimacy. That force does not eliminate rights. Talking about such a step harming the peace process is simply eyewash, because there is no Israeli partner for peace during the current government's tenure. No peace process is taking place, but rather there's a genocide. In this regard, we highly value the position of countries that recognize the State of Palestine based on 1967 borders. The continuation of the humanitarian tragedy of the brotherly Palestinian people for more than 7.5 decades, this is a shameful stain on the conscience of the international community and its institutions. There is no point in talking about security, peace, and stability in the Middle East region and across the world if not backed by concrete steps leading to an immediate ceasefire and an end to the Israeli occupation of all Arab territories. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that we are facing a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and other Palestinian territories, which are subjected to coordinated attacks by the occupation army and settlers in an attempt to enforce plans to expand settlements, annex the West Bank, and Judaize Jerusalem. The international community bears the responsibility for the consequences of what is happening to the brotherly Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are subjected to unfolding genocidal war that has resulted so far in the death of more than 41,000 martyrs, let alone the missing under the rubble, including 17,000 children, 11,000 women, 100,000 wounded, and thousands of disabled and millions of people forcibly displaced several times, in addition to the complete destruction of the infrastructure of hospitals, schools, and buildings, including mosques and churches. A whole society is being destroyed in the course of the genocide against segments of the Palestinian people. It is the Gazan Palestinian community that has retained its composure and achieved remarkable development levels amid more than 17-year-old stifling siege. Mr. President, the state of Qatar has opted for undertaking mediation efforts in an endeavor to stop the aggression on Gaza and secure the release of prisoners and detainees. It is a mediation amidst fierce war and complex circumstances during which one party would not hesitate to assassinate counterpart political leaders with whom it negotiates, such as the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, who many people feign forgetfulness that he was not only the political leader of Hamas, but also the first elected Palestinian prime minister. For us, mediation and humanitarian work are both a strategic political choice at the regional and international levels and a humanitarian duty before being a political one. We're not being boastful. Our mediation efforts in partnership with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America culminated in a humanitarian agreement last November. It resulted in a brief ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, the release of 240 Palestinian prisoners and 109 of the detainees in Gaza. It increased the flow of relief shipments. We also provided humanitarian support to the civilian population in the Gaza Strip and contributed to evacuating the wounded and the sick. We supported humanitarian initiatives to deliver aid through all accessible routes. We increased our support to UNRWA, an irreplaceable international agency whose services are indispensable and which has been subjected to defamation for political purposes related to the Israeli government's desire to eliminate the refugee crisis without resolving the Palestinian cause. The state of Qatar will spare no effort to provide various forms of humanitarian assistance to the brotherly Palestinian people until this crisis is resolved. Despite the daunting challenges, obstruction attempts, and the aspersions we are subjected to, we will continue our efforts of mediation to resolve the disputes through peaceful means, as we are cognizant that any dispute will never lack a force interested in its continuation, while being skeptical of any mediation regardless of the intentions. We will continue to make every effort with our partners until we reach a permanent ceasefire, secure the release of prisoners and detainees, take the path of a just solution in accordance with the resolutions of the international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative, to enable the Palestinian people to obtain all their legitimate rights, foremost of which their independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the 1967 borders. The establishment of an independent Palestinian state within a just and permanent solution is in the interest of the Israeli and Palestinian peoples. We will not achieve this goal except with a serious partner who is aware of the importance of renouncing discord and ending the occupation and all forms of aggression so that we can reach together the desired peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, apart from committing a major crime by rigging wireless communication devices and exploding them simultaneously across thousands of people with total disregard for their identity or location, Israel is currently waging a war on Lebanon, and no one knows to what extent this war could escalate. This is what we have repeatedly warned against. If the brutal war on Gaza does not end, this systematic destructive war must stop. And this is the choice before Israel, as its leaders know very well. They know that it will neither bring security nor peace to northern Israel nor to Lebanon, and that the key to security rests on a just peace. Stop the aggression on Gaza. Stop the war on Lebanon. In brotherly Yemen, we look forward to preserving the 2022 truce and proceeding therefrom towards a comprehensive ceasefire, resolving the crisis, ensuring Yemen's unity, and achieving the aspirations of its brotherly people through negotiations between the Yemeni parties based on the outcomes of the national dialogue, the Gulf Initiative, and relevant Security Council resolutions. As regards to the crisis in Syria, and since the beginning of the crisis, the position of the State of Qatar has been clear, and that is that Qatar is keen on the interests of brotherly Syrian people, hoping that the parties and countries involved in the crisis will be convinced of the necessity for dialogue and understanding to end this crisis in accordance with the Geneva Declaration 1 and Security Council Resolution 2254 in a way that will achieve the aspirations of the Syrian people and preserve Syria's unity, sovereignty, and independence. Regarding the Sudanese issue, we call on all the Sudanese parties to stop the fighting, and we reaffirm our support for all regional and international efforts to end this crisis in a way that will ensure the unity of state institutions and the sovereignty and stability of Sudan. In Libya, we support the political trajectory and the implementation of Security Council resolutions, and we urge all parties to recourse to dialogue and overcome differences in order to complete the comprehensive national reconciliation, preserve the progress and gains achieved on the security, political, and economic tracks, and unify state institutions. Arab countries cannot achieve security and stability without the existence of firmly established states capable of legislating and enforcing the law, developing and implementing national policies. No state can firmly be established and be stable in the presence of armed factions that are not under its control. These are self-evident and unquestionable matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the war between Russia and Ukraine has caused great human suffering and left repercussions on Europe and the world. We reiterate our call on all parties to implement the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations and the rules of international law to seek to find a peaceful solution as the only possible solution. In this context, and based on our firm belief in the principle of peaceful settlement of disputes, we have made a tangible contribution over the past year as Qatari mediation led to prisoner swap between the United States and Venezuela. And dozens of Ukrainian children were reunited with their families after being separated by the war. Finally, we affirm that the State of Qatar will spare no effort in working with its international partners and the United Nations to firmly consolidate the pillars of peace, security, sustainable development, human rights, and the rule of law at all levels, and to address global challenges in order to achieve a better future for all. Thank you, and may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Assembly. We take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Assembly to give us a chance to speak. 30 years ago, South Africa was born as a new nation, equal, united, and free from apartheid. We adopted a new constitution as the birth certificate of our new nation. Our first democratic elections brought the tyranny of apartheid to an end, a system that this General Assembly had declared to be a crime against humanity. In adopting Resolution 2202A in 1966, as later endorsed by the Security Council in 1985, the United Nations was a beacon of hope in our quest for justice. The great wave of solidarity of the peoples of the world, led by the United Nations, turned the tide against apartheid. Today, democracy flourishes in South Africa. We have a progressive constitution, an entrenched human rights culture, and strong institutions. We have laws to advance equality and programs to protect society's most marginalized and vulnerable. We continue to transform our economy so that it is in a more competitive position to create jobs, to attract more investment, and that it should benefit all. South Africa is a party to global treaties on human rights, gender equality, children's rights, refugee protection, and environmental protection. A few days ago, South Africa also endorsed the pact that charts the course for a better future for global governance and towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As signatory to the Paris Agreement, we are contributing our fair share towards the global effort and have a just energy transition plan to guide our carbon journey and climate resilient development. Through the African Union, we are working to advance Agenda 2063. We're involved in mediation and conflict resolution across our continent and actively contribute to peacekeeping missions. Our political culture has evolved and it continues to mature. We have just held our 7th free and fair general elections since our democracy, paving the way for the formation of the Government of National Unity. 10 political parties have coalesced around a common agenda for economic growth, job creation, poverty eradication, and sustainable development. South Africa is in a new era, an era of great promise. In what some have called our second miracle, South Africans of all races have rallied behind the government of national unity. We are making headway in resolving some of our most pressing challenges. Our economy has started to improve, and investor confidence is on the rise. Our country's prospects look bright, and we look to the future with great hope. The South African story bears witness to the enduring role of the United Nations in global matters. In supporting our struggle, the United Nations affirmed the principles of the UN Charter, the fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of every person, and the equal rights of nations, large and small. It affirmed the aspiration contained in the Universal Declaration of Rights that we should strive for a world free of barbarous acts that outrage the conscience of humankind. Genocide was declared to be a stain on the conscience of the world, and the world community took a stand against genocide. Apartheid was declared a crime against humanity and a stain on the conscience of the world. The United Nations took a stand against apartheid. These were seen as crimes against humanity then, and they continue to be crimes against humanity now. It has been 11 months since the Hamas attack that killed 1,200 people and where hostages were taken. As South Africa, we have condemned this attack. In response, Israel embarked on an act of collective punishment in its assault on the people of Gaza. The torment of the people of Gaza continues unabated. More than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed. Homes, hospitals, churches, mosques, and schools lie destroyed. Famine and disease stalk the streets of Gaza. This cannot but shock our collective humanity. The violence the Palestinian people are being subjected to is a grim continuation of more than half a century of apartheid that has been perpetrated against Palestinians by Israel. We South Africans know what apartheid looks like. We lived through apartheid. We suffered and died under apartheid. We will not remain silent and watch as apartheid is perpetrated against others. Through the United Nations and the instruments it wields, we must end the suffering that Palestinians are being subjected to. We are called upon to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold consistently and in their entirety the fundamental tenets of international law. International law cannot be applied selectively. No one state is more equal than any other. In December last year, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice, seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against the people of Gaza. We did so in terms of our obligations as a state party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As South Africa, we welcome the support that a number of countries have given to the case that we have launched at the ICJ. The ICJ's orders make it clear that there is a plausible case of genocide against the people of Gaza. They further make it clear that states must also act to prevent genocide by Israel and to ensure that they are not themselves party to the violation of the Genocide Convention by aiding or assisting in the commission of genocide. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. The only lasting solution is the establishment of a Palestinian state, a state that will exist side by side with Israel, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Our moral conscience further demands that we exert every effort to bring peace also to other countries, especially the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Sudan, to Ukraine, and other parts of the African continent. We must realize the aspirations of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. Achieving and maintaining peace and security requires the collective will of the community of nations gathered here. It requires that the UN Security Council should be a more representative body and inclusive. 78 years since its formation, the structure of the United Nations Security Council remains largely unchanged. Africa and its 1.4 billion people remain excluded from its key decision-making structures. This cannot continue. The Security Council has not fulfilled its mandate to maintain international peace and security. The UN Security Council must be reformed as a matter of agency. We would like to see the Security Council being more inclusive so that the voices of all nations can be heard and be considered. It cannot remain an exclusive club of just 5 nations to the exclusion of the many nations in the world. Africa stands ready to play its role in building a safer global order by participating in the work of the UN Security Council on the basis of respect and acceptance. The African Union and its member states are engaged in mediation, in dialogue and diplomacy across our continent to create conditions under which peace and development can take hold. There must be greater collaboration between the United Nations and the African Union towards resolving a number of conflicts and also in addressing the root causes of conflicts that continue to rage. Pandemics and endemics pose a serious threat to us all. We are concerned by the spread of MPOX across the world and in Africa in particular. We urge the international community to mobilize vaccines and other medical countermeasures for deployment where they are most needed. Economic prosperity is key to sustainable peace. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are establishing the foundation for a massive increase in trade and investment and infrastructure in our continent. The AFCFTA will further integrate regional economies and accelerate Africa's industrialization and economic growth. The climate crisis is now a full-blown climate emergency in the world. It impacts very devastatingly to both countries and citizens of many countries. Extreme weather, such as flooding, fires, and droughts, are wreaking havoc on societies, economies, and the livelihoods of ordinary people. Despite being least responsible for climate change, developing economy countries, and particularly African countries, are bearing the brunt of what they did not create and are in the front line. As South Africa, we remain committed to contributing our fair share to reduce global emissions, guided by the principle of differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. We have adaptation and mitigation programs and policies in place and have passed a climate change law to further support our emissions reduction targets. It is essential that climate actions do not deepen global inequality or stifle the developmental aspirations of the Global South. The industrialized nations are not honoring their climate commitments, and we repeat the call for predictable and sustainable financing for climate action. We must operationalize the agreed-upon climate financing and capacity building instruments to advance mitigation and adaptation. Pursuing sustainable development necessitates that those with greater means should support those who lack them. The world faces annual financing gap of some $4 trillion to achieve sustainable development. We call on better resourced countries to scale up their levels of support to developing economy countries. Debt is the millstone around the neck of many developing economy countries, stifling their potential and development. Debt servicing is robbing a number of countries of much needed funds to support health, education, and social spending. South Africa endorses the United Nations Secretary General's call for the reform of the global financial architecture to enable developing economy countries to lift themselves out of the quicksand of debt. We must commit to systems for financing development that are more accessible, agile, and equitable. In 2025, South Africa will assume the presidency of the G20. We will use this important role to advocate for the peoples of Africa and all of the Global South, for their development and advancement. South Africa welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and congratulate our sister country Namibia, as well as for the Federal Republic of Germany for having ably steered the United Nations towards the adoption of the resolution in this regard. This Pact of the Future is a platform for us to focus on those actions we need to take together to build a world in which the equal worth of every person and the equal worth of every country is recognized and valued. We particularly welcome the commitments to place poverty eradication at the center of all our efforts, and for the Sustainable Development Goals financing gap in developing countries to be closed. The disparities in wealth and development within and between countries is simply unjust and unsustainable. We must continue to strive for equal treatment, for equal opportunity and advancement for all individuals and all nations. The Pact for the Future must reinvigorate international solidarity, like veins that carry sustenance to every part of the body. Solidarity is the lifeblood of human progress. It binds us together to nourish the greater good. It is achieving the greater good for the common good to which we all strive. Through dialogue, through respect for the rule of law, through the advancement of human rights, through cooperation and solidarity, we can and we will be able to achieve a better world for all the peoples of the world. I thank you.
Agradezco. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Muizu, President of the Republic of Maldives. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Mr. President, congratulations on the assumption of your presidency of the General Assembly. Our appreciation also to your predecessor for his strong leadership. We extend our gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in steering the Secretariat. We gather here today at a delicate moment in the world history. Let's not mince our words today. Humanity is in deep trouble, facing an ever-growing list of crises: conflict, poverty, hunger, climate change, the wealth gap, the cost of living crisis, migration, occupation, opioid addiction. The list goes on and on and on. In fact, I have a map here of the world with countries which are facing some sort of crisis in red. Do you see any countries in green who are not facing any crisis? Do you know why? Because we are all deep in the red. Humanity is in crisis, and in many cases, it's man-made. But we look the other way, continuing with business as usual. While the alarms are ringing, the band is still playing the same old tunes as the whole ship descends deeper and deeper into uncharted waters. We need nations united in harmony, not United Nations in misery. These are crucial times for the world. important years for my country. In 2040, the Maldives will celebrate 75 years regaining its independence. 75 years as a sovereign nation. As we look forward to that milestone in our nation's life, what we can hope to achieve? What do we wish to accomplish? And is the world ready to play its part? I took office as the President of Maldives last November, duty-bound by the aspirations of my people, the same aspirations I hold dear to my heart, not just for the present, but for the future too. Today, I'm here at the United Nations with a vision of where I want to take my country. By 2040, I wish to see the Maldives as a full-fledged developed nation. A nation that commands respect, is relevant, and one that embodies resilience. A society that is inclusive and just. A country that exemplifies sustainability and democratic governance. Destiny is not mere fate. It is a consequence of the many choices we make, the many decisions we take, and the many hours we work. Becoming a developed nation may seem like a daunting task and a distant possibility, but I can tell you this, with a goal in sight and a plan in hand, it is achievable because prevailing and even flourishing against formidable odds is nothing new for the Maldivians. In 1965, when we regained independence, we were among the poorest countries in the world. 1/3 of our population was illiterate. More than 1 out of every 10 babies were dying before their first birthday. We had no industries, barely any exports, and even fewer prospects. And in just 5 decades, we have reached upper middle income status, a feat we are incredibly proud of. I believe the Maldives can become a developed country by investing in the country's productive capacity and increasing its productivity, by transforming our economy into one that is fully digitized and driven by artificial intelligence, and most importantly, by leveraging the natural beauty and marine resources of our country. Boosting productivity will be the key to economic transformation. This we will do by reforming and strengthening our institutions, increasing our state capacity, and leveraging the private sector. We will also identify and implement policies that support investments in key sectors, such as the digital economy. The Maldives has over 1,100 islands spread across 90,000 square kilometers. Enhancing digital connectivity is key to achieving inclusive development, mobilizing economic activity, and fostering a more diversified and resilient economy. We believe the future is intelligence-driven. This is why we are working towards a digital economy that can contribute up to 15% of our GDP by 2030. This can be achieved through investing in our ICT infrastructure. We are using and expanding artificial intelligence systems to deliver essential services such as healthcare, education, and social welfare. We are also delving into cutting-edge applications of 5G technology, using drones for medical supplies, delivery and implementing smart road systems, and using AI-enhanced technology for erosion detection and environmental monitoring. The transformation can be sustainable only if we transform our education and financial systems. We need to invest in digital literacy from a young age, to build a generation that can use artificial intelligence to enhance public service delivery, build new products, and successfully compete in the global digital economy. We need to bridge the digital divide within the country, including through improving data collection and utilization. We need to strengthen the regulatory frameworks, strengthening existing institutions, cultivating startup ecosystems, and providing the impetus for the future we envision. Becoming a developed country will also require fostering new industries. This is why we are also working on building a robust financial sector in the Maldives. With this in mind, in May this year, I set up the Development Bank of Maldives with a focus on improving and investing in economic diversification. The result we desire is inclusive development, where equality of access to opportunities is guaranteed, where women and young people play key players in development, not mere spectators, and where every Maldivian citizen has adequate housing. To support objectives, my government has launched $6.5 million loan facility. It's specifically for women entrepreneurs, of which 25% is allocated to those with disabilities. In the first phase, over 100 projects will be funded across 19 of the 20 atolls and Mali, and across 21 business activities. I have also recently launched a Presidential Youth Advisory Board. This board will advise and inform me directly on the needs and views of young people. Inclusivity is at the heart of one of the most ambitious large-scale urban development projects in the country's history, Ras Mali. This is my promise to the Maldivian people, a solution to alleviate the long-term housing crisis, an urban oasis where citizens can fully participate in all aspects of city life. Ras Mali will utilize modular housing, leverage a state-of-the-art transportation system that is accessible to all. It will be developed as a climate-resilient and safe island. Tourism drives the Maldivian economy. My vision is to expand the tourism sector further. This means building complementary industries centered around innovation and creativity. This means more sustainable and construction practices emphasizing on green and sustainable tourism. We are also expanding our main international airport, our air connectivity, and the fleet of our national airline. These steps will support the expansion of the tourism sector and at the same time generate more revenue for the country. But tourism is also highly vulnerable to external shocks, conflicts, calamities, and causes beyond our control can and have had far-reaching critical implications in the past. We need the international system to anticipate and address these threats. Threats such as armed conflicts, terrorism, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, climate change, ocean degradation, crimes that transcend national borders. Part of addressing these threats is to safeguard and protect people's fundamental rights. In 2015, the world came together to endorse humanity's fundamental rights by committing to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. But 6 years to the SDGs deadline, we are only on track in less than a fifth of those targets. In June, this organization, the UN, issued a report saying the world is failing to deliver on Sustainable Development Goals. This week, we agreed on a pact for the future. But do we want this document, the pact, to go the same way as this one, the 2015 SDG commitments? I'm sorry, but we can't keep doing this. We can't keep meeting, talking, pledging, but not doing. We don't want these days to come back to haunt us. The days when we had a chance but not a will. We believe the best approach to protecting fundamental rights is to cultivate a culture of respect. This requires support. The Maldives has a good track record of treaty ratification, implementation, and reporting. We champion the right to environment because we are keenly aware of the consequences of environmental degradation. We also believe that violation of a right by any country, large or small, rich or poor, with powerful friends or not, must not be tolerated. This is why the ongoing massacre, the genocide by Israel in Gaza, is a travesty of justice and the international system. The repeated destruction of homes, hospitals, schools, humanitarian infrastructure, the repeated cycles of killing of men, women, children, babies, thousands upon thousands. The world is struggling to process the deaths of so many civilians in Gaza, and now Israel raids Lebanon, claiming hundreds more civilian lives there. Their cries haunt anyone with humanity. Their tears bitter our conscience. Israel's targeting of journalists, the eyes and ears of humanity, the killing of journalists, Palestinian journalists, Lebanese journalists, Al Jazeera journalists, the closure of Al Jazeera officers. How can we interpret this as anything other than brutal attempts to prevent the world from knowing about the crimes taking place? Israel must be held accountable for these acts of terrorism, for these violations of international law and UN resolutions. We must accept a sovereign and independent Palestinian state on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We welcome the decision to seat our brothers and sisters from Palestine with us here in the General Assembly for the first time instead of behind us. Now we must ensure that Palestine becomes a full member of the UN. Mr. President, the Maldives is gearing up for an economic transformation that will change lives. But our policies can deliver the results only with sufficient international financial support. The Maldives has always taken ownership and responsibility for its own development. While we have received extensive support towards our development, we urge the multilateral development funds, banks, and bilateral donors to view us as your partners, not just as recipients of aid, to stop looking at our inherent vulnerabilities as limitations, to adopt tailor-made approaches which are mutually beneficial, to reduce the cost of borrowing, to make the financial system work for us, not penalize us, to make your terms flexible, your financing less rigid, to make your lending targeted, affordable, and responsible. Mr. President, climate change is the most serious threat to our world, the defining challenge of our generation. It's washing away decades of progress in mere minutes. It's diverting already depleted resources of long-term development to emergency relief and reconstruction, preventing countries from adapting to climate impact. And the vicious cycle continues. The Maldives has always walked the talk. We are investing in renewable energy. Our goal is to have 33% of the country's electricity demand from renewable energy sources by 2028. On behalf of the Maldivian people, I implore you, do your part, act now. We must face the climate emergency head on with science, determination, and resources. The rich and emitting countries need to meet the financial pledges already made, especially on adaptation, where the financing gap continues to widen. As we work towards COP29, we must ensure the new goal on climate finance matches the level of climate action required. This means the new goal must go beyond the $100 billion. It must include as a minimum loss and damage response, mitigation and adaptation as sub-goals. One of the biggest victims of the climate crisis is the ocean. The Maldivian people and their livelihoods are dependent on the health and wealth of the ocean. We need to step up efforts to sustainably use and manage our ocean resources, address plastic pollution, conserve biodiversity, and protect endangered species. This morning, I ratified the Global Ocean Treaty. We urge you all to do the same. We urge you to do your part to address climate change, overcome pollution, and reverse biodiversity loss. The transformation the Maldives seeks cannot be achieved without an enabling global environment. Small countries like mine need a multilateral system that champions us and delivers for us. The United Nations is the epitome of the multilateral system. It is well positioned to promote sustainable development, to maintain peace and security, to promote and protect human rights, to enforce equality, the rule of law, inclusivity, and representativeness. But what we are witnessing is the opposite. Inability to stop climate change and environmental degradation, inability to stop war and genocide, inability to stop exploitation and suffering, inability to stop unequal representation. Hence, the United Nations needs reform and revitalization. It needs to be representative. The Maldives cannot and will not watch and stand idle while the multilateral system fails, because our development, our advancement, and our survival is tethered to the world. That's why the Maldives is seeking to get elected to the Economic and Social Council for the 2027 to 2029 term. We count on your support. If elected, the Maldives will strive to make the UN development system more relevant to our times, continuously recalibrating and adjusting, utilizing the latest science and evidence, listening to the variety of opinions and views. The United Nations must enforce its decisions across the UN system and at local level. The United Nations is only relevant when it makes a real difference in our lives. Mr. President, 59 years ago, the Maldives reached out to the United Nations as its first port in a sea of uncertainty. We came here to this great hall, seeking recognition, seeking a partner. We came to you as a poor and impoverished country, but with a vision of prosperity, a vision which we made great progress with your support. Today, once again, we come to you aiming higher, to reach further and to do better, with a vision to make the Maldives a developed nation by 2040. For I believe development is destiny, and our destiny beckons towards a brighter future for the present and future generations. I thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la...
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Maldives. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Honorable President, Excellency Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I at the onset extend my warm words of congratulation to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yan on his election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. My heartfelt thanks also go out to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis in recognition of his fruitful engagement as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Distinguished delegates, today the world is facing up to a turbulent and intricate situation. The controversial geopolitical process, rapid weaponization, escalation of the Cold War, armed conflicts, aftermath of climate change and other global jeopardies and threats will undoubtedly give rise to the long-term negative consequences. In this context, it is critical more than ever that we consolidate joint efforts of the international community to protect security, maintain stability, and ensure overall sustainable development. Obviously, we can bring lasting peace, build a harmonious life of mankind and prosperity of countries primarily on the basis of mutual understanding and constructive cooperation. We ought to be united to achieve these objectives, bring all wars and conflicts to an end, as well as implement other peaceful goals. It is high time now to take bold and effective steps forward to strengthen the key role of the United Nations in resolving conflicts and restoring peace and stability across the planet. I, in this regard, would like to propose to adopt a special United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the decade of promotion of peace for future generations. As I've stated time and again, Tajikistan always advocates the solution of all conflicts only through political and diplomatic means. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that the Republic of Tajikistan continues uninterrupted, unwavering support of an implementation of the 2030 Agenda to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. It is worth noting that the principal message of this agenda is also reflected in Tajikistan National Development Strategy 2030, and continued efforts are being taken to achieve the primary goals. Nevertheless, the existence of a wide range of difficulties hinder the timely financing of sustainable development. Challenges include security turmoil, economic and financial crisis, unprecedented warming due to climate change, and loss of biodiversity, as well as an outbreak of contagious diseases. In a political declaration recently adopted by the General Assembly, member states have admitted that achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals is in threat. According to the United Nations Secretary General's report, the international community will be able to achieve only 17% of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are witnessing the setbacks in results achieved within the Sustainable Development Goals in many developing countries. In view of this, we need to intensify our efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda in a timely manner and pay particular attention to the financing for sustainable development. It means that we need to prioritize sustainable development for developing countries and financing with a view to facilitate and promote the sustainable development achievement. We do also believe that the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, scheduled to be held in Spain in July 2025, as per the United Nations General Assembly resolution, will play a crucial role in exploring new approaches to remove barriers on the way to financing for development. Necessarily, the activities of the international financial and economic system should meet the needs of developing countries so that it can facilitate the timely counter-response of member states to modern threats and challenges. In that context, in order to implement the goals and programs we've outlined, we believe it is important to continue financing countries in need by international financial institutions, especially through the means of the International Development Association, IDA. Digital technologies and artificial intelligence pave the suitable ways for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Tajikistan is taking effective and the most necessary measures for the gradual transition to digitalization system by adopting the national strategy and relevant conceptual legal acts. I, in this respect, propose to the General Assembly to adopt at its upcoming session a special resolution on the role of artificial intelligence in creating new opportunities for socio-economic development and acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals achievement in the region of Central Asia. Tajikistan recognizes the importance of the Summit of the Future held in the framework of the current session of the United Nations General Assembly. The intergovernmental document, the Pact for the Future, adopted during the summit, plays a key role in ensuring peace, security and sustainable development, and we welcome the willingness of the international community to implement this pact. This pact was adopted at a time when millions of civilians are exposed to security risks and dangers in different regions around the world. We reckon that the international community must take joint and effective actions to withstand the threats of terrorism and extremism, radicalism, cybercrime, trafficking in narcotics and weapons smuggling, and fight other manifestations of transnational crime. Furthermore, the rise of Islamophobia, as well as the trend of practicing double standard policy in international relationships in recent years has become a matter of our deep concern. Our country constantly carries out joint actions in cooperation with the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as other international partners to counter security threats and challenges. Consequently, Tajikistan and the state of Kuwait, in cooperation with the United Nations Office on Counterterrorism, will hold the next high-level conference in the framework of the Dushanbe process on counter-terrorism in the city of Kuwait this November. We do believe that this platform will mainly focus on the subjects related to the persistence of inclusive security and stability and contribute to the continuation of an extended and trustful dialogue, as well as facilitate the exchange of helpful experience and ideas among the stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, on security matters, I would like to emphasize that the Palestinian crisis remains a matter of deep concern to our country. Today's tragic situation in this region once again proves that there is absolutely no military solution to the Palestinian case. Tajikistan believes that an ultimate and tangible solution to this conflict would be possible only through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions on recognition of an independent state of Palestine based on 1967 borders. We hope that conflicting parties will take actions for a ceasefire deal and arrange the peace negotiations, and the international community will take effective steps to restore the lasting stability in Palestine. Moreover, we uphold the establishment of enduring peace and stability, as well as economic and social development in neighboring Afghanistan. To this end, Tajikistan is always ready to accord its assistance in the revival and development of a wide range of sectors of peaceful life in Afghanistan. Subsequently, I repeatedly call on the international community to spare no effort to help the long-suffering people of Afghanistan, including regions affected by natural disasters, to prevent a humanitarian crisis in this war-torn country. Honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it has been more than a year since the United Nations Water Conference 2023. According to the reports of relevant United Nations agencies, progress in water supply and sanitation, despite some improvements, does not meet our expectations. It needs to be much more done. As a result, Tajikistan, as a champion country, actively cooperates with all stakeholders to implement the commitments stemming from the Water Action Agenda of the United Nations Water Conference 2023. Successful accomplishment of these and other water-related commitments and goals will depend on effective multi-stakeholder partnerships that ensure integrated and systematic, coherent approach. In this regard, it is important for us to take advantage of Dushanbe voter process platform to monitor the outcomes of the United Nations Voter Conference 2023. We believe that Dushanbe voter process will play a pivotal role as a platform for a broad, inclusive dialogue of stakeholders for a comprehensive preparation for the United Nations Voter Conference in Dushanbe in 2028. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, at the backdrop of a climate change impact, the international community needs to work on collective approach and initiatives and the proper use of natural resources and the relentless activities of various fields of human life. In recent years, the natural disasters along with a series of droughts caused enormous damage to the agriculture, environment and economies of developing countries in general. Being 93% of its territory covered by mountains, Tajikistan is also vulnerable to climate change due to the frequent occurrence of natural disasters. Natural disasters annually bring damage to the national economy of Tajikistan worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and unfortunately in many cases they cause death toll. Climate change is causing the accelerated melting of glaciers and reduce water volume in the rivers in different parts of the world, including in Central Asia. This process has a negative impact on real sectors of national economy such as energy, industry and agriculture. To date, more than 1,000 out of 14,000 Tajikistan glaciers, which are the main source of drinking water in the region, have completely melted, and the pace of their melting is dramatically increasing. This is despite the fact that precipitation and glaciers of Tajikistan make up to 60% of the source of water resources in Central Asia. And while the United Nations General Assembly's declaration of 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation at the initiative of Tajikistan provides a suitable basis for a developing cooperation among stakeholders. Pursuant to this United Nations General Assembly resolution, March 21st was declared as the World Glaciers Day, and an international trust fund to promote the glaciers preservation was established under the auspices of the United Nations Secretary-General. Concurrently, the first high-level international conference on glaciers preservation will be hosted in Dushanbe, Tajikistan next year. Taking this opportunity, we call on partner countries and organizations to actively participate and contribute to the arrangement and conduct of this conference. We believe that this important international conference, which is scheduled to be held in cooperation with UNESCO and the World Meteorological Organization, will play an effective role in assessing the global glaciers problems and exploring specific approaches and ways for their effective solutions. Alongside with this, we invite all partners to financially contribute to the International Glaciers Trust Fund. It is worth highlighting that to further advance the glaciers preservation agenda, Tajikistan, together with France, has put forward another initiative to declare 2025-2034 a decade of action for cryospheric sciences.
Our country has adopted a national strategy for adaptation to climate change 2030 based on its international obligations, including specific provisions of the Paris Agreement. Evidently, one of the ways to successfully mitigate the challenges related to climate change is the development of a green economy, which in turn calls for green energy development. Considering the importance of this reality, our country has approved and currently is implementing the Green Economy Development Strategy for 2023-2037. We currently produce 98% of our electricity from the country's hydroelectric power resources, and we are ranked the 6th in the world in terms of the share of greener energy produced from renewable sources. The goal of the implementation of our plans in this direction is to turn Tajikistan into a green country by 2037. Today, finding solutions to the daily issues of adaptation to climate change and reducing the severity of its negative consequences is considered one of the top priorities for the international community. We hope that developed countries, the United Nations and its specialized agencies, influential international financial institutions, and other international and regional multilateral entities will further continue to pay serious attention to these important and critical issues. We are convinced that the international community succeeds to achieve its common goals and objectives through the development of trustful dialogue, mutual understanding, and constructive, rewarding cooperation. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 days in this very room, global leaders welcomed the Pact for the Future. Together, we reaffirmed our commitment for multilateralism anchored in the 3 pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, peace, and security, and human rights. These are all great and noble principles that have defined the essence of the United Nations systems since the end of the Second World War. Most significant global political developments, from decolonization to the end of the Cold War and the singing revolutions in Europe, have seemed to bring us closer to the bright future of peace, freedom, and human dignity. While this international rules-based world order was never perfect, it helped us to search for joint solutions. For many decades, we have been trying to resolve multiple conflicts and crises and address emerging global challenges such as climate change, unequal development, food insecurity, terrorism, and illegal migration. And then, more than 10 years ago, something entirely different happened. a permanent member of the Security Council began military aggression against a peaceful member state. At first, covertly, then more and more openly, breaking ever more international norms. And finally, Russia started the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Today, even though we face yet another distressing crisis in the Middle East, as well as rising tensions in the Indo-Pacific region, the Russian war of aggression is the most dangerous threat. The entire international order, defined by sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders, is under assault in Ukraine. Each and every member of the United Nations, every sovereign nation, has also much to lose. To fully understand what is presently at stake, we must all start paying attention to the words of Russian leaders and their representatives at the United Nations Security Council. How many times they have openly admitted the Kremlin intends to wipe Ukraine from the face of earth. If any sovereign nation is under the threat of complete destruction, no country is truly safe anymore. If the international community looks away and ignores the unpleasant truth, no country is safe anymore. And if mass killings, deportation, and deliberate actions on civilian population became the new norm, no country is truly safe anymore. That should be perfectly clear to anyone. That should disturb us all. Ladies and gentlemen, what Russia presents to the world is a return to the era of imperial conquest, colonial domination, and genocide. And I do not believe we are ready to follow this path. I do not believe any of us want to see powerful neighbors convincing themselves that from now on every dispute should be settled by force. Therefore, right now, Ukraine is fighting not only a war of self-defense. Ukraine is also fighting for the future of all those countries who believe in the United Nations Charter and its principles. Ukraine is fighting for us all. And yet, our joint collective response to this day is insufficient. We have not been able to stop this madness. We have not been able to force Russia to reconsider its dangerous course. We have not been able to hold it accountable for so many violations of the United Nations Charter. Why was that the case? Because to this day, the aggressor is hiding under the cover of the Security Council's permanent membership, hiding in plain sight, mocking every one of us with its unrestricted veto power. It is a terrible blow to the very credibility of the United Nations system. And still we keep hearing some calls for Ukraine to surrender, to compromise on its sovereignty and territorial integrity, or to accept Russia's ultimatums. Why should the aggressor be rewarded? Why should appeasement work this time when it failed so spectacularly almost 90 years ago? Why should the victim agree to the demands of the aggressor, sitting safe in the Kremlin after so much bloodshed and loss of innocent lives? Ukraine is still fighting. Ukraine is still going strong, regardless of all the appeasers and doomsayers. And only Ukraine has the right to determine the actual conditions for peace. Meanwhile, we have the duty to support Ukraine, to restrict Russia's ability to wage war and ensure the accountability of those responsible for the crime of aggression and crimes against humanity. to reform the Security Council, and to rebuild the credibility of the United Nations Charter. To withstand enormous pressure and win this war, Ukraine will need more military equipment, ammunition, medical supplies. Ukraine also urgently needs humanitarian and financial aid. This upcoming winter will be extremely difficult for the Ukrainian people. Constant deliberate Russian attacks on critical energy infrastructure have destroyed more than 80% of Ukraine's thermal energy generation and a third of its hydro generation. To prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, our assistance should be swift and focused on the energy sector. Lithuania calls on other parties, including Belarus, Iran, North Korea, and China, to stop providing Russia with military support, including the transfer of dual-use materials. More arms for Russia means more civilian deaths, more civilian infrastructure destroyed, more chaos. There is only one path towards comprehensive, just, and lasting peace: Ukraine's peace formula. It deserves universal support because it is based on the universal principles of the United Nations Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international law. Lithuania urges all peace-loving countries to actively engage in these efforts, including preparation for and participation in the next summit of the peace formula. The war could enter the end phase tomorrow if only Russia agrees to disengage and withdraw its forces from all the occupied territories. Ukraine does not want Russia's territories. It wants to liberate its own people, not Russia's. It wants to see prisoners of war and abducted children, thousands of them, returned. It wants the constant, deliberate bombing of civilian infrastructure, of so many schools, hospitals, and power stations to finally stop. To achieve lasting peace, more actions will have to follow. Justice will have to be served. Russia will have to atone for its many crimes and pay damages. The main culprits of the war of aggression and numerous war crimes will have to stand before the court. Vladimir Putin is already under an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court for his crimes, specifically unlawful deportation and unlawful transfer of children. Immobilized Russian foreign assets should also be used to pay for the damage done to Ukraine. Finally, we must all join forces in pushing for a comprehensive Security Council reform. There is simply no place for Russia in the Security Council, which was created to maintain international peace and security. Excellencies, Lithuania hopes to witness Ukraine's victory soon. Until this becomes reality, Lithuania's position remains steadfast. We will not recognize Russia's illegal annexation of any Ukrainian region, be it Crimea, Sevastopol, Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, or Zaporizhia. We will not stop demanding that Russia ends grave violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the occupied territories of Ukraine. Lithuania will continue providing shelter to Ukrainian war refugees. Lithuania will continue supporting Ukraine with all possible means. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as the political divisions deepen and democracy seems to falter all around the globe, multilateralism remains our greatest hope. The United Nations has a crucial role to play not only in Ukraine, but also in the Middle East, Sahel, Horn of Africa, and in the Indo-Pacific region. We, as representatives of the international community, cannot remain indifferent in the face of the global crisis. We cannot stay silent on the breaches of international law and universal human rights, thus normalizing them. The pursuit of peace and justice requires our collective determination. It requires our unwavering adherence to the guiding principles of the United Nations. Now, as always, Lithuania is committed to promoting democracy, human rights, and accountability on the global stage. We call on all the members of the United Nations to unite in securing a better future for all, a future where every sovereign country is protected from imperialism and every human being from arbitrary violence and war. Let us build a safe future together. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, I congratulate His Excellency Philmon Yang on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations Secretary General and express Sierra Leone's support to you during your tenure. I extend my deep gratitude to His Excellency Dennis Francis for his principled stewardship as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I appreciate and thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless effort and global leadership. Madam President, more than 30 years ago, Sierra Leone was plunged into a decade-long brutal civil war. More than 50,000 people were killed, and millions fled their homes as refugees and internally displaced persons. The situation in Sierra Leone at that time was not unique. Conflicts existed in other parts of West Africa, in Africa, and around the world. In Sierra Leone, however, we overcame our challenges with a common vision for peace through genuine dialogue, committed leadership, and action. Notably, the hard-won peace we enjoy is not without its fragility, and we remain vigilant in safeguarding it. Sierra Leone's peace journey exemplifies the values of ownership, engagement through dialogue, and our partnership with ECOWAS, the United Nations, and the broader international community, which yielded the peace dividend. This story has shaped our engagement at the United Nations Security Council since the commencement of our second tenure in January this year. For almost 9 months, Sierra Leone, as an elected member of the United Nations Security Council, has endeavored to be a voice of reason and a bridge builder with balance and objectivity. We will continue to promote respect for and adherence to international law and the UN Charter, ensure the protection of civilians, end impunity through accountability, and foster dialogue for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Our commitment to these principles is even more imperative now than ever before, as we are confronted with conflicts of great magnitude in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe. The need for a ceasefire in Gaza and the wider Middle East, as well as in Sudan, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ukraine, is not just pressing, but urgent. Immediate action is required to prevent further loss of precious lives and human suffering. We need collective action to stop all conflicts and engage in meaningful dialogue so that the countries can move forward with their development agenda in peace, security, and stability. As a country that has experienced the devastating consequences of armed conflict, we acknowledge that peace cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires inclusive political processes, economic development, and respect for human rights. For the millions of civilians trapped in ongoing armed conflicts, words of condemnation and empathy alone are not enough. It is imperative that we act together as the United Nations with a sustained commitment to end the cycle of violence and give innocent civilians the opportunity to enjoy lasting peace and prosperity. In the Sahel and West Africa, the regional leadership has been hard at work to find urgent solutions to the numerous peace and security challenges, particularly to curb the spread of terrorism and violent extremism. I call upon the international community to strengthen support for African-led peace initiatives and for the United Nations to play a more active role in addressing the root causes of conflicts. The safety and security of the people in the Sahel and parts of West Africa require a strong commitment from all relevant actors to engage in political dialogue and diplomacy actively to ensure we provide countries in the front line, especially Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, the necessary support they need. Commitment to political transition is necessary, but it should never be at the expense of the safety of vulnerable civilians. There can be commitment and action on both. I've called for meaningful dialogue and led by example by visiting the head of state of Burkina Faso before Sierra Leone assumed the presidency of the United Nations Security Council in August 2024. We need to build bridges, and this requires the international community's commitment to working with the regions to implement dialogue-based, region-led, and region-owned solutions. Madam President, our current tenure at the United Nations Security Council has reinforced the view that there is an urgent need for reform. Nearly 80 years after its creation, the Security Council has been stuck in time. Its imbalanced composition is unjust and at odds with current realities, undermining its legitimacy and effectiveness. Unfortunately, Africa remains the unquestionable victim in all of this. Without structural change, the Security Council's effective performance and legitimacy remains unquestionable. In a historic and successful debate, which I presided over during Sierra Leone's August presidency of the Security Council on addressing the historic injustice and enhancing Africa's effective representation in the Security Council, I spoke as a representative of the continent that has long been underrepresented in the decision-making processes that shape our world on matters of peace and security. That debate had an indisputable resonance. One, that the historical injustice being perpetrated against Africa must be rectified. Two, that Africa must be treated as a special case. And three, that it must be prioritized in the reform process. In expressing appreciation for the active and supportive engagement by the many interest and regional groups, as well as invited member states to the debate, the facts and issues are now clear to all. Africa has long been marginalized in global decision-making processes, and its voices are often drowned out. The legacy of colonialism, economic exploitation, and political marginalization has left deep scars on the African continent, thereby affecting its development, stability, and influence in international affairs. This results in a lack of meaningful representation on issues that directly affect the continent, such as conflict prevention, conflict resolution, peacekeeping operations, and sustainable development. Addressing contemporary global security challenges require the collective wisdom and cooperation of all nations, not just the privileged few or the most militarily or economically powerful. We urge that equitable representation of Africa, we argue that equitable representation of Africa will better equip the United Nations to tackle global challenges and foster a more just, fair, and peaceful world. As the coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on the reform of the Security Council, Sierra Leone remains fully committed to promoting, defending, and soliciting support for the common African position as espoused in the Ezowini Consensus and SAT Declaration. Africa, therefore, demands no less than 2 permanent seats with all the rights and privileges of the permanent members, including the right to veto, and 2 additional seats in the non-permanent category of the Security Council. Sierra Leone welcomes the consensus that has emerged from the UN Secretary General, from the UN General Assembly intergovernmental negotiations, as reflected in the Pact for the Future. And I quote, "To address the historical injustice against Africa as a priority, and while treating Africa as a special case, improve the representation of the underrepresented and unrepresented regions and groups," end of quote. Let us work together to redress historical injustice and recreate a Security Council that truly reflects the diversity of the world that we live in today. As I stated
in the Security Council debate, the time for half-hearted measures and incremental progress is over. Africa's voice must be heard. And its demands for justice and equity must be met, and now. Madam President, the Summit of the Future for Sierra Leone is about delivering peace, human rights, and the dividends of democracy for everyone, everywhere, and now. Accordingly, my government has laid out a strategic vision for Sierra Leone as captured in Sierra Leone's Medium-Term National Development Plan 2024-2030, a framework for delivering socio-economic development and prosperity for our people. Aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063, our development plan serves as a comprehensive blueprint for transformative acceleration in critical areas such as agriculture, food security, human capital development, job creation for our youth, infrastructure development, and technology. With the adoption of the Pact for the Future, including the Declaration on Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact at the Summit of the Future, my government is reinforcing its commitment to championing and investing in human capital development. Human capital development is a profound commitment to our people's well-being and future. By investing significantly in education, healthcare, and agriculture, my government is laying the foundation for a prosperous and equitable Sierra Leone. Over the past 6 years, our achievements through our free quality education program, legislative reviews, and governance reforms in the education sector, and radical inclusion strategy have been highly impactful, well acclaimed and seen as a good model for the world. We welcome the Global Digital Compact's principle of ensuring safe, secure, and trustworthy emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, to offer new opportunities to accelerate development and leaving no one behind. In the area of gender equality and women's economic empowerment, significant strides have been made, and they are some of the legacies my government will bequeath to our current and future generations. I recently signed into law this year a bill prohibiting child marriage. Following the historic signing into law of the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2023. This is all meant to ensure the realization of the national aspiration for our women and girls to build an inclusive and equitable society. I remain steadfast in my commitment to ensuring that every girl and woman lives in a safe environment with ample opportunities to realize their full potential and thrive equally in the world. From prioritizing the women's peace and security agenda at the Security Council to adoption by the General Assembly of a resolution condemning all forms of sexual and gender-based violence, and urging all countries to provide victims and survivors with access to justice, reparation, and assistance. We will continue to advocate for women and girls across the globe. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that Sierra Leone will commence preparatory work that will lead to the convening of a diplomatic conference
to conclude an internationally legally binding instrument on access to justice for sexual violence survivors, the proposed treaty, Freetown Treaty, in accordance of the success of the United Nations resolution on access to justice, remedies, and assistance for survivors of sexual violence. Madam President, leaving no one behind and acting together to achieve sustainable development similarly means that we have to end global economic inequalities and ensure that government in least developed countries can deliver on the dividends of democracy. The unmanageable debt crisis, lack of capital flow, the devastating impact of climate change and lack of climate finance, conflicts, and political instability around the world are increasing the odds of developing countries not achieving the SDGs. The role of development finance institutions in supporting the objectives of national development plans of low-income countries, particularly those emphasizing the SDGs, is of great significance to their socio-economic development. At the International Development Association for Africa Heads of State Summit in Nairobi, April this year, Sierra Leone unreservedly expressed its endorsement of the Nairobi IDA communique. The communique exemplifies the collective aspiration of the African heads of state present to raise the level of development support in Africa through the IDA 21 replenishment. I wish to re-echo that endorsement at this August gathering. IDA's affordable concessional finance allows African leaders to develop our economies, enhance education and healthcare, deal with increasing effects of climate change, and expand electricity and digital access without becoming buried in unsustainable debt. To conclude, Madam President, the end of the Second World War in 1945 did not only unite leaders, but also urged them to cooperate. This was the birth of multilateralism. As the African proverb says, our two hands do not wash themselves, they wash one another. As leaders, we must cooperate to achieve the purposes of this United Nations and deliver peace and security, stability and prosperity for our people. Divisions and unhealthy competition will only lead to humanity's destruction. We must ensure unity in diversity, where the rights of the weak and the minority are protected. So let us safeguard our multilateral system. Let us cooperate, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aleksandar Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mahatma Gandhi said, there is no path to peace. Peace is the path. In the same spirit of fraternal love and open heart, I address you today on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a founding country of the United Nations, a country of freedom and justice. It is my honor to address you as President of the Republic of Serbia, the country on whose behalf I stand proudly before you today. A country that, despite the current global challenges, consistently perseveres in defending the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law, and that, through its activities and principled policy, strongly advocates the idea that is the main topic of this year's session. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the current moment this year again, to my immense regret, I have to state that the situation in the world seems even more difficult and dark than a year ago. The tensions are growing and challenges are becoming more numerous and complex. What worries me the most is that despite our declaratory efforts for peace, development and prosperity of humanity, there is no end in sight to this geopolitical nightmare. I would not like to see the wise words of the former President John Fitzgerald Kennedy becoming the words of a prophet. Mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. Today, mankind relies more on technology than it relies on mankind. This year, we are once again talking about tragic conflicts and destruction that bring suffering and enormous human losses, as well as about the numerous serious consequences that inevitably accompany armed conflicts. The Republic of Serbia and the Serbian people deeply sympathize and share the grief for all the lives lost in the conflicts happening around the world, including the tragic events in the Middle East and Ukraine. It is unforgivable that today, in the 21st century, we are talking about gruesome figures related to children who have died in conflicts. It seems absolutely incredible, but the world is on the verge of nuclear disaster and nuclear holocaust. In a desire to win and destroy the other one, step by step, we were getting closer to the verge of precipice, and eventually we got there. We live in a world where no one listens to anyone. There are only our arguments and our truth, while the other ones must disappear because they always endanger our or universally false values. We need to talk, even when we disagree. We need to restore the eroded credibility and authority of the United Nations. And I need to say, that's why Serbia will strongly support bigger presence of African country in the United Nations Security Council, and we believe that bigger African presence will mean a lot for the world's peace. We need to stop the practice of double standards being applied to restore faith in international law and the principles we all agreed on long ago. We must restore faith in peace, the only path that has no alternative. We owe that to every innocent victim anywhere in the world, to all the current and future generations. The future of the world in the next 5 or 25 years is a matter of our choice, but it is also our responsibility. All of us that have gathered here from all over the world did that for, we'd say, noble, but first and foremost for selfish reasons. Almost always the leaders from all and even the most powerful countries speak in front of you, allegedly addressing you, but actually addressing only their public and not caring substantially for the real concerns of the world today. I'm not very much different. But today I will not present to you only Serbia, the founder of the United Nations, its successes, its high growth rate, because I have and I will have the opportunity to brag about the results we have achieved in my country. And by the way, I know that all of you here are not very much interested in the respective. Today, I will speak about how the collapse of the modern world had started, about when and how the UN Charter was discredited, and when we stopped believing in law and started appeasing the force. I will explain it to you on the example of my country, to me the most beautiful country in the world, Serbia, how it was being destroyed and trampled on, and how today, because of its tenacity and freedom-loving tradition, it is a small stone in the shoe of the big and powerful ones. After the big victories that the better part of humanity won in the World War I and the World War II, and Serbs as the nation suffered the biggest losses proportionally to its size in the Great War as well as in the World War II, where they were one of the few nations in the Southeast Europe that had confronted the Nazis from the very beginning. And that is why Belgrade, as the capital of Serbia, was perhaps the only city that was brutally bombed and devastated already at the beginning of 1941. We Serbs were not, unlike the others, welcoming Nazi tanks with flowers, and we paid a high price for that. Nevertheless, neither crying nor laments from the distant past, nor the self-victimization are the subject of my speech today. I would like to warn you, dear friends, of what had happened to Serbia, a precedent that is being used and abused in different parts of the world. To warn you of the Pandora's box that was opened neither 2 nor 5 years ago, but much before, and that everybody is so loudly silent about. The absolute dominance of the Western capitalist way of manufacturing, its science and technology supremacy, convincing victory against the Eastern contenders, Soviet Union first of all, within the framework of the Third Industrial Revolution, brought the world, some would say, to the end of history and complete hegemony of the Western ideas in all spheres of social life. Apart from, of course, good things it had brought to the mankind, such a dominance of non-existence of balance and political multilateralism destroyed at the same time Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. Of course, it did not happen by accident. By all means, it did not happen by itself, but it was helped by the decisive involvement of the Western intelligence services, which were supported by the national corrupted elite, both in the Soviet Union and in Yugoslavia. Why am I mentioning all this? Because even today we heard from many that by attacking Ukraine, Pandora's box was opened. The undermining of international law took place, that it was the precedent not witnessed by Europe since the World War II. This is the utter untruth. Just to make things clear, Serbia supports the UN Charter, territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we did not question it for a moment, nor shall we. However, when the big leaders speak vigorously and ardently here about the need for Ukrainian freedom, about the observance of the UN and its Charter resolutions, I ask myself, why don't they observe the UN Charter and Resolution 1244 when it comes to the territorial integrity of Serbia, which in the strike of their own power in moments when they thought that they would violate the norms of international law the way they wanted, to the extent they wanted and so long as they wanted, because they had finally won against all the opponents, so it was possible for them to spill the rage upon one small nation and to relentlessly rush towards violation of all norms and regulations, not even trying to provide some explanations. That is why in 1999, here at the United Nations, they had tried to pass the decision on the attack and aggression against Serbia. And since the consent had not been reached, they had nevertheless taken the decision to attack, to bomb Serbia and commit aggression, because at that time they couldn't care less about the UN Charter, its resolutions and international law. They were uncontested power that did not ask anyone about anything, and they thought it would go on like that for hundreds of years. It was by accident that we, citizens of Serbia, were the ones who paid a high price. It could have been anybody else. Thereby, it does not even occur to me to say that we were angels and that there was no our responsibility in all that. But substantially, the destiny of one small nation, with no right and justice applied, was decided by the big and mighty Western powers. It is interesting that first they helped tear apart the big Yugoslavia along the lines of internal communist borders. Interestingly, once they were finished with that, we thought it was the end, but there was no end. That is when they started with tearing Serbia independent, democratic, and internationally recognized country, member of the UN and the OSCE, and only Serbia. And today, please pay attention to it. They speak passionately about defense of alleged sovereignty of the states from secession and separatism until the next opportunity, when secession and separatism will be justified by the alleged humanitarian disasters and everything else that they will never accept as an argument in some other cases. And to give you the last example, dear representatives of the countries and nations worldwide, in this paper that I am holding in my hand, it is written that except for the forces under the control of the United Nations, in this moment those are KFOR, NATO forces, with which we have fair cooperation, no one can have armed forces in the territory of Kosovo and Metohija, which is in adherence with the Resolution 1244, part of Serbia. And those who committed the aggression against Serbia, who tried to separate a part of its territory, still try, convincing us that it is the only democratic and reasonable solution to secede Kosovo and Metohija from Serbia, and they have been providing arms on a daily basis to that what is today called the so-called Kosovo security forces, and what will already tomorrow become armed forces of Albanians in the territory of Serbia. And when we ask them, in accordance to which international document you do that? Because all that is the attempt to provoke a war, a violation of the UN norms, and then, like a fig leaf, you get the stupidest possible answer in the world. Well, we do not accept the UN Charter and the UN resolution because for us the situation is changed, because we recognize the independence of Kosovo 15 years ago. And what is their message to us, my dear friends? Their message is, we are the power, we are God, we don't care about United Nations, the law of the United Nations and UN resolution. We can do whatever we want, the way we want, and as long as we want. And now I'm asking you, dear friends, dear representatives, not the ones of obedient and satellite puppet countries, but you freedom-loving nations and countries, what we as a small country can do. How can we fight? Because everybody in the world speaks about Ukraine, no one dares to speak about Serbia. And even if they do, they say how we will start the war in the Balkans upon the Russian order. And they have been lying all the time for more than 2.5 years. We are neither servants of Russia nor the United States of America. We have our own politics and our own interests. And that is why I want to ask you something and tell you that the only hope, not only for my country, which I love more than anything in the world, but also for your countries, to understand well the mechanisms of lies, the mechanisms of fraud in international relations, and to try to gather here in the most important organization, to try to change it, to try to respect it, because it is the only way to preserve peace. This way, the world is on the verge of disaster, and everyone is allegedly defending principles. No one admits any mistakes, and it is clear to everybody that there are no principles anywhere, nor anybody has them. Neither ones nor the others. Only the small ones that have nowhere else to go, and the principles are the only thing they can grasp. And the only thing that has left to the big ones, once they have crushed all the small ones, is to eat each other. And when the bite is no longer so easy and small, it is then that they remember the principles and accuse the others for violating those same principles. A representative of my country, Vladislav Jovanovic, exceptional Serbian diplomat, very respected one, on that 24th of March 1999, when the aggression against Serbia started in the Security Council of the United Nations, on behalf of the government of the then Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, made an urgent appeal to all countries to categorically oppose to aggression against our country. And just hear his words 25 years after. If the aggression is not stopped, the precedent of such unpunished aggression will sooner or later lead to aggression against a number of other smaller and medium-sized countries. The real question is, which country is next? You could have heard today several proposals which country would be the next. Let me quote this time the Nobel Prize winner and the former President of the United States, Barack Obama. He said, "Peace is not merely the absence of visible conflict. It is the presence of justice, freedom, and opportunity for everyone." The unreasonable nature of the policy pursued by Pristina, so-called Kosovo authorities, the fanaticism, and the persecution of everything Serbian in Kosovo and Metohija is reflected in a series of disturbing moves, from the ban on payments in the Serbian currency, dinar in Kosovo and Metohija, which has lasted for more than 6 months, and the ban on postal services, which is unique in the world, even for conflict areas, and which endangers the daily life of Serbs and other non-Albanian population. Up to the ban on the visit of the head of the Serbian Orthodox Church, Porfirije, to the Patriarchate of Peć. Can the intrusion of the armed special so-called Kosovo police on 9th of September into the premises of the Support Me Association made up of parents and children with developmental disabilities be described as anything other than brutality and cruelty as well as insanity? Real and lasting peace can be reached only by justice and respect for human rights, Nelson Mandela said. And how can there be peace in Kosovo if the legal order and fundamental rights of one entire nation are being systematically undermined? After everything the aforesaid, the key question today is, what is the path for Serbia and how can we resolve this situation? First and foremost, Serbia is on its European path and it sincerely wants to be a part of the European Union. Serbia's economy is the most successful economy today in the entire Western Balkans region. But even today, the very same EU we strive to makes it clear to us through the statement of its spokesperson, Peter Stano, that it does not observe principles based on the UN Charter, and not even the decisions of their own European Council by supporting the independence of the so-called Kosovo, because that is the interest of the biggest and most powerful ones in the European continent. Serbia is a small country which cannot compete with the big powers, and we are fully aware of that. But nevertheless, we are obliged to ourselves and to our people, but also to all the friends in the world. And that obligation is not to lie to anyone, but to tell the truth to everybody. Since all these big ones are interested neither in law nor in truth, there is nothing left to small but proud Serbia, but to be dedicated and committed to its economic progress, accelerated growth, new technologies and innovation, to look towards the future and to wait for the moment when the principles of international law observance will be brought back to the world's political stage. We will remain committed to the dialogue with Pristina and under the auspices of the EU, and we will fight to preserve peace. There is only one thing that we will never give to anyone, that is freedom and independence of Serbia. As the President of Serbia, I believe in a world based on real and not false values, and I believe that the strength of the developing countries, all of us who have raised our heads and who dare to say the truth, will be a foundation of a new, different, and a better world. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of state and government, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a very special sense of honor that I address Your Excellencies and all participants in this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is taking place within a very international worrying context where international relations, the tensions are worsening due to the prevailing multiple conflicts of different nature and intensity in various parts of our planet. It is understandable that in face of such a high level of instability and insecurity, it would be much more difficult to attain the major sustainable development goals and other goals that we set by this organization with a view to achieving all the targets that we have set for ourselves. Allow me to extend a special greeting to His Excellency Philemon Yang on his election as the President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, which is of special significance for the entire African continent and for his country, the Republic of Cameroon, as the duties he has performed there with proven dedication and efficiency put him in a position to successfully guide the proceedings of this session. Allow me to extend my sincere best wishes of success in this position, convinced that his commitment will make an important contribution to strengthening the role of our organization as a decisive and irreplaceable player in global governance. I also want to congratulate the outgoing President, His Excellency Denis Francis, to whom I address a word of great appreciation for the way he has performed his duties and for the results he has achieved during his term of office. I also would like to praise and commend Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his great dedication to our common cause of building a world of peace, security, harmony and concord, development and equal opportunities for all. We value much his work even more as it is being carried out within a complex global context full of challenges and threats that he has managed to deal with pragmatism, responsibility, and great wisdom and courage. Excellencies, since the founding of the United Nations after the end of the Second World War, the people of our planet have longed for a peaceful coexistence on a global scale, believing that episodes that could jeopardize universal harmony, peace, security would be subject of careful attention and preemptive measures taken within our organization so that they would not degenerate into conflicts and wars that would revive the distressing moments experienced during the period from 1939 to 1945. After almost 8 decades, what we objectively can observe today is that not only has this perspective not been realized, but we seem to be moving away from the founding purposes of the United Nations. In view of this reality, we need to see where we have failed and what collective measures we should take to make the United Nations more active and effective in seeking solutions that contribute to preventing conflicts, strengthening global peace and security, boosting international trade and cooperation, and ensure the prosperity of our nations and well-being of the peoples of our planet. Today we are witnessing an attempt to undermine, ignore, or even to replace the role and importance of the United Nations in resolving the major issues that afflict humanity, particularly those related to universal peace and security. In this context, there is no more appropriate stage other than this August Assembly to reverse this reality and to accept the urgent need to reform this institution with a special emphasis on adapting the Security Council to the realities of the contemporary world. Its current format and composition still reflects the post-war reality that has been largely overtaken by time and development in other regions of the planet, many of which were colonized countries that are now independent member countries of the United Nations. The reform of the United Nations Security Council and the international financial institutions that emerged from Bretton Woods seems to be urgent and pressing in order to give voice to the countries of Global South, namely Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and the Indian subcontinent. The imperative of multilateralism must prevail as the only framework truly capable of safeguarding the common interest of all humanity, within which we must reaffirm our resolute commitment to diplomacy, inclusive dialogue, and the use of peaceful means to resolving conflicts. It is within this spirit that the Republic of Angola is deeply committed to the process of seeking solutions to conflicts in Africa. Notably, the greatest efforts at this moment is focused on the conflict prevailing in East Democratic Republic of the Congo, without neglecting those occurring in Sudan and in the Sahel region. As part of the Luanda process, a ceasefire was reached in the eastern DRC, which came into force on 4th August this year. In order to consolidate the gains achieved, a draft peace agreement was put on the table by the Republic of Angola, involving the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The terms of the said agreement have been discussed by the parties at ministerial level with the aim of reaching an understanding that would give rise to holding of a summit meeting to seal the signing of the final peace agreement and reestablishment of relations between the DRC and Rwanda. We are very concerned about the situation prevailing in Sudan, where a violent war is being waged with dramatic humanitarian consequences, despite a certain apathy of the international community, which must seek to combine its efforts and act in coordination with the African Union to promote and achieve a long-lasting peace. We are using the experience gained by Angola in resolving its internal conflict, which after several decades was definitively resolved through inclusive dialogue between the warring parties to benefit peace in Africa. We have learned from our own conflict that there is no peace without dialogue and no peace without trade-offs on both parties. This is a path that cannot be neglected in the context of all efforts to be developed to resolve the serious security crisis that the world is currently facing. Russia's war against Ukraine has seriously and profoundly shaken Europe's stability and security, with strong repercussions to the rest of the world in terms of economic stability and food and energy security. We have witnessed a continuous escalation of that conflict, which has been escalating in a worrying manner with devastating effects on the internal situation of the warring countries due to the use of increasingly lethal weapons, without these heralding any prospect of solution to that intricate problem. Despite the increasingly sophisticated military and other means being used in the theater of operations, no military victory is in sight in this war, which is likely to spread to the rest of Europe unless a negotiated solution is found based on compliance with the principle of the United Nations, which safeguard the sovereignty of states, the indivisibility and territorial integrity of the countries. Failure to upholding the principles of the United Nations Charter is at the root cause of many of the problems and tensions that are proliferating throughout our planet, where particular geopolitical interests and ambitions, contrary to the values advocated by the international community, often affect the security and stability of entire regions of our planet. In the Middle East, we have witnessed and condemned the killing and kidnapping of defenseless Israeli civilians on the 7th of October last year. As a result of that, although Israel has the right to protect its territory, to guarantee the safety of its citizens, and to seek to rescue the hostages whose whereabouts are still unknown, it should do everything it can to prevent the genocide that the world is witnessing live in Gaza Strip and the attacks on settlements and expansion of settlements in the West Bank. In that conflict, the main victims are defenseless and vulnerable human beings, namely children, women, the elderly and sick, who are killed indiscriminately not only by the air and artillery bombs, but also because they are deprived by force of arms from accessing and supplying the most basic rights, such as access to food, drinking water, medicine, housing and medical and pharmaceutical assistance, and destruction of the main infrastructures such as schools, hospitals, houses, energy, and others. We are witnessing the death of alarming numbers of journalists from international networks, UN employees, and workers from international humanitarian organizations, which is unacceptable and condemnable. We cannot continue to allow that in just 11 months, in a small territory without escape, nearly 43,000 people have been killed and that their perpetrators have not been held accountable by the international community. The international community cannot be indifferent to this situation that threatens the existence of the Palestinian people, who have the same right to live in peace and security in the territory of their ancestors, such as the Jewish people. We are concerned about the spread of the conflict to other countries because it threatens peace and security throughout the Middle East and opens up the dangerous possibility of direct involvement of the major world powers, and thus render the conflict into World War with all possible consequences on a global scale. We are faced with the fact that once again highlights the role of the United Nations, its decisions and resolutions, which, if strictly and rigorously upheld, would resolve the impasse surrounding the creation of the sovereign state of Palestine, with the only way to put a definitive end to the problem that the Middle East has been facing for decades. I would like to take this opportunity to once again call for an end to the embargo against Cuba and the sanctions on Zimbabwe, the current chair of our regional economic community, the SADC, because they are unjust and inhuman as they increase the suffering of their people and greatly hinder the economic and social development of those countries. Excellencies, as a part of the collective efforts undertaken by the nations of our planet to consolidate peace, African countries have been increasingly sought to contribute effectively to the United Nations missions aimed at bringing stabilities to countries and regions in conflict. Such peace operations are often not carried out within the time frame and effectiveness required due to financial constraints faced by the countries willing to participate. Fortunately, this situation seems to have eventually been overcome at the Security Council, representing a decisive step towards strengthening interoperability and effectiveness of the African Union-led peace-building missions, which now has a financing mechanism more suitable to its operations. I warmly welcome these developments, especially because Africa wants to be increasingly present not only in the discussion but also in the decision-making and resolution process of major global issues. Excellencies, we intend to be part of the construction of a new international financial architecture within which a close collaboration among states is essential, with a view to effectively fight the illicit flow of capital and the recovery of assets, which is often difficult for the countries that hold the funds under their control, even without a plausible justification. It is important to note that funds that come from asset recovery processes have a direct impact on the implementation of sustainable development goals and consequently on improving the general living conditions of our populations. Angola has made significant progress in the fight against corruption, with specific cases of citizens who have been tried and convicted who saw their assets forfeited in favor of the state by virtue of sentences handed down in courts and confirmed by the competent courts of appeal. As regards asset recovery, we have had 2 successful cases in which we countered with a highly responsible attitude and respect for our sovereignty by the United Kingdom authorities, who have returned to Angola $2.5 billion that were sitting in a bank in London, and it is befitting to acknowledge this fact publicly from this World Forum. Unfortunately, not all countries that agreed to accept these proceeds from corruption without questioning their origin at the time, today respect the rulings of our courts, which are binding. Some of these countries even claim the right to question the credibility of our courts, almost wanting to review the sentences issued by our courts as if they were extraterritorial appeal bodies. These assets are the property of our states already impoverished during the colonial period. We will therefore continue to fight with all our strength to recover the assets that were embezzled from public treasury that are sorely needed for the construction of infrastructure such as school, hospital, energy and water facilities, roads, amongst others. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola advocates for the urgent implementation of reforms that will lead to a fair representation of African countries within the main international financial institutions in order to stand for the decision-making and development of policies that have impact on the daily life of the populations of the concerned countries. We are firmly committed to leaving no one behind, acting together to promote peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. In line with this motto of 79th session, we must mobilize efforts, capabilities, and all resources at our disposal to promote policies, measures, and programs that make it possible to materialize the intentions contained therein. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The Republic of Angola is making a great effort to put the country on the path of progress and development based on policies that establish priorities contained in the National Development Plan, whose main pillars are economy diversification, public debt reduction, mobilization of domestic revenues, optimization of public expenditures in priority sectors such as health and education, and implementation of special social protection schemes. The tasks that we have proposed to carry out in the areas that I've just mentioned are complex. They require time and sufficiently qualified human resources to carry them out successfully. But despite this situation, we are making encouraging progresses whose benefits will be felt over time. Among the successful initiatives, I would like to mention the construction of water transfer systems for areas severely affected by droughts in the south of Angola, where poverty and misery are paving the way for a prospect of prosperity and a more dignified life for the population, who can now count on water available in sufficient quantities to transform arid zones into areas for agricultural production and livestock farming without the previous risk that used to jeopardize human and animal survival. As part of the government of Angola's action to improve the national social situation and create factors that boost the development of industry and agriculture, we have embarked on the path of electrification of the country in all its latitudes. We have invested in production of clean energies with construction of large hydropower plants and photovoltaic parks, meaning that 60% of the country's energy matrix will be now coming from clean sources, with a trend to phase out the thermal power plants still in operation over the next 3 years. In terms of clean energy production, in addition to the more than 6,500 megawatts produced currently, we are building the Kakulka Bas hydropower plant, which will produce more than 2,000 megawatts and will soon begin the construction of the country's largest photovoltaic park with financing of $1.5 billion from the US Exim Bank to supply off-grid power to a considerable number of locations in the provinces of Huila, Cunene, Namibe, and Quantubango. With this additional energy production project underway, our biggest focus at the moment is on public investment or public-private partnerships to build high and medium voltage transmission lines to the east and south of the country, with a view to interconnect with the SADC power grid to the east via Zambia and to the south via Namibia. We currently have a considerable supply of electricity production, which requires transmission and distribution networks to take it to potential beneficiaries in all parts of the country, and also to the southern African countries which need this resource for their development. Interested investors now have the opportunity to sell electricity produced in Angola to customers in the mining areas in the DRC and Zambia, as well as to SADC countries in general, with a focus on the largest industrial and domestic consumer, which is South Africa. Angola is developing a number of initiatives that are part of the effort to ensure the implementation of the International Climate Agenda, with a focus on climate change mitigation and adaptation measures, always taking care to exploit our fossil resources in a responsible manner in order to ensure the development and well-being of our populations. It is important to highlight that we've made a major public investment in Angola in the health sector throughout the country, with the rapid construction of well-equipped hospital infrastructure at all three levels, and with an ambitious training and recruitment program for health practitioners for our national health system. Ladies and gentlemen, in the current times, among the major priorities of the African continent is the issue of development based on trade promotion and intensification, which is essential to build infrastructure that ensure connectivity among African countries, mobility of economic operators, and favor the free trade amongst all within the scope of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Within this perspective, the Republic of Angola has established partnerships at international level to ensure the operationalization of the Benguela Railway, the mining and commercial ports of Lobito within the framework of the major transnational transport and logistic project of the Lobito Corridor, which will ensure the faster, safer and more competitively priced flow of minerals, agricultural and industrial products produced in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia and Angola across the Atlantic Ocean to the rest of the world. This is a catalyst project that will change the economic landscape in Angola and in Southern Africa by allowing the emergence of a number of various enterprises along the Lobito Corridor with direct impact on the economies of the southern sub-region of Africa and other regions of our continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola is a hospitable country, open to the world and always ready to act as a proactive partner to help increase global cooperation in favor of the development and implementation of joint and complementary actions which help to respond to the permanent challenges in the fight against international terrorism and other threats to peace, world security and sustainable development. With improvement of the business environment in recent years, we are open to tourism and direct private investment virtually in all sectors of our economy that are of interest to investors. You're welcome to Angola and thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Angola. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 8th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 8th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, may the peace and blessings of God be upon the most noble of prophets. Mr. President, Your Majesties, Excellencies and Highnesses, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by extending my warmest congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young, on his presidency of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, wishing him every success at the head of the General Assembly. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis on his great wisdom in managing the work of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Allow me also to express my great appreciation for the efforts made by Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, to develop our organization and to enhance its role as an effective institutional expression of our collective will to address the various challenges facing our world on the path of comprehensive sustainable development. Your Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, powerfully and clearly encapsulates the goals and objectives of the Charter of the United Nations and at the same time translates the depth of our collective awareness of the need to enhance our cooperation and coordinate our efforts to address the existing challenges. What the world has been through and what it is currently going through in terms of violent crises and unprecedented shocks at every level has greatly weakened our individual and collective ability to fulfill our common commitments in the context of the 2030 Agenda. The current international situation is having a very negative impact on efforts to achieve sustainable development, especially on the African continent, which already suffers from structural and circumstantial imbalances and obstacles that hinder its development efforts and slow down its progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda of the United Nations and the 2063 Agenda of the African Union. Our continent continues to suffer from poverty, vulnerability, unemployment, weak health and education systems in terms of quality and inclusiveness, not to mention the spread of terrorism, armed conflicts, and the devastating effects of climate change. This bleak outlook in Africa very strongly confirms the urgent need to alleviate the enormous debt burden of African countries and correct the obvious imbalances in the development assistance system and in international governance, both political and financial, and to strengthen multilateral cooperation in general. This could bring the continent towards economic growth in a way that doubles the effectiveness or to redouble efforts to fulfill the commitments made by countries vis-à-vis the 2030 Agenda and the international community. In the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and in accordance with its commitments, we have made achieving the Sustainable Development Goals a central objective towards which all of our public policies converge. We have been able to improve many of the Sustainable Development Goal indicators, and that is reflected in our improved ranking among countries in the United Nations Report on Sustainable Development 2024. This improvement is the result of intensive efforts aimed at enshrining the rule of law, strong institutions promoting democracy and individual and collective freedoms, the use of dialogue and consultation as a permanent method for managing public affairs, support for the independence of the judiciary, transparency, combating corruption and bribery in administrative or financial terms. Our continuous efforts to protect and promote human rights as well take the form of our fight against the remnants of modern slavery, human trafficking, protecting the rights of women and children, combating irregular migration and cross-border crime. In addition, we have been able to achieve security and stability despite the prevailing situation in our region and internationally. Indeed, violence and terrorism are reigning, as well as political and social crises, but through the help of God and with our national integrated security strategy, we have been able to achieve this. Likewise, we have given great attention to the role of young people in the advancement of countries and advancing growth. We are focusing on developing plans and strategies that guarantee that young people have education qualifications, are integrated into active life, and strengthening their presence in various areas of public life. All of the above has played a positive role in consolidating our national unity and strengthening our social cohesion. To do this, we have made intense efforts to eliminate various forms of exclusion, injustice, and vulnerability. To do this, we have built a social safety, a vast and varied social safety net that aims to alleviate the burden of the constraints and hazards of daily life on the poorest and to enhance their ability to withstand these vicissitudes and to access all public services. We have also launched a promising reform process for our education system in the aim of establishing a republican school that embodies the values of equality and fairness and that guarantees that everyone in the same conditions can have high-quality education that will be a lever for social advancement. In parallel, we have redoubled our efforts to expand and improve the scope of health services that we offer to our population and to ensure access to medicines. We have created a health insurance system for citizens not covered by traditional insurance programs. In addition, we are providing some basic medical services free of charge, especially for mothers, older persons, and persons with disabilities. We are aware of the negative repercussions of climate change and environmental challenges in general on our planet, the economy, society, and political and security implications, particularly in the African continent and the Sahel in particular. We have worked to reduce our carbon emissions by 11% and to raise the share of renewable energy in our total energy mix to 50% by 2030. We intend to redouble our efforts in this area to adopt a green hydrogen development program. In addition to our efforts to promote clean energy, which today covers 48% of our energy use, we are continuing our fight against desertification in the context of the Great Green Wall and the Joint Committee to combat the effects of desertification in the Sahel. In this context, I would like to applaud the outcomes of COP28, which was hosted by the United Arab Emirates at the end of last year. I would like to hope that these environmental gains will be strengthened during the upcoming session, which will be hosted by Azerbaijan this year. We are hopeful that industrialized countries will respect their commitments to reduce their emissions and fulfill their pledges from the Paris Summit. Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply convinced in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania we are deeply convinced in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania that the effectiveness of cooperation between states depends on relationships based on friendship, trust, and mutual respect. Therefore, our foreign policy is based on non-interference in the internal affairs of states, strengthening cooperation and friendship, the maintenance of international peace and security, and supporting just causes based on international law, the Charter of the United Nations, the African Union, the League of Arab States, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. For that reason, we would like to reiterate the following. Our strong condemnation of the war of genocide practiced by Israel against the defenseless Palestinian people in flagrant violation of international law and international humanitarian law. We demand the immediate end of this war and reiterate our commitment to the right of the Palestinian people to dignity and sovereignty within the framework of an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital, as provided for in the Arab Peace Initiative and relevant international resolutions. Our condemnation of the current Israeli attacks on Lebanon, and our demand that they end immediately. Our call to find a solution that preserves the unity and sovereignty of the Libyan state, and our commitment to supporting African efforts and international efforts in this regard. Our support for the security and stability of brotherly Sudan and its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as our call to ensure that dialogue and reason prevail to resolve the outstanding issues leading to an immediate end to the war, ending the humanitarian suffering of the brotherly Sudanese people, and ensuring respect for international humanitarian law. Our commitment to serious efforts to achieve a political solution that preserves the unity of the Syrian Arab Republic, its independence, the dignity of its people, and their right to live in peace and security. Our support for the brotherly Yemeni people and our call for peaceful solutions in accordance with Arab initiatives and the relevant international resolutions, our firm position on the conflict in Western Sahara, and our support for the efforts of the United Nations and all relevant Security Council resolutions aimed at finding a lasting solution that is acceptable for everyone. Our concern about the continuation of the Russian-Ukrainian war and our demand that a solution be found that ends the war and takes into account the concerns of both parties in accordance with international law and the United Nations Charter, thus sparing the region and the world further tragedy and destruction. Your Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future, which concluded its work yesterday, revealed how aware we are of our collective responsibility towards our common future. Through what was adopted in terms of measures and plans, the summit confirmed that we are still able to make this future one of security, peace, prosperity, comprehensive sustainable development that will not exclude any people or country. Let us therefore strengthen mutual trust, intensify our multilateral cooperation, and accelerate the reform of international political and financial governance rules so that they are more just, more balanced, and more equitable. And then, God willing, we will be able to save our planet from perdition and secure a bright future for current and future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my congratulations to the African nations and the esteemed Mr. Philemon Yang on being elected as the President of 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I wish you success in the important and assure you that Kyrgyzstan will provide full support to your presidency in the interests of peace and sustainable development. I also express my gratitude to the esteemed Mr. Denis Francis for his active work as President of the 78th session. On behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic, I reaffirm our commitment to international law, the principles and provisions of the UN Charter, and express our full support for the organization's efforts to ensure international security, address global social, economic, and climate challenges, and protect human rights and freedoms. The modern global challenges such as the climate crisis, food security threats, and growing inequality require the united efforts of the international community. In this turbulent period, I urge all states to continue supporting the UN in its core mission, ensuring peace and preventing contemporary risks and threats. Now more than ever, this support is crucial. I hope that under the leadership of Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres and with the active backing of member states, our organization will be able to effectively fulfill its functions and assist nations in addressing pressing global issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world that is becoming increasingly unpredictable and complex with each passing year. We are facing unprecedented challenges, global climate catastrophe, economic inequality that divides nations and continents, and of course conflicts that shatter hopes for a peaceful future. At this time, we are witnessing global military expenditures increasing each year, while poor and vulnerable states lack the resources needed for their development and survival. I would like to draw your attention to two conflicting realities of our time. The first reality is the limitless spending on military needs. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, global military expenditures increased by 6.8% in 2023, reaching a record $2.5 trillion or 2.3% of global GDP. This is the highest figures in decades. Leading powers are allocating vast resources to building and developing armed forces, expanding arsenals, and creating new, more destructive weapons. Unfortunately, this is happening in a world where many countries and people still lack access to basic services such as water, healthcare, and education. It would be far better if the money spent on war, destruction, and death were redirected towards creation or addressing global challenges for the benefit of all humanity, helping countries combat climate change and prevent mass migration. Military expenditures and armed conflicts are having devastating impact on many countries, exacerbating poverty and inequality. Conflicts and armed clashes have led to the destruction of infrastructure, a decline in living standards, and mass migration, creating a vicious cycle of poverty and instability. While some countries are increasing their military budgets, many of those in need of assistance are losing the opportunity for a normal life. The second reality is the lack of progress in providing aid to poor and vulnerable states. We all know the economic inequality is on the rise. World leaders have been speaking for decades about the need of eradicating poverty, but they lack the will to follow through. Countries in Africa, South Asia, and Latin America continue to face chronic underfunding, a lack of support from the international community, and systemic economic crises that cannot be solved by individual states alone. The countries at the lowest economic levels are in dire need of investments in healthcare, education, infrastructure, and the fight against climate change. Yet amidst the rapid increase in military spending, assistance to these nations remains insufficient. Humanitarian aid and development assistance programs often face financial shortages, while these resources are being used for purchase of weapons and the conduct of military operations. Instead of decreasing, inequality between the nations is deepening. The world is now faced a critical choice. We can either choose to increase security through the expansion of armed forces, or we can pursue sustainable development aimed at eradicating poverty and supporting the most vulnerable. If the resources spent on military expenditures were instead invested in providing access to clean water, educating children in developing countries, combating hunger or addressing climate change, it would make a significant difference. To achieve progress, a joint effort between the wealthy and needy countries is essential. Firstly, developed nations must not only increase financial aid to those in need, but also focus on targeted infrastructure and social development projects. Secondly, the countries in need must actively participate in international sustainable development initiatives and commit to using resources effectively rather than scattering them without direction. Thirdly, it is crucial to transfer modern technologies from wealthy countries to those in need. This would enable struggling nations to develop their economies independently and reduce dependence on external aid. Today, we observe that geopolitical conflicts require not only increase in defense spending, but more importantly, the necessity of international cooperation for their resolution. If the global community can unite its efforts to fairly distribute resources, assist vulnerable countries, and address the root causes of armed conflicts, we can build a safer and more prosperous world. If we begin to invest in people instead of war, in education, healthcare, and sustainable development instead of weaponry, we can undoubtedly create a flourishing world. The time has come to rethink global security priorities. Security is not merely about powerful armies and weapons of mass destruction. True security is achieved through trust, equality, and the prosperity of nations. By investing in the future of poor countries, helping them to combat poverty, and providing opportunities for sustainable growth, we can create a more stable and secure world. In this context, I believe it is important and fair for the global community to pay greater attention to the issues of sustainable development in the global south and to advocate for themselves interests of first and foremost least developed countries, landlocked developed countries, and small island developing countries. Dear colleagues, one of the most dangerous challenges threatening the very existence of our planet is climate change, which is worsening daily and affecting virtually all countries and people around the world. The rapid melting of glaciers, an increase in natural disasters, and the reduction of water resources in mountainous ecosystems raise deep concerns. These negative consequences threaten the lives of local communities, contribute to rising poverty levels, deteriorate infrastructure, and cause significant harm to the economies of nations. Kyrgyzstan faces a triple challenge: the need for investment in development, the reduction of poverty, and adaptation to climate change in order to achieve carbon neutrality. Each of these areas requires specialized funding, particularly in the context of ensuring climate resilience for our country and vulnerable communities. We are determined to work together with our partners to achieve success. Kyrgyzstan proposes to strengthen and widely promote the Debt for Green Economy exchange mechanism. We believe this will help developing and less developed countries collectively combat climate change. Kyrgyzstan supports the view of the UN Secretary General on the need to reform the international financial architecture and reduce the debt burden of developing countries. We also propose a mechanism to replace external debt with projects aimed at climate and sustainable development, and we are working to establish a climate trust fund to finance environmental projects in mountainous regions. The Kyrgyz Republic pays special attention to climate issues in implementing its national policy and, based on the principles of green development, has set an ambitious goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. Over 90% of our energy is produced primarily by hydropower plants, which are the main drivers towards achieving net zero emissions. Our country has extensive opportunities to integrate renewable energy sources into various sectors of the economy, develop electric transport infrastructure, promote sustainable agriculture, and enhance ecotourism. We are actively taking measures to encourage the use of electric vehicles and improve the energy efficiency of buildings. I would like to provide just one example of our commitment to building a green future. Projects such as Neom, Masdar City, Western Harbor, and Solar Valley that are focused on sustainable development are being implemented and successfully developed. The dreams of the people in these countries have come true and serve as an example for us as well. We have begun constructing the modern and innovative city of Asman on the shores of Lake Esekul. Next year, we will start building the city of Kemin. We are striving to create green cities that will serve as a model for other regions of our country, helping to preserve the natural environment for future generations. I firmly believe that this city will become an economic, trade, cultural, tourist hub, as well as center for innovation and new technologies. Central Asia is becoming an important region in terms of global security and the world economy. Kyrgyzstan, together with its neighboring states, continues to work on the sustainable development of the region. Together with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, we are building the Kambarata 1 hydropower station, which will meet the region's energy and water needs. We are also participating in the construction of China-Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan Railway, which will enhance trade and transport cooperation and connect the east and west of the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of our world depends on the path we choose. We should not increase military spending, leading to further escalation of conflicts and disasters. Instead, we must direct our efforts towards building a just, safe, and prosperous world for all. Our choice today will determine what tomorrow will be like for our future generations. We all need to ease international tensions. The Kyrgyz Republic is ready to support the efforts of UN General Assembly and Security Council aimed at establishing a stable world order and achieving sustainable development goals, as well as to contribute to the international community's joint efforts to address global challenges and threats. At the same time, we propose our candidacy for non-permanent membership in the UN Security Council for the years 2027-2028. As a country that has never been elected, this country, Kyrgyz Republic hopes for your support in the elections scheduled to take place in New York City in June 2026. If elected, Kyrgyzstan will continue work towards enhancing the effectiveness and transparency of the Council's operations, as well as expanding its composition with consideration for balanced regional representation. The time has come to rectify the underrepresentation of African countries in Security Council and to eliminate historical injustice, such as the fact that Kyrgyzstan, including Kyrgyzstan, 60 member states have never been elected to the Security Council. At the future summit, UN member states reaffirmed the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals and the need for their full implementation. Kyrgyzstan remains committed to the Global 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and our achievements confirm our firm intention to achieve the goals, taking into consideration national priorities and financial capabilities. The UN Sustainable Development Goals are integrated into National Development Strategy of Kyrgyzstan until 2040, which creates opportunities for sustainable economic and social development, digitalization, entrepreneurship, as well as the introduction of innovative and environmentally friendly technologies for current and future generations. On July 22nd of this year, we adopted the law on protection of rights and funds of private entrepreneurs and foreign investors. This law defines the necessary measures for protecting investors in business activities. It also provides punitive measures against the relevant state officials for illegally and unjustly refusing state registration, illegally and unjustly denying the issuance of a license, unjustly and unlawfully restricting business activities, unjustly and unlawfully interfering with the activities of investors and private entrepreneurs. Severe penalties are imposed for the aforementioned violations. These include imprisonment for 2 to 5 years, confiscation of property, or large fines. Next year, our country will present its national voluntary review on the implementation of the SDGs. We are ready to share our experience, discuss the results achieved, and continue striving to be among the 30 countries in the world in implementing SDGs by 2030. As a mountainous country, Kyrgyzstan has drawn global attention to the challenges of sustainable development in mountainous regions since the 2000s. Through our initiative and with broad support from mountainous countries, the 5-year Action for Development of Mountain Regions program is being implemented for 2023 until 2027. I invite all nations to actively participate in this program. I also invite you to take part in the second Global Mountain Summit, Bishkek Plus 25 in 2027, where the results of the 5 years of Mountain Regions Initiative will be summarized. In addition, we are promoting the initiative to include a global dialogue on mountains and climate in the UN Annual Climate Change Conference agenda. Kyrgyzstan is actively working to protect the snow leopard, a symbol of long-term sustainable development in the region. In December 2023, the snow leopard was recognized as a national symbol of Kyrgyzstan. Together with 11 other countries within its habitat, we are working to protect this unique animal. In this regard, I am proud to announce that a resolution to declare International Snow Leopard Day will be introduced to the UN General Assembly, and I urge all nations to support this initiative. The inhabitants of mountainous regions face daily challenges such as water shortages, food insecurity, poverty, and lack of access to basic services. These countries should not be left alone with their problems. We call on the global community to take active steps to address these issues. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the international community to build a new consensus based on trust and the interest of all nations. In conclusion, I would like to share the following words from Manas epic, which embodies the profound depth of friendship, unity, and solidarity among people. Let us unite our strength as one head from one shoulder and one hand from one sleeve. Where there is unity, there is prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Javier Gerardo Milei, President of the Argentine Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
las autoridades de las Naciones Unidas.
To the authorities of the United Nations, representatives of the various countries, member countries, and all of the citizens of the world that are watching us, good afternoon. For those of you who are not aware, I'm not a politician. I'm an economist. I'm a liberal, libertarian economist who never aimed to be a politician, but who was honoured to become the President of the Republic of Argentina following the resounding failure of more than a century of collectivist policies that destroyed our country. This is my first speech to the United Nations General Assembly, and I'd like to take this opportunity to humbly alert the different nations of the world about the path that we are moving down and have been for decades, and about the danger that of this organisation failing, as it has been doing in its original mission. I haven't come here to tell the world what it should be doing. I've come here to tell the world, on the one hand, what will happen if the United Nations continues to promote collectivist policies that it's been promoting under the mantle of the 2030 Agenda, and on the other hand, the values of the new Argentina. I want to begin by giving credit where credit's due. The United Nations was born out of the horror of the cruelest war in global history, and the main aim of it was to ensure that it never happened again. To do so, the organisation engraved its fundamental principles in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. From that was born a basic agreement around one maxim, that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Under the watch of this organisation, the adoption of this and the adoption of these ideas, over the last 70 years, humanity has experienced the longest period of global peace in history, which has coincided with the greatest period of economic growth in history. It established an international forum in which nations can resolve their conflicts through cooperation rather than resorting instantaneously to weapons, and it achieved something previously unthinkable: to sit the 5 great powers of the world around one same table with the same veto power, despite having completely counterposed interests. All of this didn't mean that the scourge of war disappeared, but it did, at least for now, ensure that no conflict has escalated to global proportions. The result was that we moved from having 2 world wars in less than 40 years, which together claimed more than 120 million lives, to having 70 consecutive years of relative global peace and security and stability under the mantle of an order which allowed the entire world to be integrated commercially, to compete and to prosper. Because where trade enters, we don't have bullets, said Bastiat, because trade guarantees peace, peace guarantees, and freedom guarantees trade. Equality before the law guarantees freedom. It managed to ensure what Prophet Isaiah said, that he will judge between the nations and will settle disputes for many peoples. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore. This is what's happened mainly under the watch of the United Nations in its first few decades. That's why we're talking about an outstanding success in the history of nations that has been achieved by the United Nations, and it cannot be overlooked. Now, at some time, and as often happens with the majority of bureaucratic structures that are created by men, this organisation stopped looking after its main aims set out in its founding declaration and started to change. This was an organisation that had essentially been thought up as a shield to protect the reign of men, and it became a leviathan with various tentacles purporting to decide not only what each nation state should do, but also how all the citizens in the world should live. That's how we moved from being an organisation that pursued peace to an organisation that imposes an ideology on its members about an endless list of topics in society. The model of the United Nations that had been successful, the origin of which we can see in the ideas of President Wilson, who talked about the need for peace without victory, and that was founded out of cooperation from nation states, has been abandoned. It's been replaced by a model of supranational government, of international bureaucrats that attempt to impose on citizens of the world a specific way of living. What we're discussing in New York this week at the Summit of the Future is nothing more than going further down this tragic path, the tragic path that this institution has adopted. going further down this path, which in the very words of the Secretary General calls on us to define a new social contract, redoubling our commitments in the 2030 Agenda. On this, I'd like to be clear about Argentina's position. The 2030 Agenda, although it's well-intentioned in its goals, is nothing but a supranational government program that is socialist in shape. It purports to resolve the problems of modernity with solutions that afflict the sovereignty of nation-states and violate the right to life, right to freedom, and property of persons. It's an agenda that purports to resolve poverty, inequality, discrimination with legislation that simply furthers these issues, because the history of the world has shown that the only way of guaranteeing prosperity is by limiting the power of the monarch, by guaranteeing equality before the law, defending the right to life, to freedom, and to the ownership and property of individuals. The adoption of this agenda is fully in line with these privileged interests and looks beyond the principles that were set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It has therefore twisted the role of this organization and set it on the wrong course. We've seen how an organization that was born to defend the rights of man has become one of the main proponents of systematic violations of freedom, such as, for instance, the lockdowns imposed in 2020, which should be seen as a crime against humanity. In this same house, that purports to defend human rights, we have also included bloody dictatorships in the Human Rights Council, including Cuba and Venezuela, without reproach. In this same house, which purports to defend the rights of women, we've allowed on CEDAW, the CEDAW Committee, countries that punish their women just for showing their skin. In this same house that had voted against the State of Israel, which is the only country in the Middle East to defend a liberal democracy, we have simultaneously shown a total inability to respond to the scourge of terrorism. On the economic level, we have promoted collectivist policies that undermine economic growth, violate property rights, and disrupt a natural economic process, preventing the most left-behind countries to freely enjoy their own resources. They have imposed regulations and prohibitions specifically because of countries that wish to develop themselves. We have further established a toxic relationship between global governance and international credit bodies, demanding that those countries that are most left behind commit resources that they don't have to programs that they don't need, making them perpetual debtors. We have also seen ridiculous policies with Malthusian stances, such as policies, zero emissions policies that harm all poor countries, policies related to sexual and reproductive rights, when birth rates in Western countries are plummeting, announcing a somber future for all of us. The organization has met its mission of upholding territorial sovereignty of its members. As we know, the Argentines have a first-hand experience of this with the Malvinas Islands. We have also seen that the veto of the permanent members of the Security Council has begun to be used in the defense of the specific interests of a certain few. That's where we are today, with a powerless organization, powerless to provide solutions to the true global conflicts. For instance, the aberrant Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has costed the lives of more than 300,000 people and left behind more than 1 million wounded. This is an organization that, rather than tackling these conflicts, invests time and effort in imposing on poor countries how they should and how much they should produce, who they should do relations with, what they should eat, what they should believe in, the Pact for the Future purports to dictate. This long list of errors and contradictions has led to a loss of credibility for the United Nations before the citizens of the free world. I'd like to issue a warning here. We are coming to the end of a cycle. Collectivism and the moral posturing and the woke agenda has is coming up against reality. There are no further credible solutions to the real problems of the world. If the 2030 agenda fails, as recognized by its own promoters, the response should be to wonder whether or not this was an ill-conceived program from the outset. We should accept this reality and change what we're doing. The same thing always happens with ideas that come from the left. They're designing a model in line with what human beings should do, and when individuals freely decide to act otherwise, they have no better solution than to restrict, repress, or cut off their freedom. In Argentina, we've seen with our own eyes what they have done at the end of this path of envy and sad passion, poverty, anarchy, and a total lack of liberty. We still have time to choose another direction. I want to be clear so that there's no poor misunderstanding here. Argentina, that is going through a profound process of change currently, has decided to embrace the ideas of freedom. These are ideas that say that all citizens are born free and equal before the law, that we have inalienable rights granted by our Creator, to life, to freedom, and to property. These principles that are setting the framework of the process of change that we're undertaking in Argentina are also the principles that will guide our international conduct from now on. We believe in the defense of life for all. We believe in the defense of property for all. We believe in freedom of expression for all. We believe in freedom of worship for all. We believe in freedom of trade for all. And we believe in limited government, all. And in these times, what happens in one country has a swift impact on others, and we believe that peoples should be able to live free of tyranny and oppression, be it political oppression, economic slavery, or religious fanaticism. This fundamental idea shouldn't be mere words. It should be supported by our acts diplomatically, economically, and materially through the joint force of all of the countries that stand up for freedom. This doctrine of the new Argentina is no more and no less than the true essence of the United Nations, that is, the cooperation of nations united in the defense of freedom. If the United Nations wants to resume the principles that led to its birth and adopt the role for which it was designed, it can count on the full support of Argentina in its struggle for freedom. You should be aware, though, that Argentina will not support any policy that implies restricting individual or trade freedoms, nor the violation of the natural rights of individuals, regardless of who promotes these or how big the consensus is in this institution. For this reason, I'd like to officially express our dissent on the Pact for the Future that was signed on Sunday, and I invite all nations of the free world to support us, not only in relation to this pact, but also in the establishment of a new agenda for this noble institution, that is, the agenda for freedom. From this day on, you should know that Argentina, the Republic of Argentina, will abandon its policy of historic neutrality and will be on the vanguard in the struggle for the defense of freedom. Because, as Thomas Paine said, those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like men, undergo the fatigue of supporting it. Long live freedom, God damn it. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Argentine Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente.
President of the General Assembly. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished members of the delegations with us here today, ladies and gentlemen. When I came to this General Assembly for the first time in 2019, I know that many of you didn't know El Salvador or hadn't even heard of El Salvador. And if you had heard of it, you only had heard bad references, either the most violent country in the world or the country of gangs. Others didn't even know where to put us on the map. But thanks to God, this has significantly changed, and in a very short time. 5 years since my first speech, I come here as the president of a country that now has a voice in the world. In my previous statements to this General Assembly, I talked about the quest for our true independence. For decades, we were in chains due to an imported civil war and then a false peace that left behind more dead than war itself. I also talked about the importance of remembering that the main responsibility of a government is towards its own people, and the crucial importance of taking our own fate into our own hands. We shouldn't believe that other countries would save us or that other nations would give us our own freedom. We had to understand this, to then have the courage to break these chains ourselves and to reclaim our own legitimate right to be free. Over the last 5 years, El Salvador has been born again. You can see this in the countries and in the people. We have a flourishing tourist industry. We are a country of sports, surf, and entertainment. Thousands of Salvadorians fled war and poverty. They're now coming. We've now made this a country to return to. And our nation was once the global capital of homicides. We've now made this the safest country in our region. This was a great challenge that our nation overcame. But we still have a lot to do and many things to achieve. But we are now on the cusp of true independence and the path towards true freedom. The transformation of El Salvador is without comparison, and our success is undeniable. Anyone can visit El Salvador and see this for yourself. Salvadorians, regardless of for whom they voted, where they were born, will at least say whether or not they are within or outside our borders, have come to support all of our decisions, each of the decisions that allow El Salvador to be the country in which people can live calmly and in peace, in which spiritual aspirations beyond material aspirations transcend everything. Today, the world is looking at the example of El Salvador, and they wonder, how can a country lift itself up so quickly? But perhaps this isn't the right question to ask. Perhaps they should be asking a different question. How is the rest of the world falling down so quickly? They say that El Salvador is swimming against the tide because El Salvador has become safer and at the same time the world has become less safe. Well, the Salvadorian people has become more optimistic. The majority of the people in the modern world have become increasingly pessimistic. And they're right. The world has become divided, depressed, concerned and hopeless. And it's done so in an unprecedented pace. The free world is no longer free. This is not an exaggeration. Tragically, we have undeniable proof of this every day. New threats of war continue. When the free world became free, it was due to freedom of expression, freedom before the law. But once a nation abandons the principles that make it free, it's only a question of time before it completely loses its freedom. The consequences of this we can see before our eyes. We can see them in in some of the most advanced countries in the world. There are simple things, for instance, that cannot be obtained. In other cities, streets no longer belong to the people. They've fallen into the wrong hands, the hands of drug traffickers and gangs. They can't call themselves a free country when people can't freely walk in the street without fear of being attacked. We're also seeing the erosion of freedom of expression. Just 1 decade ago, it was the biggest platform of social media in the world has had to use its citizens of Western countries have been arrested for their postings on social media. Governments have had to impose restrictions. This isn't a conspiracy theory. These are fully documented, proven facts. You can't win the favor of the people without respecting people. This didn't start just a while ago. We've only just noticed it now because it's accelerating, and this means that we are moving towards a scary inflection point. We are standing before a new dark period for humanity. As a Salvadorian, I recognize these symptoms because we have experienced all of them. We saw the collapse of our nation step by step, and we are seeing these same steps, but this time on a global scale. We cannot, nor do we want to tell other countries what they should do. Every country needs to take its own decisions and do what's best for its people. We can only offer a word of warning to a friend who's gone through a dark period and who has gone through a battle in their own lives. We can't change the direction of the world. El Salvador is too small a country for that. We are indeed the smallest country in the whole of the American continent. This is much bigger than us, and in fact it's much bigger than any nation. We can't prevent the obscure times that are ahead, but what we can do is become a small refuge in light of the approaching storm and try to have hope. In El Salvador, we will not renounce our position. We don't confiscate the goods of people, property of people who don't agree with us. We don't arrest people for their own ideas. In El Salvador, we have freedom of expression, and that will always be protected. In El Salvador, we prioritize public safety over the comfort of criminals. Some people say that we are the country that has imprisoned thousands, but actually we've freed millions. Now the good people are living free, without fear, without freedoms and with freedoms and human rights fully respected. We want our people to prosper. That's why we foster innovation and new ideas. We understand that we need to have a safe space for ideas to flourish so that we can have research and experiments. We shouldn't be focused through antiquated regulations or something that is opposed to change. In El Salvador, you will find a space to explore your ambitions, be that in technology, energy, medicine, arts, culture, music, or architecture. Just a few years ago, El Salvador was one of the darkest places on the entire planet. But in a short time, our country was born again because we remembered that freedom is something that you take. It isn't given to us. It isn't gifted to us. And that like anything that is worth taking in life, it should be looked after and maintained. Today, El Salvador is a safe country for progress and innovation, but also for families and also as we seek to pursue our own aims. In El Salvador, we welcome you all, mainly for our people, but also for anybody who wishes to contribute to our vision. It won't be easy to do this. The next step, in fact, is perhaps harder than the previous steps that we've had to take. We have freed our country, but we need to maintain this freedom and do so in a world that is increasingly less free. El Salvador has left its past behind that we never wish to return to again. Perhaps it will be too late to avoid the obscure times ahead for our world, but it's not too late to build a bridge and to escape the storm. May God bless humanity. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of El Salvador. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, Excellencies, I extend my sincere congratulations both on the opening of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to you, Mr. President, on your well-deserved election. I trust that the crucial themes of this session, peace, sustainable development, and human dignity, will illuminate a bright path for both present and future generations. Last year, the devoted president of my country, Ibrahim Raisi, addressed you from this very podium. He was martyred in the service of the Iranian people. May his soul rest in peace. This is my first time addressing you as the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, a position I assumed after the Iranian people voted for my central campaign platform of national empathy. This guiding principle is rooted in the command of the Almighty God as set forth in the Holy Quran. According to the teachings of the Quran, mankind was once a nation, so God dispatched prophets as heralds and warners. He sent the books down along with them to bring the truth so as to decide among mankind concerning whatever they had been disagreeing about. However, only those to whom it was given disagreed about it out of envy towards one another after explanations had been brought to them. Imam Ali, peace be upon him, instructed one of his governors to embrace the people with all your heart, show them kindness, and extend your compassion towards them. Never treat those under your command with harshness or violence, for people fall into two categories. They're either your brothers in religion or equals in creation. The mission of all prophets has been to establish and promote truth and justice in society among all people, regardless of color, race, gender, or language. Peace and security in the world will not be achieved unless the rights of all individuals, communities, and nations are upheld with justice and fairness. Let's ask ourselves, are the roots of war and bloodshed we see in today's world anything other than the fact that aggressors have violated the rights of others, overlooked the rights of nations, enforced discrimination and inequality, kept certain groups weak and underdeveloped, and disregarded the rights of individuals? As long as injustice, oppression, greed, poverty, and ignorance prevail in any region, violence and conflict will continue. Unless we confront the root causes of such disorders, we cannot rescue the future of our children from darkness and destruction. Mr. President, I embarked on my electoral campaign with a platform focused on reform, national empathy, constructive engagement with the world, and economic development, and was honored to gain the trust of my fellow citizens at the ballot box. I aim to lay a strong foundation for my country's entry into a new era, positioning it to play an effective and constructive role in the evolving global order. My objective is to address existing obstacles and challenges while structuring my country's foreign relations in cognizance of the necessities and realities of the contemporary world. Mr. President, over the past year, the world has witnessed the true nature of the Israeli regime. It has witnessed how the regime carries out atrocities in Gaza, and in 11 months has murdered in cold blood over 41,000 innocent people, mostly women and children. Its leaders label this genocide, the killing of children, war crimes, and state terrorism as legitimate self-defense. They label hospitals, kindergartens, and schools as legitimate military targets. They label the freedom-loving and brave people around the world who protest against their genocide as anti-Semitic. They label and oppress people who have stood up against 7 decades of occupation and humiliation as terrorists. It is Israel that has assassinated our scientists, diplomats, and even guests on our soil, and supported, both covertly and overtly, terrorist groups like ISIS. Iran, in contrast, has supported popular liberation movements of people that have been victims of 4 generations of the crimes and colonialism of the Israeli regime. We have been siding with the people across the world who have flooded the streets in outrage against Israeli atrocities. We condemn Israeli crimes against humanity. It is imperative that the international community should immediately stop the violence and bring about a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and bring an end to the desperate barbarism of Israel in Lebanon before it engulfs the region and the world. Israel has been defeated in Gaza, and no amount of barbaric violence can restore its myth of invincibility. Naturally, blind Israeli state terrorism over the past few days in Lebanon, followed by a massive aggression with thousands of victims, cannot go unanswered. The responsibility for all consequences will be borne by those governments who have thwarted all global efforts to end this horrific catastrophe and have the audacity to call themselves champions of human rights. The only path to end this 70-years-old nightmare in West Asia and the world is to restore the right of all Palestinians to self-determination. We propose that all people of Palestine, both those who live in their motherland as well as those who have been forced into its diaspora, determine their future in a referendum. We are confident that through this mechanism we can achieve a lasting peace with Muslims, Christians, and Jews living alongside one another in one land in tranquility and peace and away from racism and apartheid. Excellencies, examine the contemporary history of the region. Iran has never initiated a war. It has only defended itself heroically against external aggression, causing the aggressors to regret their actions. Iran has never occupied the territory of any nation. It has not sought the resources of any country. It has repeatedly offered various proposals to its neighbors and international fora aimed at establishing lasting peace and stability. We have emphasized the importance of unity in the region and establishing a strong region. A strong region rests on several fundamental principles. First, we must recognize that we are neighbors, and because of this bond, we will always remain together. The presence of foreign powers in our region is temporary and leads to instability. Our development and progress are interconnected, and outsourcing security to extra-regional powers will not benefit any of us. Second, the new regional order must be inclusive and beneficial for all neighbors. An order that fails to safeguard the interests of each neighboring country cannot be sustained. Third, neighboring and brotherly countries should not waste their valuable resources on attritional rivalries and arms races. Our region suffers from war, sectarian tensions, terrorism and extremism, drug trafficking, water scarcity, refugee crises, environmental degradation, and foreign interventions. We can collectively address these common challenges for a better future for coming generations. I am the president of a country that has endured threats, war, occupation, and sanctions throughout its modern history. Others have neither come to our assistance nor respected our declared neutrality. Global powers have even sided with aggressors. We have learned that we can only rely on our own people and our own indigenous capabilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran seeks to safeguard its own security, not to create insecurity for others. We want peace for all and seek no war or quarrel with anyone. We seek lasting peace and security for the people of Ukraine and Russia. The Islamic Republic of Iran opposes war and emphasizes the urgent need to end military hostilities in Ukraine. We support all peaceful solutions and believe that dialogue is the only way to resolve this crisis. Mr. President, in the current globalized world, the security and interest of no country can be attained through undermining the security and interest of others. We need a new paradigm to address global challenges. Such a paradigm must focus on opportunities rather than being obsessed with perceived threats. Through such an engagement approach, we can find fresh opportunities for cooperation. Iran and global powers achieved a historic nuclear deal in 2015. Through that fresh outlook based on shared opportunities, Iran agreed to the highest unprecedented level of nuclear oversight in return for recognition of our rights and the lifting of sanctions within the framework of the JCPOA. Trump's unilateral withdrawal from the agreement manifested a threat-ridden approach in politics and a coercion-driven strategy in the economic domain. Unilateral sanctions targeted innocent people and seek to undermine the foundations of the Iranian economy. The goal is to securitize Iran, which instead leads to insecurity for all. The policy of the U.S. so-called maximum pressure was in fact implemented against the Iranian people when Iran was fulfilling all its obligations under the JCPOA, as was verified repeatedly by the IAEA. We are ready to engage with JCPOA participants if JCPOA commitments are implemented fully and in good faith. Dialogue on other. We are ready to engage with JCPOA participants if JCPOA commitments are implemented fully and in good faith. Dialogue on other issues can follow. Here I want to address the American people. It is not Iran that has established military bases along your borders. It is not Iran that has imposed sanctions on your country and obstructed your trade relations with the world. It is not Iran that prevents you from accessing medicine. It is not Iran that has restricted access to the global banking and financial system. It is not we who have targeted your military leaders. Rather, it is the United States that assassinated Iran's most revered military commander at the Baghdad airport. My message to all states pursuing a counterproductive strategy towards Iran is to learn from history. We have the opportunity to transcend these limitations and enter into a new era. This era will commence with the acknowledgement of Iran's security concerns and cooperation on mutual challenges. Sanctions are destructive and inhumane weapons designed to cripple a nation's economy. The deprivation of access to essential medications is one of the most painful consequences of the sanctions, endangering the lives of thousands of innocent people. This measure is not only a blatant violation of human rights, but also constitutes a crime against humanity. Our nation has demonstrated resilience in the face of numerous hardships throughout the past few years caused by sanctions. Although the wounds inflicted by these sanctions are deep within our society, confronting this bitter experience has transformed us into a stronger nation with unwavering resolve and self-confidence. In order to build a better future world, Iran stands prepared to foster meaningful economic, social, political, and security partnerships with global powers and its neighbors based on equal footing. The appropriate response to this message from Iran is not to impose more sanctions, but to fulfill existing obligations to remove sanctions, benefiting the Iranian people, hence laying the foundations for more constructive agreements. I hope that this message from Iran is carefully heard today. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Al-Arkaris, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I want to live in a world that is in peace, in a world that is not destroying itself, where proud, sovereign nations, big or small, old or young, modern or traditional, are not conquered and colonized. In a world where everybody can feel free, where AI serves and not hinders humanity, and where nobody has to fear oppression based on gender, race, nation, beliefs, or one's thoughts. I want to live in a world that is fit for freedom, because freedom paves the way for lasting solution and prosperity, because freedom is the core of humanity. Don't we all want the same? Regrettably, peace and freedom are under threat. The latest survey by Freedom House proved that global freedom declined for the 18th consecutive year in 2023. The number of those countries where political rights and civil liberties are diminishing is more than the twofold in comparison to those whose rights, liberties, and freedom are improving. Peace and freedom are words that are unfortunately blatantly misused. Too often we see how the one promising peace and freedom brings instead suppression and suffering. The weaker the mechanism that protects international law, the bigger is a threat to undermine the way most of us want to live. We may keep condemning the brutal acts of violence. We may even strongly condemn the atrocities, but without efficient acts against violence, the history will condemn us, and it will condemn us strongly. But it's not our place in history that we have to worry about. Something else keeps us awake at night. It's children who are lost to conflicts, who will never be old enough to see the high school diploma, who will never have a chance to learn how to ride a bike, who will never dance in the desert, who will not be free, who will not be smiling. But dear ladies and gentlemen, the happiness of a child is priceless. This image should set our moral compass right, personal and global, strategic and tactical. This image will be reality on those shores of Gulf of Aden, Azov Sea, Bay of Bengal, Dead Sea, Caspian Sea, Lake Tanganyika, Yellow Sea, or elsewhere in the world when the universally shared rules prevail, when the international law is respected, when UN Charter is applied. Therefore, we have no other option than to act and adjust the UN system so that it could live up to the demands and necessities of the 21st century. It means reinforcing the UN Charter. Restoring the credibility and reforming the UN should grant better and more efficient application of the Charter so that the peace and security is maintained in everyone's interest and everywhere in the world. The need to reform the UN and its Security Council has been discussed for decades. I am convinced that now more than ever, the renewal and strengthening of a multilateral world order with UN Charter at its core is in the interest of all of us. Pact for Future that we adopted at the Summit of the Future just a few days ago is a good start. It is guidelines showing us the way forward. Now we must implement all we have pledged. We should have been even more ambitious. The Future Security Council has been fit for purpose, efficient, transparent, open and accountable with a strengthened decision-making capacity. The Council's composition must adequately reflect the current world. It must also be inclusive in conducting its business to better respond to the current global threats. But there is no easy formula how to grant it. Otherwise, we would have a balanced, agile and effective Security Council already in place. One thing is certain, and it is acknowledged also by the Pact for the Future, that the scope and use of a veto right has to be limited. Estonia supports all efforts to limit the use of a veto, especially on actions aimed at ending or preventing mass atrocities. Currently, the veto right in the Security Council hands its holder a great power, a power also to put finding the solution of a standstill, as sometimes that solution might sharply be against the interest of the members of the Security Council itself. The deadlocks of the Security Council can be measured directly in lost and crippled human lives. This is not right, and this is unacceptable. We believe that all states collectively should have bigger say in maintaining peace and security than one member of the Security Council, especially in the case of a deadlock in the Security Council. We cannot restore credibility of the multilateral system and the UN when a permanent member of the Security Council acts against the principles of the Charter. Therefore, let us wisely use the powers of the General Assembly. We, in the General Assembly, should be able to collectively overcome the veto in the Security Council, if the situation requires. Let us analyze the options how General Assembly could gain more prominence. In addition, I recommend taking this analysis to our capitals, to different conferences around the world, collecting new ideas from the inclusive global debate. Pact for the Future acknowledges the need for revitalizing the work of the General Assembly, also in connection of strengthening the coordination with Security Council. Among other things, it means that the future peace operations would be better respond to existing challenges and emerging realities. The preciseness and sharpness of the Pact for Future allows us to believe that the United Nations 2.0 is an idea that is also capable of meeting the current challenges on the ground. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the pain of losing a close one is grave. It hurts us no matter where it happens. The life will never be the same after such a tragedy. Russia's aggression against Ukraine causes inhumane suffering, as does the war in Gaza, or the worsening fighting in Sudan, or the tensions, instability, human rights violations in Sahel, the war in Syria, the unresolved Rohingya crisis, the humanitarian catastrophe in Yemen, or the suppression and torture of girls and women in Afghanistan. Since the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel almost a year ago, there has been too much suffering in Gaza and the region. The destruction, loss of life and trauma is unimaginable. It only leads to a vicious cycle of violence and deepening hatred. We believe it is high time for an agreement that would establish a ceasefire and allow for the release of hostages. Without being naive or blind to regional complexity, Estonia is deeply convinced that the two-state solution is the only way to just and lasting peace. Israelis and Palestinians both deserve to live in a free, sovereign country with secure and recognized borders. We must step up efforts to achieve this goal. Ladies and gentlemen, in this very room, the global community has condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Russia has attacked international peace and security and the UN Charter. That is a fact, confirmed also by General Assembly. We must also firmly condemn the actions of those who arm Russia in this aggression, Iran and North Korea. It has been becoming increasingly important not to lose the sight. We cannot and will not accept blurring the realities of the ground. Russia's war against Ukraine is a clear black and white situation. Russia is the aggressor and Ukraine is the victim. Russian violations against international law are brutal and widely documented. Russia has systematically killed civilians. Ukrainian children are deported to camps far away from their homes and parents in order to teach how to think correctly. Unfortunately, sending people in the so-called correction camps where they are taught right behavioral patterns are not precedent in today's world. It makes me wonder in which century do we actually live in. What would any of us do if the aggressor, the murderer of our parents, would stand in front of us? Would we demand justice, accountability, and the end of aggressive behavior, or would we call the aggressor for a chat, for a settled misunderstanding between us? Probably the smooth talk about dialogue and importance for Ukraine and Russia to engage in direct peace talks are only supporting Russian cause, especially when those so-called peace proposals fail to recognize who is one who has launched the aggression and who is the one suffering. We are not going to call Russia for coffee. Instead, we call them to accept President Zelensky's 10-point peace formula, which has wide international support. Russia has to end the aggression, withdraw the troops and military equipment from the territory of Ukraine. Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty must be restored. We demand Russia to stop cynically and shamelessly exploiting various conflicts to its own advantage by fueling contradictions in Africa, Europe, America, or elsewhere. Russia attacks the coherence of our societies and generates instability. Misinformation is a widely used weapon for this purpose. We have to act decisively against systematic spread of lies. To succeed in this, we must develop critical thinking and knowledge. Therefore, granting education globally for everybody is so strategically important. While drafting the UN resolutions, we must consider the new mechanisms that are weaponized and used to undermine international peace and security. The world has changed. Information is rushing in various digital formats, and we tend to live in fragmented bubbles. This can, in turn, be fertile ground to extremist terrorist groups or for neo-imperial expansionist ambitions. Similarly, refugees are sometimes used for destabilizing actions. Changing world poses new challenges. Let's make sure that UN methods, agencies, and resolutions meet the requirements of the 21st century. Dear ladies and gentlemen, last year, Estonia proposed the Fit for Freedom agenda that calls for global discussion. First, on how to reinforce multilateralism and international rule-based system with the UN Charter at its core. Second, how to foster inclusive decision-making of all states and societies. And third, how to ensure human rights and freedoms for all. The central idea of Fit for Freedom is simple. International law must be upheld, the rules must apply. Only then we are all better off. We do not need global cataclysm to build something instead of the UN. We have learned from the past, and we are able to build on the structures of the UN already in place. Most of all, it takes political will to succeed. The possibilities to engage with the work of the Security Council and its subsidiary organs should be improved to all the members of the General Assembly. With a distinct help from technology, the accountability of the Security Council has to be enhanced. If the working culture would be more open, hypocrisy and lies would have indeed shorter legs. Promoting new open and swift models to work and administer is the second pillar how we can make the world freer. This year, Estonia chairs the Media Freedom Coalition, and next year, Freedom Online Coalition. We will build our conviction that fundamental freedoms and human rights should be the mainstream of international policies, even more forcefully and consciously than until today. If human fundamental rights are protected, then we may conclude that international law and UN Charter are not only maintained, but they are strengthened. Then international rules apply to everyone. The world is fit for freedom. Dear ladies and gentlemen, positive change is possible. Estonia's own story is a perfect illustration of that. We have built a digital, cyber-secure society where citizens feel that they themselves are the state, as it should be. We know from our own experience that freedom combined with a proper technology and innovation-oriented mindset are the best tools for finding long-term solutions. Yes, also free societies might need some updates from time to time, and the latest plugins from optimize user-friendly performance. But if maintained properly, they are not crashing and freezing like autocracies tend to do. Estonians have a vivid memory of the times when human rights were denied to us. This makes Estonia vigorous in standing up for those fighting for their rights today. We partner with those who have reached out for helping hand to enhance children's access to education and medicine. We unite with those who work tirelessly to grant women and girls equal rights with men and boys. And we are aligned with all who follow the principle of universal and indivisibility of human rights. My country stands for these principles as a candidate for the UN Human Rights Council for 2026 till 2028. Dear ladies and gentlemen, what kind of change are we going to see? We know the answer. It is up to us to fix the UN so that it could safeguard international peace and security and build a world fit for freedom. Let's get to work. Let's do something about it. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, members of the General Assembly, and to all inhabitants of the world listening to us. 2025 will mark 80 years since the day on which 51 countries took the momentous step of creating the United Nations. Our country, Chile, has always been a proud member of this collective effort. We were at that time one of the founding countries, and now, almost 80 years later, we continue to defend democracy, peace, multilateralism, and integral respect for human rights. Since 1945, the world has changed a great deal. Indeed, it would have been very complex at the time, full of hope due to the end of the war that had been torn apart by poverty, destruction, and death, which was left in its wake, and already marked by the infamy of colonialism. We saw simmering emancipation, inexorable emancipation of peoples from their executioners. Much time has passed since then, and the world has changed radically. Just imagine if a 20-year-old from that time were to magically wake up in 2024. I'm sure they wouldn't be able to believe what they see. The world has changed, but some things remain the same. One example of this that has been repeated since this rostrum is the UN Security Council. 2024's world is not the same as 1945's. This morning, I listened to the UN Secretary General. I listened to President Lula from Brazil and President Biden from the United States. They all explicitly expressed their agreement to reforming the Security Council to adjust it to today. What or who is holding this up? Is anybody in this assembly opposed to this? Chile proposes that we set a deadline for this reform, and when the UN celebrates its 80th birthday, we'll do so with a Security Council that is in line with current times, that includes Brazil from Latin America, India, and at least one country from Africa, among others. Nothing is stopping this except the lack of our own will. Human institutions depend on the will of their leaders, us. And those that are not able to adapt to their era run the risk of failing. It's worth remembering the swift collapse of the League of Nations. There are times at which change is the best way of ensuring the continuity of our history, and this is exactly one of those. The same goes for financial governance. We welcome the efforts that have been made by global financial institutions to modernize. But above all, Chile supports the proposal of Africa, led by Nigeria, to address tax evasion, illicit financial flows, and inequalities in tax collection through the establishment of a convention on international tax cooperation. This would ensure that we have a more transparent and inclusive system, a global taxation system that supports the financing of the fight against climate change, in which countries but also large companies are held accountable for their movements and contribute what is due to those countries from which or whom they have obtained their wealth. I'm also in no doubt that it is the possible leadership of a woman, as is noted in the agreement of the Pact for the Future that we signed this morning, that might come from our Latin America on the basis of territorial rotation. This is the person who might be able to lead this process down the reformist path already set by Antonio Guterres. President, leaders of the world. The international community is occasionally accused of double standards in the face of violations of human rights that happen around the world. We condemn what our adversaries do, but when an alleged friend is the one violating the UN's charter, we look aside or we express ambiguity. Chile rebels against double standards in human rights. As a young Latin American and left-wing president, I would clearly, strongly like to say that human rights must always be respected everywhere. We must demand this respect regardless of the political colour of the dictator or the government that violates them. Because the Palestinian teenager murdered in Gaza, the Venezuelan worker who's forced to leave their homeland, the Ukrainian child abducted by Russia, the silenced opposition in Nicaragua, or the woman expelled from school in Afghanistan just for being a woman, are all, above all, human beings. And the voice of all nations, regardless of their political position, should be raised in their defense. This is a principles-based position beyond any geopolitical interest that we defend in Chile. For this reason, I refuse to choose between the terrorism of Hamas or the genocide carried out by Netanyahu's Israel. We have no reason to choose between barbarity. I choose humanity. We denounce the illegal occupation of Palestinian territory and the de facto denial of the existence of an independent Palestinian state by the occupying country. From Chile, we call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza that would bring an end to the suffering and the massacre of the Palestinian population, which has already claimed more than 40,000 lives. And imagine just the number of wounded. We also clearly and unambiguously demand the immediate release of the hostages held by Hamas. We also note that Israel must respect international law, must halt the establishment and expansion of illegal settlements on occupied Palestinian territory, and bring an end to the massacre in Gaza and the indiscriminate attacks that it has been carrying out on the civilian population. And in line with our consistent state policy, we insist on the need to reach a sustainable two-state solution behind defined, secure, internationally recognized borders in line with 1967 borders. Furthermore, Russia's aggression on Ukraine must stop. The United Nations is the right body to bring an end to this flagrant transgression of international law. We can't accept the normalization of one country invading another and taking away part of its territory. For medium-sized countries such as ours, demanding respect for international law is the main safeguard that we have for the respect of our own sovereignty, respect for our own territorial integrity. And today, from this rostrum, I particularly wish to stress the situation of Ukrainian children abducted by Russia and taken onto Russian territory. They must be returned to their families. Before this assembly, Chile reaffirms its commitment to democracy, which remains always the only system able of maintaining peace, reaching sustainable development, and protecting dignity, rights, and fundamental freedoms. For this reason, we are concerned to see increasing disaffection among citizens at this form of government all around the world. We also are concerned to see the emergence of authoritarian leaders who persecute or insult those with ideas different to their own. It's our duty to speak up and fight against those who erode democracy, be it through authoritarianism or by disseminating fake news unashamedly. At the same time, we must respond to the needs and anxieties of our people to ensure that they can once again trust in democratic institutions and mechanisms. We are concerned to see how these threats are closing in on our region. Chile will continue to take steps to build bridges between diverse societies, seeking the integration of the voices from Latin America to promote peace and stability, as we've been doing recently in the meeting with the President of Spain and President of Brazil at the Summit of Progressive Leaders. This doesn't stop us from firmly condemning any violation of human rights or international law or violations of democracy in neighboring countries. We are particularly alert to the critical situation in Venezuela. Here we have a dictatorship which is trying to steal an election, which persecutes its opposition and is indifferent to the exile not only of thousands but rather millions of its citizens. We need a political outcome to this crisis, which recognizes the triumph of the opposition in the latest elections and undertakes peaceful transition towards a democracy. I also must say that unilateral sanctions imposed by the United States, as I personally said to President Biden, do not assist in resolving the conflict. Rather, on the contrary, they worsen it. That's because economic sanctions most affect the Venezuelan people. They affect the Venezuelan people more than their government. They affect the most humble, the workers. The political crisis combines with the economic crisis, and together these crises have pushed more than 7 million Venezuelans into exile. They've been forced to leave their country. Of these, around 800,000 are in Chile. And I'd like to be clear on this point, be responsible here. Chile is not in a position to receive more Venezuelan migrants. United States authorities, I call on you called on them to lift economic sanctions in the south, because we know that they only cause more poverty for peoples and not for dictatorships. None of us, not even the most powerful, can face phenomena such as the climate crisis, pandemics, digital revolution, transnational organized crime, etc. alone. We need each other. We also need the United Nations and a stronger, more active international community. This is the vision that we've promoted through our involvement in various United Nations bodies. I'd particularly like to highlight Chile's recent presidency of the Economic and Social Council under Paula Narváez. I'm also speaking on behalf of all of my fellow Chileans in noting our concern at the rising transnational organized crime and the devastating effects of such crime on the security and development of countries, as well as on democracy and on people's lives. It's fundamental for our governments to act together and to coordinate public policies, strategies, and operational capacity to curb financial crime, drugs trafficking, trafficking in persons and in weapons, which all affect our countries. Security is currently the main concern of the majority of people in Chile, but also in the whole of Latin America. And states cannot surrender to nor normalize violence and organized crime. Standing steadfast against crime, steadfast against corruption, tireless in building communities and social cohesion in our societies. Chile is also committed to developing regulations to channel the progress of artificial intelligence ethically, transparently, and responsibly. Such a development should respect human rights but protect personal data and promote the integrity of information and its use in the digital era. Today, and I'm sure that many of you already have AI apps on your smartphones, today artificial intelligence reproduces prejudices and stereotypes as a result of reinforced existing biases from the databases that they use. Should we trust that these large companies simply regulate themselves. History has taught us that this doesn't work. The international community must look after the weakest who are being excluded from this new world and ensure that they can be involved in it. If we don't act now, for instance, by demanding traceability in algorithms, data audits, and corrective human interventions, we might in a few years see a new form of extermination, digital extermination, of non-hegemonic cultures. This would lead to the loss of the valuable diversity of humanity. Let's not allow this to happen. Artificial intelligence and new technologies can represent a tremendous contribution to the world. Today it's worth remembering the 0th law of Asimov's laws of robotics, which in literature the last century already forced us to establish that a robot cannot harm humanity or, through inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. And finally, I'm obliged to call your attention to the greatest challenge that we face as a generation, the climate emergency. Protecting and sustaining life on Earth is something that we need to do now. And I'm saying this from Chile, a country that has been affected by drought, floods, and fires that are increasingly frequent. But here, borders are irrelevant, as you're well aware, because we're all affected equally by, for instance, Cyclone Idai, which just a couple of years ago flattened Malawi and Mozambique. We also see fires in Australia, floods in Bangladesh, the dry corridor in Central America, rising sea levels affecting the Maldives, and fires that are currently raging in Cordoba, Argentina. Let's not deny science. Let's not deny our responsibility as humanity over this crisis. In Chile, we are playing our part. We're changing our energy matrix. We're leaving aside fossil fuels, moving towards carbon neutrality, protecting our seas and our woodland. We are also preserving the Antarctic. Chile is an Antarctic country and will continue to be so. We have ratified the Oceanic Governance Treaty, the BBNJ Treaty, and I invite all countries to join it. And further, to support Chile's position in particular of Valparaiso as the headquarters for the treaty that I just mentioned. In light of the scale of the challenges that we face, isolated efforts are not enough. We need all of us, particularly the big powers and those that benefit from the indiscriminate exploitation of natural resources around the planet and have done for decades, to shoulder their responsibility and to support with resources, not just good intentions, those who are left behind today. We can't forget that many of the countries that are developed today are so developed specifically because they plundered the wealth of other peoples for all too long, and did so facing impunity. We face many challenges, but our fate is not set in stone. I therefore hope, and I'm optimistic when I look towards our shared future. It falls to us to build a fairer and more dignified world for all of us and for future generations. A few weeks ago, Elvira Hernandez became the second female Chilean poet to obtain the National Literature Prize since Gabriela Mistral, who has a Nobel Prize for Literature. And here I would like to paraphrase a warning contained in one of her poems. We are migratory birds, but we've become used to behaving as monuments. Let's not turn multilateralism and the United Nations into a monument, a sterile, static monument. Let us turn this great historic achievement, born out of the Second World War, into a renewed bright light for 2024. to be able to improve the quality of life of whole of humanity. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Edgar Rinkevich, President of the Republic of Latvia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Philmon Yang of Cameroon on assuming the post of President of the General Assembly. I assure you of Latvia's full cooperation along the way. This year's debate is of utmost importance. It focuses on today's interlinked global challenges. It emphasizes the need for a comprehensive approach that is firmly rooted in the United Nations Charter. Allow me to highlight a few points. The future of the multilateral system and rules-based order is in all our hands. We shall not allow selective application or disregard of global norms. The alternative is a terrifying world where force prevails and law perishes. It is already the third year of Russia's unprovoked, full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia is still testing the global community's resilience and commitment to the rules-based order. This war gravely affects the stability of the region and beyond. It has far-reaching consequences for the principles that uphold sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international law. We must ensure that the global order remains resilient in the face of aggression, especially when the aggressor is a nuclear weapon state and a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Russia tries to tear down what has been built by all of us. Russia tries to rearrange the international system that only benefit aggressors. Having endured 50 years of Soviet occupation, Latvia deeply understands the value of freedom and independence, as do many other countries represented in this room. Latvia stands by Ukraine. We continue to call for an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all Russian troops and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine. There can be no compromise regarding Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia's unprovoked attack has widespread consequences beyond Ukraine's borders. It impacts global food security, nuclear safety, and humanitarian situation. Ladies and gentlemen, access to food is a human right. Hunger must never be used as a political tool. Latvia stands in solidarity with countries most affected by food crisis. Latvia has supported grain initiatives and released fertilizer cargoes. We implement partnerships for safe and responsible food production in Africa and Central Asia. Children's rights are human rights. Forcible deportations and illegal adoptions of Ukrainian children to Russia are of serious concern. We call on the United Nations to take a more active stand on this. We will contribute to the return of Ukrainian children and their recovery to the best of our ability. Right to life, liberty, and security is also a human right. Russia continues to deliberately target civilian and critical infrastructure. Its brutal attacks are supported by Belarus, Iran, and North Korea. In response, we are determined to help Ukraine in its fight and to rebuild what has been brutally destroyed. I call on all members of the United Nations to support and join the communiqué adopted at the Peace Summit in Switzerland, to start building a peace process based on the United Nations Charter principles. Russia must bear full legal and financial responsibility for its aggression. We must spare no effort to ensure comprehensive accountability for all crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. It is crucial to support and strengthen institutions that investigate and prosecute these crimes, provide justice for victims, and uphold the rule of law. Establishment of a special tribunal that would be able to prosecute the main perpetrators of the crime of aggression would ensure full accountability. I encourage other countries to support this proposal. Distinguished delegates, our attention remains focused on the crisis in the Middle East. Tragically, innocent civilians, including countless children, bear the brunt of this crisis. It is imperative for the international community, the United Nations, to support efforts that ensure the protection of all civilians and work towards a durable resolution. Latvia, together with other European Union member states, has called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of all hostages, and the provision of humanitarian access at scale. It is crucial to prevent the deepening of the crisis and avoid regional spillover. We remain hopeful that progress towards ending hostilities can soon be achieved. We condemn all terrorist attacks against Israel. We recognize Israel's legitimate right to self-defense, and it must be exercised in line with international law, and particularly international humanitarian law, the law that has been put in place to protect all civilians. We must also focus on revitalizing the political process, to break the cycle of violence, to strive for a just and lasting peace. Peace that addresses the legitimate aspirations and security concerns of both Israelis and Palestinians. The ongoing escalation reinforces the necessity of pursuing a two-state solution in accordance with international parameters. Mr. President, the United Nations is a place where no country's voice can be dimmed by more resourceful powers. The United Nations' commitment to principles of peace and security, justice and human rights empowers us to address challenges that otherwise cannot be tackled alone. Acting in solidarity for sustainable and inclusive development is more acute than ever before. The Summit of the Future has demonstrated our renewed commitment to sustainable development goals. It accelerates the efforts to eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, and ensure environmental sustainability. The right path towards progress and achieving sustainable development goals is to advance in innovation, science-based and environmentally friendly economy, to enhance the quality of education and strengthen governance, to engage with women, youth, and non-governmental sector on these matters. Latvia has already progressed towards achieving 63% of the set targets. We are also helping those most in need. Latvia's development cooperation policy has become more global and more tangible, increasing year by year. There can be no sustainable development without peace and consistent global action on climate change. The ongoing conflicts and crises around the world aggravate the effects of climate change. We strongly believe that the United Nations Security Council must address climate change as an existing risk for global peace and security. Small island developing states are at the forefront of global environmental crisis. Latvia welcomes the recent advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. We closely follow the International Law Commission's deliberations aimed at clarifying the impact of sea level rise on statehood. Latvia has meaningful experience in building resilience against disinformation and promoting media literacy. We support an online environment that is free and open, but also safe and secure. The rising capabilities of artificial intelligence provide a lot of opportunities for growth and development. However, misuse of these capabilities is a concern. Latvia also remains increasingly engaged in peacebuilding and prevention, but in words and in deeds. That includes continuous voluntary financial support and participation in United Nations peacekeeping missions, as well as support to women, peace, and security agenda. Distinguished delegates, the United Nations is not without its flaws. Its potential to prevent aggression or resolve conflicts has frequently been questioned. We must acknowledge the shortcomings and effectively address them. Latvia strongly supports revitalization of the United Nations system and reform of the United Nations Security Council. The number of permanent members of the Security Council must be expanded. It must be expanded to make it more effective, inclusive, and accountable. It must be expanded to elevate the voice of underrepresented regions. It is high time for Africa to have permanent presence at the Security Council table. Africa has been neglected for far too long, and that has to be changed. Also, the small island developing states deserve a non-permanent seat. Their voices must be heard, especially given the existential threats they are facing. The decision-making process should be revisited as well. No single state should have veto power in the United Nations Security Council. Especially when it comes to conflicts, the permanent members are involved themselves. This is the way to ensure that the permanent members of the Security Council uphold their responsibility to protect peace and security. Dear friends, the United Nations once used to be a beacon of hope for the people. Not anymore. We must change that. We must rebuild trust and common values. And we can do that only by working together. Latvia is fully prepared to shoulder its part of the responsibility. For the first time, Latvia is running for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council at the 2025 elections. We stand ready to re-energize this international body. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Santiago Pena Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished ministers of foreign affairs, ladies and gentlemen. We live in a troubled, volatile world which is experiencing extremely difficult, unprecedented days and tremendous challenges, armed conflicts, tensions in every corner of the globe, crises of multilateral institutions and of the international system, attacks on the values of democracy by the twin threats of populism and authoritarianism, the risks of cyber security and the misuse of artificial intelligence, brutal inequity in the distribution of wealth, climate change, which is jeopardizing our very existence. These are just some of the immense problems that we face. I'm therefore afraid that I'm not here today to give a heartwarming speech, rather one that might generate discomfort and concern in light of what is happening. I think that we need to be sincere and admit that we are all failing to build a better world. Because if there is a right time and place to debate and propose crucial decisions that will change the direction of mankind, it's here, the United Nations General Assembly. And due to the delicate juncture in which we're living, we are forced to do that. The good news is that not all is lost, because as a great military hero and then a statistician of my country said, his name was Bernardino Caballero, he said, the future is the child of the president. This means that we can have a better future if we act today and here. Even with disappointments, we can beat down many spirits. We can contemplate the bright horizons of the future, but always and when, as Caballero added, when we are worthy of respect and the estimation of future generations. This is only if we are worthy of taking up the lofty roles that we have. And rather than hiding problems under the carpet, we attack them clearly, firmly, and bravely. Despite the hard reality that we face, I continue to be optimistic. I don't fear the future, because I trust in the capacity of mankind to overcome challenges. But it is imperative, I think even obligatory, to abolish the issues in multilateralism and push through changes such as abolishing the veto in the UN Security Council. We need to build frameworks that promote equitable and sustainable development in which all countries, regardless of their size or their power, can benefit equally from global progress. Only in this way we will be able to meet the promises represented by this forum and make us worthy of the respect and esteem of future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the maintenance of peace should be the fundamental pillar of multilateralism. However, today's reality shows a sad outlook. Around 20 international armed conflict and more than 110 domestic armed conflicts are active around the world. This shows us that the institutions that were established to preserve peace have not been able to meet their aims. War continues to be a scourge that is scattered across humanity. This scourge tears the social fabric, annihilating communities and leaving a legacy of suffering that is incalculable in scale. Every lost life is a testimony to our collective failure to meet the most basic of our responsibilities, which is to preserve peace and protect human dignity. My nation's history is a living testimony to the cruelty and immense suffering of wars. With the War of the Triple Alliance, Paraguay experienced this extermination, which sadly caused 3 of the genocides of the 20th century. As another great Paraguayan, Manuel Gondra, said, Paraguay is a small but proud country, and that's the only reason we were able to survive this cruel war. However, it is also a country that knows the price to pay knows that the price that can be paid through a conflict is very large. For this reason, Paraguay best understands that not only the calamity of war, but also what it means for a small country to be invaded or attacked by more powerful powers. That's why we express our most sincere solidarity with the victims of all armed conflicts, be they domestic or international in nature. We reaffirm our steadfast, decisive commitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes, and we advocate without exception for the non-use of force as a means of resolving disagreements between nations and peoples. In this context, we reiterate our firm support for Ukraine, respecting their sovereignty and territorial integrity. We underscore the urgent need to find diplomatic solutions that lead to fair, comprehensive, lasting peace with the aim of bringing an end to this conflict and ensuring stability in the region. Just as in the case of Ukraine, we believe that conflicts must be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy, always through a quest for solutions that respect the fundamental rights of all involved parties. This belief also guides our position on the increasing crisis in the Middle East. Our relations with the State of Israel are underpinned by solid pillars such as faith and hope. This is why Paraguay was one of the countries which has stood most firm alongside Israel since the gross, heinous terrorist attacks of Hamas on the 7th of October 2023. Paraguay today reaffirms its recognition of the legitimate right of Israel to defend itself. We also reject any attempt to assign in a biased manner responsibility between the democratically elected authorities of Israel and the leaders of the terrorist group Hamas. At the same time, we issue an urgent appeal for the implementation of a solution that alleviates the humanitarian situation, brings an end to the violence, and guarantees the immediate release of the hostages, promoting constructive dialogue which would lead to lasting peace. We must continue to speak up about our deep-rooted concern at the situation in Africa. Here, UNHCR estimates that there are currently around 25 active conflicts, some long-standing and others emerging, but all with devastating consequences for the lives and the futures of the inhabitants of that continent. We aspire to see a return to peace and stability in that region. Enough violence, enough wars, but also enough mere words. As actors on the international stage, we must take firm and effective action. Today, I would also like to, as an aside, mention the hard situation in Haiti. This is a clear example of the shortcomings of multilateralism. Despite international efforts and interventions, attempts for global cooperation haven't led to peace, governance, and sustainable security that the Haitian people so needs and warrants. Today, gangs control a large part of Port-au-Prince, submerging the country into a spiral of violence that multilateral mechanisms have not been able to de-escalate effectively. Added to this situation, we see a catastrophic humanitarian reality. More than 5 million Haitians are suffering from food insecurity, and we see the re-emergence of illnesses such as cholera. Although multiple promises of aid have been made, the lack of financial resources and logistical difficulties have stopped humanitarian assistance arriving in a timely and opportune manner. There is a worrisome dissonance between what the international community promises and what really happens on the ground. We will stand alongside the Haitian people in every step towards helping this brother country. My country, as many other countries have done here, have passed through authoritarianism and dictatorships. For this reason, today Paraguayans value the ideals of democracy and the rule of law more than ever. Paraguayans can talk with their own experience. Our country lived through the shadow of dictatorship, banishment and exile for a long time. Today, however, our reality is different. Paraguay is reaffirming its democratic vocation through free elections, transparent elections, and it has done for more than 3 decades. Never before have we had so many years of democracy, and I'm pleased to be able to say, against the doomsayers and pessimists, that we have seen the happiest lives in my homeland. Perhaps Paraguayans don't agree on everything, but we can agree that there are no better ways to live together than through democracy and the rule of law. Democracy is simply innegotiable. For this reason, I must condemn today, loudly and strongly, what is happening to our Venezuelan brothers. I would like to reiterate Paraguay's position as to the electoral process in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which culminated on the 28th of July this year. This process overlooked the will of the Venezuelan people and was characterized by serious acts by the regime, which led to persecution of the main opposition actors and to arbitrary detentions. The deterioration of democracy in Venezuela is clear to see, such as are the systematic violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Added to that, we see action contrary to international law, particularly in diplomatic relations and the right to asylum. We reiterate our support for the democratic forces in Venezuela that are fighting authoritarianism for the return to a truly democratic system that is not merely a facade. One of the most important criticisms of global multilateralism is the idea one of the most important ideas behind multilateralism is the idea that all are treated on an equal footing. The concept of a vote for each nation often becomes a vacuous concept if nations are not obliged to transact their self-determination in order to not be left out of great international markets. However, we recognize that regional cooperation continues to be a crucial path towards physical and economic integration. The fight against the challenges that we face is impossible without convergence of wills from neighboring countries. Regional cooperation is the only way that we are able to work together to design national policies together with other nations. And it is through this spirit of cooperation and strengthening regional institutions that Paraguay decided to put forward the candidacy of our Foreign Minister, Rubén Ramírez Lezcano, as Secretary General of the Organization of American States. We're convinced that his leadership will contribute significantly to revitalizing the OAS, promoting more inclusive and efficient multilateralism that meets the challenges of the present and focuses on the well-being of all peoples in our hemisphere. In the context of our commitment to the most inclusive form of multilateralism that leaves no nation behind, Paraguay reiterates its unwavering commitment towards support towards those countries that, despite their outstanding contribution, are excluded from important international fora such as these. Paraguay not only recognizes but also profoundly values international cooperation with the Republic of China, Taiwan. This is a kindred nation with which we have for now more than 70 years forged robust and meaningful friendship. This friendship is based on the shared values of democracy, the rule of law, and free trade. It's a genuine friendship forged through the adversity of two geographically small countries living alongside great powers. Our combative spirit, however, is everything but small. In this assembly, we renew our firm support for Taiwan to be a full part of the United Nations. We believe that their exclusion is an injustice that we can't overlook, because the values that we share and their contribution to the international community should be recognized. If there is a country that today should be a part of the United Nations and is not yet so, that is Taiwan. Today, we've not only come to speak up about this injustice, but also to speak up firmly to alert the international community as to the threat to their integrity and the legitimate rights of self-determination of their peoples. I underscore the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Straits. In a world full of tensions in which conflicts constantly threaten to boil over, positive interactions in this region are not only vital for the Asian security but also for global stability. For the same reasons, we uphold the principles of peace, justice, and international cooperation in all corners of the world, and it's important that we reaffirm our commitment to these values within our borders. In my country, as I was saying earlier, we have a vibrant and full democracy. We have a republican system that balance of powers, and while we have a political majority in the Congress, we continue to have dialogue with our opposition to carry out the great reforms that our country needs. We're convinced that democracy cannot be a vacuum. It should have content and, above all, results. Here, economic development is crucial to ensure the future strength of democracy. Prosperity, indeed, is the biggest enemy of crime, of division, of a lack of hope. Social policy, the most effective of social policy, I always say, is economic prosperity. But to ensure that this prosperity reaches everyone, we need to invest in human capital and generate the right conditions for families to be able to work. And here I'd like to cite two of the programs of my government. Firstly, Zero Hunger in Schools. This aims to completely eradicate hunger in school-aged children, because we believe that children who are hungry cannot learn. And we also have the Che Roga Pora program, which is the first policy giving access to housing focused on the working class. It will allow thousands of Paraguayan families to transform a monthly income into a monthly payment into a family asset. If we don't have development, we have no security. This is a national level view and an international one. And we understand the cooperation with different national and international agencies. This is our vision as the President of the Republic. Finally, we will continue to support institutions and transparency as fundamental preconditions for development. The recent obtention of investment grade by Paraguay is a clear reflection of our constant efforts to strengthen our institutions. Added to that, we have a long-standing economic stability that has been consolidated over the years. Dear friends, Paraguay wants to, can, and will be a true protagonist on the global stage. We are determined to play our role. Paraguay is a country that has abundant natural resources, valuable human capital, and has a clear approach in creating value chains that promote the green economy based on the development of sustainable technology. Our country is a beacon in the production of clean and renewable energy. Hydroelectric energy generation is not only a national project, but rather a joint initiative with our neighbours, which seeks to ensure a more developed, sustainable and emissions-free world. I firmly believe that Paraguay is an example of how economic development is entirely compatible with environmental sustainability. Paraguay shares common challenges with other landlocked countries, which will be addressed in the new Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries, which will be adopted in Botswana this December. Far from giving up hope, we see in these challenges great opportunity. We are transforming our difficulties into strength, harnessing our geographic location as a strategic asset. Our position in the heart of South America means that we can be the motor of South American integration. We have a clear vision, and we are becoming a logistics center through the hydro corridor Paraguay-Paraná and the bioceanic corridor in the South America. These are key to revitalizing and boosting Mercosur and the Pacific Alliance. As we consolidate our geographic position, it is crucial that this vision of growth is supported by strong investment in education. Paraguay's success will depend on our ability to prepare future generations for the globalized and competitive world. Together with education, technology is a key tool to ensure development and social inclusion. Our nations face many challenges, but without doubt, one of the greatest is the issue of the ethical use of artificial intelligence and the progress in technology in general. Morsley posits exponential growth in the development of new technologies. This calls for the creation of new regulatory schemes that protect people able to face challenges that are approaching at all too fast a pace. These new techniques, such as sandboxes or co-regulation, should ultimately aim at ensuring responsible use of emerging technologies and equity in how they are applied. In Paraguay, we are profoundly committed to preserving our cultural heritage. At the end of this year, we will be hosting the 19th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for Safeguarding Cultural Heritage of UNESCO, and we hope that Guarania will be recognized as immaterial cultural heritage. Further, we reaffirm our commitment to the protection of fundamental rights of all citizens, the family and human life from conception. We defend the traditional values that have made our nation so great. Despite having looked at things critically, I would like to confess that I am an incurable optimist. I believe that our future is brilliant and full of opportunities, hence why I see bright horizons on the future. But if we fight for a better better present, we will have future days full of light and possibilities. The defence of democratic values and respect for human rights must continue to be our guide. Of course, we will have differences and legitimate policy differences, but there are some principles that cannot be negotiated. That is democracy, the rule of law, unfettered respect for human rights. These are all fundamental pillars. Although our political or ideological views might be different, this shouldn't divide us or stop us from advancing towards building cooperation based on solid foundations. If we continue to forge ahead towards cooperation, mutual respect, integration, fraternity among our peoples, I'm convinced that we will have better days. In conclusion, and despite the tremendous challenges that we face, I'm convinced that, as William Faulkner once said, humanity will not simply endure, it will prevail. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tu Lam, State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency President of the UNGA, Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Let me first congratulate you, Excellency Philemon Young, on your election as the President of the 79th session of the UNGA. I trust that this session will be a great success. I also commend Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session, and Excellency Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, for their contributions and efforts in coordinating UN endeavors to prevent wars, maintain peace, and promote global development cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is undergoing transformative changes of historic significance. Although peace, cooperation, and development remain the dominant trends, they're facing new and more serious challenges. Strategic competition among major powers is becoming broader, fiercer, and more confrontational. Political disputes, conflicts, and security environment intensify. Survival and development space narrows. Risk of conflict, new hotspots, arms race, tension, confrontation, and direct clashes increase. The rise of power politics, egoistic nationalism, are challenging international law, eroding multilateral institutions, and diminishing faith in global cooperation. The vicious cycle of conflict and violence escalates in various regions, causing immense sufferings to millions of innocent civilians. The risk of a limited nuclear war, or even a Third World War, has not been ruled out. Non-traditional security challenges, such as climate change, extreme weather events, natural disasters, diseases, resource depletion, and aging population, are becoming increasingly severe and hindering our efforts for development. Poor countries are being left further behind, with a widening development gap. Super Typhoon Yagi, which ravaged Vietnam and other countries in the region, serves as a stark warning of the severe impacts that natural disasters and climate change can have on sustainable development for all. Global food production is sufficient to feed 1.5 times the world population, yet famine is threatening over 780 million people, and 2.4 billion people endure food insecurity. Defense expenditure reached a record of $2.4 trillion in US dollars in 2023, yet we struggled to pull $100 billion US dollars for climate actions. With only a third of the SDGs timeline remaining, 80% of the targets may not be met. Global economic growth faces difficulties, and decoupling and fragmentation, along with economic pressures and sanctions, threaten rapid and sustainable development. The fourth industrial revolution offers opportunities for quantum progress, but it also poses security and safety challenges for society and individuals. These unprecedented challenges to peace, cooperation, sustainable development, and human dignity affect this generation and the next. They compel us to unite, act, and work together, upholding the role of international institutions, foremost among them the United Nations, regional organizations including ASEAN, to achieve the ultimate goal of ending war, abolishing all forms of oppression, exploitation, building peace, and creating a better world to bring happiness to all mankind. In that spirit, I would like to share Vietnam's vision for a more peaceful, stable, cooperative, prosperous, and sustainable future for everyone. First, as peace and stability are the foundation for a prosperous future, we must promote observance of international law and UN Charter by all states, particularly the major powers. Each state must act responsibly, fulfill its commitments, and abide by international law and UN Charter, including fundamental principles such as the peaceful settlement of disputes, non-use of force, sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and respect for the political systems chosen by the people of each nation. States should also contribute to the common work of the international community in line with their capabilities. We must strengthen solidarity, sincerity, and trust among nations, uphold dialogue, eliminate confrontation, and firmly oppose unilateral embargoes and sanctions that contravene international law and UN Charter. Second, we must ensure equitable development for every state, community, and individuals, and recognizing the diverse economic, social, and cultural conditions that they may have. Every resource must be effectively unleashed, marshaled, and utilized for development. According to each country's needs, we must prioritize resources where they're most needed for implementing the SDGs, with attention to assisting developing and less developed countries, especially through preferential loans, transfer of advanced technologies, investment and trade facilitation, and debt relief for poor countries. And third, we should urgently create smart global governance frameworks with long-term vision for science and technology, especially emerging technologies like AI. This will ensure we make progress and enjoy the benefits of these technologies while actively preventing threats to peace, sustainable development, and humanity. In that connection, I welcome the documents adopted at the Summit for the Future, especially the Global Digital Compact. This will serve as a crucial basis for advancing global governance and international cooperation in those areas. And fourth, we should adopt innovative thinking to build a transformative future across all sectors, focusing on digital transformation, green transition, and global governance transformation. Green transition and digital transformation are essential tools for countries, especially developing ones, to build resilience and self-reliance, enabling a timely and active prevention of and response to shocks, crises, and potential disasters. We must also prioritize reforming multilateral mechanisms, especially the UN system, international financial and monetary institutions, to ensure better representation, equity, and transparency. Enhancing the capacity, effectiveness, and future readiness is essential for remaining relevant in our changing world. And fifth, we must place human at the center in delivering on our visions. People should be the center, the goal, and driver of all policies and actions at all levels. And investments should focus on the holistic development of the youth, enriching their knowledge and culture, grounded in shared values in a sense of responsibility and contribution. Vietnam welcomes the UNGA's official decision to grant additional rights and privilege participation to the State of Palestine from this session onwards. Vietnam reaffirms its solidarity with the state and people of Cuba and calls on the United states to lift embargoes and sanctions against Cuba and to remove Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. We need to vigorously promote such actions since they are practical ways to foster equitable development and happiness for all. President Ho Chi Minh, a Vietnamese hero of national liberation and a man of culture, once stressed, unity, unity, great unity, success, success, grand success. Only through unity and cooperation with trust and by thinking and acting as one can we build a world of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for the present and future generations, ensuring no one is left behind. In today's rapidly changing world, each state plays a vital role in the grand orchestration of our era. Vietnam is making every effort to move forward toward a future of peace, stability, prosperity, and sustainability, not only for all our people, but also for all nations worldwide. This is Vietnam's vision, goal, and strong commitments to the international community, today and tomorrow. Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on his election to the honorable position of President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Poland fully supports your mission, sir, and wishes you every success. I also extend my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis for his effective presidency during the previous 78th session. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the United Nations General Assembly for the 10th time as the President of Poland. All the more so because today we are facing huge global challenges that require our solidarity, cooperation, and determination. Our presence here reminds us of the mission for the fulfillment of which the United Nations was established after the terrible tragedy of the World War II, to prevent further conflicts and ensure world peace. This year marks the 85th anniversary of the beginning of that massive conflict, the conflict which claimed millions of lives. It was Poland which became its first victim. On September the 1st, 1939, Nazi Germany attacked my homeland, starting World War II. 2 weeks later, on September the 17th, the Soviet Union also invaded my country. As the ally of Nazi Germany fulfilling the agreement between Hitler and Stalin, so-called Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, both aggressors deprived us of our independence. Poland found itself in the midst of the brutal occupation of two totalitarianisms, becoming a witness and victim of war crimes that forever left a mark on our nation's and world's history. In my country, we know very well what war is, and we know what drama and suffering it brings. That is why Poland has always been a strong advocate of measures which aim to preventing conflicts and ensuring peace in the world.
Our history and experiences incline us to constantly recall the need to respect international law and protect the sovereignty of states. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are facing yet again an extremely serious threat to global security. For the past 2.5 years, we have seen Russia's brutal aggression against neighboring Ukraine. This is a flagrant violation of fundamental norms of international law, such as the prohibition of the use of force in international relations. This unprovoked aggression is destabilizing the region and posing a direct threat to the global order and security. We cannot allow this war to turn into another frozen conflict. This is the most important task for the future. That is why it's so important today to stop the Russian war in Ukraine. Not only to end the suffering of the people and punish the aggressor, but also to prevent such heinous actions from becoming a model for others to follow. Ukraine's territorial integrity must be restored within its internationally recognized borders. The logic of conquest and disregard for international law must be stopped, unless we agree to live in a world where any country can become a victim of aggression regardless of its size and geographic location. Poland is following with equal concern the situation in the Middle East, where due to the brutal Hamas attacks of October the 7th, 2023, the conflict has escalated. Israel, like any other state, has the right to self-defense. However, these actions must follow international humanitarian law. Poland has consistently supported a two-state solution to the Middle East conflict that will guarantee both Palestinians and Israelis the right to live in peace and security in correct relations with all the neighbors. As proponents of the principles of equality and the right of nations to self-determination, we believe that the emergence of an independent Palestine will not contradict Israel's interests, whereas the right of Israel to exist cannot be questioned. The two nations are united by space and time, which will remain their common destiny. The current situation in Yemen is also of deep concern to us. The ongoing humanitarian crisis affects millions of people, and the struggle for control in a country poses a threat to regional security and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. The international community must do everything possible to ease the suffering of Yemeni people and restore stability in their country. And we all see how the ongoing wars, conflicts, and terrorist actions in Africa undermine people's efforts to live and develop in safe and fair conditions. The world must stand with all those affected by insecurity and help them to restore peace through reconciliation and social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, peace and security in the world will not be possible to achieve without respect for the law. As President of Poland, I consistently repeat the phrase peace through law, always emphasizing the fundamental role of international law in maintaining global order. Our history, our experiences teach us that only adherence to international norms and the protection of the rights of every human being can ensure stability and development. Poland, as a country of freedom and solidarity, will always demand respect for human rights regardless of geographic location. Therefore, Poland has decided to apply for a seat on the UN Human Rights Council for 2029-2031. Our candidacy is an expression of our commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights around the world. We believe that human rights are the foundation of peace and security. Their violation leads to conflicts, while their protection results in stability and development. Ladies and gentlemen, Poles perfectly understand the perspective of countries that experienced colonialism. Our history, from losing our statehood in the 18th century to World War II, to the fall of communism, has taught us how precious freedom, sovereignty, and human dignity are. It is a part of our DNA, and therefore we stand together with the developing countries in their quest for prosperity, equal treatment, and self-reliance. That is why Poland will not stop supporting African societies, as I had the opportunity to personally assure my friends during this year's visit to Rwanda, Kenya, and Tanzania, as well as in recent years during my earlier visits to the continent, which is so important for Poland, Europe, and the whole world in building a common, safer, and more prosperous future. We believe that Africa has the potential to develop its own solution to its challenges. However, we recognize that global development in many parts of the world currently is facing serious obstacles. We note with concern that halfway through the deadline set by Agenda 2030 for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, progress made in realization of its ambitions is still insufficient. During this session, Poland will serve as Vice President of the UN Economic and Social Council. The motto of our mandate in the ECOSOC is Developing in Solidarity, which summarizes well our vision of progress we need. With its presidency of the Council of the European Union starting on January the 1st, 2025, Poland will seek to give new impetus to relations with developing partners. There is a need for better cooperation, real partnership, more solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, next year we will celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Despite its imperfections, the UN remains the foundation of the world order, allowing us to work together for peace, development, and human dignity. We believe that the Summit for the Future has given us an opportunity to reflect on the effectiveness of our work and the possibility of improving the UN structures to make them more responsive to contemporary challenges. Poland is ready to discuss reforms to the Security Council, other key UN bodies, as well as international financial institutions. The world is changing, and our system must change as well in order to better serve the global community. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, our common commitment enshrined in the UN Charter sounds to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Poland will remain faithful to this mission and will support efforts for peace, human rights, and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco. I request protocol to escort His Serene Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 80 years ago, the United Nations Charter was born and laid the foundations of our organisation to preserve future generations from the scourge of war. The founders then had a firm conviction that there was no power more legitimate than that we vested collectively in this new international organisation. Over the last 2 days, I have participated, alongside many of you, on the initiative of the Secretary-General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in the Summit of the Future. Between hope and concern, this summit allowed us to grasp just how much work we still need to do to leave a harmonious and peaceful future to our children. While we are facing an increasing number of challenges, we're currently seeing a multiplication of regional conflicts, an uptick in the arms race and nuclear proliferation, as well as an ebbing of our collective security. Extreme violence and conflicts that are currently raging, and the thousands of victims that they're claiming in the four corners of the world are intolerable. Targeted attacks against civilian infrastructure that don't even spare schools or hospitals are flagrant violations of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. Similarly, the use of famine as a weapon of war is an odious crime. These acts must not go unpunished. Whatever the conflict or the continent that it is taking place on, international justice must establish the crimes and prosecute those responsible. This is absolutely essential to build a just and lasting peace. The partition of the world that we're seeing currently is very concerning. Now should not be the time for war or division, but rather for building coalitions, for concrete actions, ramping up cooperation, solidarity, helping each other, and engaging in dialogue. My country's conviction has always been that the way of multilateralism is the only way possible. The UN is at the heart of multilateralism, and it's incumbent upon us to do everything we can to implement the roadmap that we adopted collectively. As we committed last year at the summit on the SDGs, and yesterday at the Summit of the Future, we must move away from the way of destruction and focus on the way that leads to prosperity. The new agenda for peace is blazing a trail for us to show more solidarity and to establish trust. The milestones that have already been put down, and they are showing us the way to go. The 4th UN Conference on Financing for Development that will take place next year compels us to rethink the international financial architecture and to help countries to undertake more sustainable and inclusive development. The World Social Summit that will also take place next year should give us the necessary driving force for more social justice and to contribute to fighting poverty, which is number 1 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable development as a whole will not be achieved, and it will not achieve the desired results if we do not include women and girls. While we're celebrating in 2025 on the 125th anniversary of Resolution 1325 of the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security, and on the other hand, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action, it must be recalled that gender equality has still not been reached insofar as rights, responsibilities and opportunities. It is only by guaranteeing their rights in all of the SDGs and in the actions of the Pact for the Future that we will be able to achieve more justice and inclusion. Step by step, and whatever the cost, we must hold true to our efforts to promote the rights of women and to ensure gender equality. Mr. President, let us make no mistake. The most threatening challenges for humanity on the long term are, without a doubt, the multi-dimensional environmental crisis that we're going through, and must I recall, we're responsible for that. Climate change, the erosion of biodiversity and ecosystems, as well as the huge amount of pollution that is affecting both the land and the ocean, the cradles of life, are turning upside down the daily lives of millions of people and causing considerable economic loss. We in the face of this tragedy of the commons, we cannot show any doubt or dejection. We must be clear-headed when it comes to all of the things we must do, and we must be optimistic when it comes to the future. Indeed, we now have several international instruments, major ones, that must guide us when navigating this storm. We have the Paris Agreement, the Global Framework for Biodiversity of Kunming-Montreal, and the BBNJ Agreement, and I hope that a new international agreement will come about as well on plastic pollution in the world. These crises require coordinated response, and when we participate in the different international fora over the next few months, let us bear this in mind and engage in unified and concerted action. In Colombia, first of all, we have the COP16 of the UN Conference on Biodiversity, where we have high hopes to deal with the challenges, to implement the plan for biodiversity and to deliver our 2050 vision, living in harmony with nature. Finally, at the end of the year, at the COP29, we have the UNFCCC conference in Baku, and we will establish a new collective goal for climate financing for developing countries that should be up to the needs and be realistic and operational. Creating the conditions for guaranteeing the right to a future in a healthy environment requires us to put an end to the upheaval of our ecosystems, and also to show wisdom and knowledge, and draw on the wisdom and knowledge of men and women present on the ground already suffering the consequences. For example, small island developing states that are particularly vulnerable to the consequences of rising sea levels, and they could potentially disappear. We could see a disappearance of habitable and productive land, and that's a real threat for their existence. The Principality of Monaco and its institutions committed to the preservation of the oceans is supporting the creation of an international panel of experts for ocean sustainability that would be headed by the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. In this regard, we call upon all states to ramp up the process to ratify the BBNJ agreement coming into force in 2025, which is an important year for the planet, with France hosting the 3rd UN conference on the oceans in Nice. This conference should enable us to ramp up our actions and to mobilise all stakeholders to provide lasting solutions that we need for the ocean to overcome the challenges we face. The blue economy is also playing a key role, and the Principality intends to collaborate actively by hosting in June 2025 the Blue Economy and Finance Forum. Finally, beyond the framework provided by the BBNJ, I reaffirm the commitment of my country to the implementation of solid regulation grounded in the best scientific data, ensuring effective protection of the marine environment before we see any mineral exploitation of the seabeds. Ultimately, these interconnected crises compel us to completely rethink our relationship with nature, which is essential for our survival and well-being. Mr. President, when it comes to the challenges and changes that humanity is facing, the development of artificial intelligence is unavoidable. The emergence and the rise of this new technology is accompanied by so many opportunities for our daily lives, but it also comes with dangers, and we must deal with these. The Principality of Monaco is committed to seizing the possibilities provided by safe, secure and trustworthy artificial intelligence systems for sustainable development. Indeed, the staggering technological progress that we're seeing can help to increase development, as well as it could provide fertile ground for organised crime and terrorism. So it's incumbent upon the international community now to establish the right regulations imposing ethical use of this technology that respects human rights and fundamental freedoms, and ensure that it is not used or diverted for military or terrorist purposes. Further, disinformation today is one of the most insidious dangers for our societies. It is spreading rapidly, fed by social networks and digital platforms, sowing confusion and eroding trust in institutions and media. The consequences of this manipulation of information are grave, and they can include the destabilisation of our states and the exacerbation of international tensions. It is therefore essential to bolster verification mechanisms, fact verification mechanisms, to protect the truth and to preserve the health of our democracies. Mr. President, We have the tools we need, whether they be legal, technological or scientific, to bring lasting and effective solutions to our contemporary challenges. The Pact for the Future and the 80th anniversary of the UN in 2025 offer us up an historic and unique opportunity to make progress in the intergovernmental process to reform the Security Council, to make our organisation more inclusive and representative of current realities in order to resolve the crises that we face. While the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games in Paris were a resounding success, the athletes showed us that efforts and perseverance, including in adversity, lead to victory. They gave us a lesson of humility by teaching us that while victory is the ultimate goal, the journey and good competition are equally as important accomplishments. Let us therefore commit together with a sense of determination to the process that we have defined, step by step. Let us overcome the obstacles without ever losing sight of our goal, which is to preserve peace between nations and to guarantee the well-being of the peoples of the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency David Renbok Adeg, President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. As the President of the Republic of Nauru, a small island nation with a vision for a more equitable and sustainable future, I bring you warm greetings from the government and the people of Nauru. In this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we gather at a time of unprecedented global challenge and opportunity. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, Nauru remains committed to the principles of sovereignty, self-determination and international cooperation that have guided our collective progress since the UN's founding. Mr. President, as a nation surrounded by the ocean, Nauru has a vested interest in the responsible stewardship of the ocean's marine resources. We have been at the forefront of international, including developing and adopting the BBNJ agreement and exploring the wealth of the deep seabeds mineral resources in line with our objectives under the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. The greatest risk we face is not the potential environmental impacts of mineral recovery, but the risk of inaction. There is a risk of failing to seize the opportunity to transform to renewable energy and to decarbonize our planet. We cannot let fear and misinformation hold us back. Instead, we must use the knowledge we have gathered wisely to ensure that deep-sea mineral recovery, under the principle of the common heritage of mankind, does not compromise the integrity of our marine environment. This is not just an economic opportunity, it is an environmental imperative. We therefore call on the international community not to ignore the science and progress we have made. Instead, we urge you and the International Seabed Authority Council to work with us to establish and adopt robust regulations necessary for the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. We have the science, we have the technology, and we have the imperative. Let us rise to the challenge and opportunity before us, employing our investments for the good of all, and let the time for action be now. Mr. President, Nauru's story is not one of despair, but of resilience. Our people have thrived for centuries, living in harmony with the land and the sea. Today we adapt, we innovate, and we persevere. We are exploring new frontiers because even as we fight against the effects of climate change, we must also adapt to the reality that is upon us. Through initiatives like the Higher Ground Project, we are reclaiming land, strengthening our infrastructure, and securing our future. Adaptation initiatives to address modern challenges and concerns demand more than technical expertise. They require substantial financial resources, which is an ongoing struggle. When it comes to climate finance, we are too often relegated to the back of the queue. We must also address the critical issue of access to basic financial services. For nations like Nauru, equitable access to banking is not merely a convenience, it is a lifeline. Yet we face the growing threat of de-risking and the loss of correspondent banking relationships. This challenge transcends financial concerns. It strikes at the heart of our sovereignty and our dignity. Our nation's struggles cannot be measured by income alone. We are vulnerable in myriad ways, and the global financial system must evolve to reflect this complex reality. We are encouraged by the recent adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, or the MVI, and we further call upon the World Bank, IMF, IFI, and MDBs to integrate the MVI into their frameworks. It is not just another statistic, it is a tool that provides a more accurate picture of our national circumstances, our strengths, our challenges, our potential. Mr. President, one of the most pressing issues of our time is the rising tensions between global powers. Nauru has long believed in the importance of maintaining good relations with all nations, great and small. We are friends to all and enemies to none, guided by our national motto, God's will first. Our restored diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China are a testament that even the largest and the smallest of countries can find common ground and work towards mutual benefit. Nauru is proud of our strong and growing relationship with China, and I take this opportunity to further commend their recent agreements with Japan on the ocean discharge of Fukushima nuclear contaminated water. This historic accord represents a significant step towards addressing a pressing issue of global concern. Mr. President, as a staunch friend, we continue to call for an immediate and unconditional end to the decades-long embargo imposed on Cuba. As we know, conflicts and tensions persist across many regions of the world. In our, in our shared pursuit of progress and prosperity, it is crucial to acknowledge that conflict impedes growth and undermines community stability. Therefore, we must intensify our efforts to foster peace and development free from the shadow of conflict. Let us reaffirm our commitment to building bridges of understanding, nurturing empathy, and promoting reconciliation. We must understand that peace and development are not separate entities, but intertwined pillars of human progress. Peace creates an environment where individuals can thrive, communities flourish, and nations prosper. In the absence of conflict, societies can better allocate resources to education, healthcare, infrastructure, and sustainable economic growth, fostering the advancement of all people. Let's work together towards a future where everyone can live with dignity, harmony, and opportunity, leaving behind a legacy of peace for generations. By prioritizing conflict resolution, we pave the way for resilience, progress, and shared prosperity. We must focus on building bridges, not walls, and work towards a more integrated, connected world. Inclusivity and engagement are vital as we strive for full economic and financial participation, ensuring that no country, large or small, regardless of its development status, is left behind. This is a call for collective action, a call we must all heed for the sake of our shared future. The UN Security Council reform, long overdue, must reflect the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. It is evident that the current structure of the UN Security Council has been a subject of debate, with legitimate concerns about representation, effectiveness, and the ability to address contemporary security issues. The imperative for peaceful resolutions and pursuing lasting peace in conflict-affected regions further underscores the critical need for a reformed and strengthened UN Security Council. Let us be the leaders who bring about a new era of peace and reconciliation. In our pursuit against climate change, we continue to call on the UNSG to appoint a special representative on climate and security. We are pleased to endorse the call for a fossil, Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and we urge countries to back this initiative for a sustainable and equitable future. And we also eagerly await the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on climate change, and will closely follow and support the implementation of the Court's guidance in the pursuit of climate justice. Nauru is pleased to welcome the Pact of the Future's ambition, yet we are disappointed in the removal of Action 21. My delegation, alongside members from the Group of Friends on Climate and Security, advocated for its inclusion to address the security threats posed by the climate crisis. Removal of Action 21 was a non-negotiable issue, and despite our flexibility to compromise, it is vital to stress the gravity of our decision. Mr. President, before I conclude, I call on the following. To the developed nations, we say, recognize your historical responsibility for emissions and honor your obligations under the Paris Agreement. Provide the climate finance and technology transfer you have promised. Support our efforts to transition to renewable energy, to enhance our climate resilience, and to protect our biodiversity. And to those who seek to block our efforts in sourcing renewable energy resources, do not dismiss the potential of deep-sea minerals outright. Do not ignore the science and the progress we have made. Instead, work with us to establish the robust regulations necessary for responsible mining. In line with this year's theme, we must accelerate our efforts without delay, because the climate crisis will not wait for us to get our acts together. To our fellow developing nations, we extend our hand in solidarity. Let us share knowledge, resources, and solutions. Let us amplify our collective voice, for in unity there is strength. And to the United Nations, we call upon you to fulfill your founding promise. Be a bastion of multilateralism, the resolute champion of the vulnerable, and the bold catalyst for the transformative change our world so desperately needs. Mr. President, I conclude my remarks by reminding us that leaving no one behind is not a mere platitude. It is a moral imperative. It is a call to action, a reminder that our fates are intertwined, and the advancement of all hinges on the advancement of the least among us. This is the vision enshrined in the United Nations Charter, and this is the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals. Nauru may be small in size, but our resolve is immense. We will continue to fight for our homeland and our future generations. Let us act together with urgency, with ambition, and with the conviction that a better world is possible. May God bless the Republic of Nauru. May God bless the United Nations. Matubakar. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. We shall now continue for general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of delegation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, as you assume the leadership of this august assembly, our world is confronted by profound moral questions that will require more than the habitual remarks from this elevated podium to resolve. These are questions about the ultimate purpose of our organization, the United Nations itself, and how it can remain relevant and resilient. It is with this sentiment that I convey to you the warm and fraternal greetings of my countrymen and women, and to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of this assembly.
Let me assure you of the full cooperation of my delegation in discharging your honorable responsibilities during your tenure. In the same vein, I wish to extend my appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for the many remarkable achievements recorded during his stewardship. It gives me particular pleasure to commend His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his commitment to the cause of peace and development and the democratization of the United Nations to reflect the need to correct the historic injustice that has been done to Africa. I am also delighted to note the steadfast support given to the Secretary General by our own sister and compatriot, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, while sharing the burden of leadership and responsibility in leading a complex organization like the United Nations. Mr. President, the theme of this year's General Assembly leaves us in no doubt that there is still work to be done to bridge the gap between the aspirations and the realities confronting our world today. It also underscores the need to remind ourselves that the United Nations stands for inclusiveness, anchored on the tripod of peace, sustainable development, and human rights. Today, these pillars of our organization are threatened. They risk being broken by the relentless pursuit of individual national priorities rather than the collective needs of the nations that are assembled here today. While commitment to multilateralism offers us the surest guarantee of global action to address the existential challenges we face, singularity and nationalism are undermining the aspirations towards a peaceful and collective resolution of such challenges. From last year's summit, and indeed from previous years, we have carried over the numerous challenges of terrorism, armed conflict, inequality, poverty, racial discrimination, human rights abuses, food crisis, hunger, irregular migration, piracy, global pandemics, hyperinflation, nuclear proliferation, grinding debt burden, climate change, and a host of other vexations. The continued manifestations of these challenges testifies to our failings rather than to any lofty achievements on our part. Billions of dollars are being committed to the prosecution of wars and the planning of the embers of conflict. Yet, we always recoil from bringing out the resources we need to build peace and to deliver life's necessities to people. The question of governance is at the heart of our problems and also the solution to them. We recognize this in Nigeria when on 12th June this year, we celebrated a quarter of a century of unbroken democratic rule. We are no less proud of this achievement than the fact that during the last 2 decades, a sustained process of democratization has swept over Africa. However, the return of unconstitutional changes of government and forceful military takeovers in some countries of the Sahel underscore the fragility of democracy when it is not backed by economic development and sustained peace and security. It is this fragility, rather than the milestone that democratic governance has achieved in Africa, that should matter most in our deliberations at this and other high-level segments of the 79th session of the General Assembly. While we are for all possible changes of government, we can also recognize the impatience in cities and villages as the sometimes slow and grinding turn of the wheel of democracy. Our people need employment. They need decent livelihoods. They desire good and affordable education and health care for their children and families. They need to live in healthy, safe, and secure environments. They need hope, and they need opportunity. They desire to live in peace and tranquility, to pursue whatever gives them happiness and contentment. When governments fail to deliver, the people are bound to question the utility of democracy and other ideals like rule of law. The global debt burden undermines the capacity of countries and governments to meet the needs of their citizens. Creeping trade barriers and protectionist policies are destroying the hopes for prosperity of peoples and nations. Unbridled competition Rather than cooperation is discouraging incentives driving our investments. Above all, insecurity is driving people into unprecedented hardship and misery that in turn affect the people's confidence in democracy. It is the duty of the international community to bring back confidence in democratic rule and constitutional order by paying more attention to the needs and aspirations of the people, rather than paying lip service to human rights, sustainable development, and peace. We need the sustenance of democracy, not just the form. We cannot build durable societies with the threats of terrorism, banditry, and insurgency growing in our countries and regions. Indeed, violent extremism remains an existential threat to both national and international peace, security, and development. We are making concerted efforts to contain and roll back this threat. The high-level African counter-terrorism meeting hosted by Nigeria in April 2024 and its outcome, the Abuja Declaration, promises to provide solutions to the challenges presented by terrorists and insurgents. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a driver of insecurity, which also poses a veritable challenge to sustainable development. A few weeks ago, large areas of my country were inundated by seasonal flood waters, including one of our largest cities, Maiduguri, in the northeast. Other parts of Nigeria also experienced similar tragedies, occasioning the loss of lives and property. We need not remind ourselves to remain faithful to the implementation of the commitments that we all gave voluntarily at the various COP meetings. Failure to do so is merely to postpone the inevitable. No country is immune from the effects of climate change. It is better that we cooperate and collaborate to meet this ever-increasing challenge, rather than remaining in our shells, waiting for the inevitable to happen. A common challenge requires a common solution. Nigeria stands ready to meet our obligations in terms of mitigation and adaptation measures nationally and regionally, with the active participation of other countries and international partners. Mr. President, conflict resolution is the main reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention. Indeed, addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflicts are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality, and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice. In the Sudan, other parts of our continent, and further afield, foreign actors are exacerbating these tensions to prolong conflict and deepen the suffering of innocent people. Today, we are all witnesses to the heart-wrenching situation in Gaza and other Palestinian territories. We cannot discuss war and peace, conflicts and resolution, or humanitarian imperatives today without reflecting on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that has been raging since 7th August last year. Of course, the conflict predates this period and has been simmering for a better part of half a century. What it tells us is that the international community has failed to live up to the spirit and aspirations of the United Nations to rid the world of inequality, violence, and domination of one people by another. Justice is antithetical to revenge. Freedom is an inalienable right and a natural entitlement that cannot be denied to any people. The Palestinian people deserve their independence. They deserve to have a home of their own in territories already recognized by this very assembly and by international law, which is being routinely ignored. Nigeria continues to urge efforts to bring back on track the two-state solution that offers the prospect for a new beginning for the region. Nigeria reaffirms to supporting United Nations peacekeeping operations. We recognize the need for Africa to build strong and professional armies to meet the multiple challenges we face. Consequently, we reiterate the call for international support to operationalize the African standby post, in addition to the provision of requisite support and resources to ensure the upgrade, take-up, and effectiveness of a center of excellence on issues of counterterrorism in Africa. Mr. President, reform of the Security Council is critical if the UN is to strengthen its relevance and credibility in our rapidly changing world. Some permanent members of the United Nations Security Council have offered encouraging, if tentative, indications of support on the issue of reform of the Council. We welcome the change in tone and urge an acceleration in momentum to the process. The Security Council should be expanded in the permanent and non-permanent member categories to reflect the diversity and plurality of the world. We fully support the efforts of the Secretary General Guterres in this regard. Africa must be accorded the respect that it deserves in the Security Council. Our continent deserves a place in the permanent members category of the Security Council with the same rights and responsibilities as other permanent members. Mr. President, your assumption of the stewardship of the General Assembly presupposes that you will be seized with the progress of the implementation of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. We note that most developing countries are significantly lagging behind in the achievement of these goals, largely due to a lack of resources available to finance their implementation and the burden of unsustainable external debt. It is our expectation that the adoption of the Pact of the Future for the future will change the narrative, reposition economies, and translate into concrete measures that provide solutions to the challenges faced by developing and least developed countries. This is particularly significant in our region and the Sahel, where human development indices are low and depressing. It is for this reason that we reiterate the call by countries, especially of the Global South, for reform of the international financial architecture and promotion of a rules-based, non-discriminatory, open, fair, inclusive, equitable, and transparent multilateral trading system. We are aware of the debilitating impacts of corruption on global prosperity and national progress. Process of corruption and illicit financial flows constitute a huge chunk of resources needed for sustainable development. The recovery and return of such funds to states of origin is a fundamental principle of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Therefore, the international community must promote practical measures to strengthen international cooperation to recover and return stolen assets and to eradicate safe havens that facilitate illicit flows of funds from developing countries to the developed economies. There is also the urgent need to promote fair and inclusive tax regimes in the world. Nigeria helped introduce the resolution on promotion of inclusive and effective international tax cooperation at the UN. We acknowledge the progress made in the adoption of the terms of reference of the UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. We should deepen this initiative and work towards a UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. Similarly, we must ensure that any reform of the international financial system includes comprehensive debt relief measures to enable sustainable financing for development. Countries of the Global South cannot make meaningful economic progress without special concessions and a review of their current debt burden. The present administration pays due regard to the imperatives of creating a conducive national environment for investment and the ease of doing business. Last year, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed 4 executive orders to curb double taxation. The government also established the Presidential Task Force on review of fiscal policy and tax reform. These measures are geared towards not only boosting investor confidence in Nigeria, but also to ensure investors make reasonable profit from their investments. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the world is transitioning into the 4th industrial revolution Africa remains energy deficient. The push for the accelerated implementation of SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, therefore, must take into account Africa's precarious situation. Nigeria believes that natural gas remains central to the search for solutions to the energy challenges that Africa and the international community face. Access to affordable, reliable, cleaner sources of energy is more than an environmental or developmental issue. It is a key factor in social peace and international security. Mr. President, Nigeria remains unwavering in its commitment to SDG 13, climate action, including the net zero ambition and transition from fossil fuel energy to clean energy. As a demonstration of this commitment, the government established the Presidential Committee on Climate Action and Green Economy Solutions and appointed a special presidential envoy on climate action. We will redouble our efforts to address the challenges posed by climate change, including the urgent need to transition from fossil fuel energy. Yet, such commitments must be juxtaposed with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and the relevant provisions of the Paris Climate Agreement back in 2015. The Paris Agreement provided for developed countries to take the lead in the quest to achieve net zero and to offer support, including finance, to developing countries for the actualization of the climate change goal. Worthy of note is the loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries secured at COP27 in Egypt and expanded in COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. It is our expectation that this year's 79th session of the UN General Assembly and the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan this November will go a step further by providing developing countries, especially African countries, with access to the loss and damage funds, including the $100 billion pledged by developed countries to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change. Mr. President, in this age of digital innovation, we must address the emerging divide between the global south and the global north, which, with the evolution of artificial intelligence, risks becoming wider still. The UN should work towards eliminating barriers to digital economy in Africa, such as high cost of internet services and intellectual property rights. More so, there is a need to work towards common global standards to regulate cryptocurrency trading platforms. This is the most effective way to provide confidence in these markets and limit the potential for instability. Our own experience in Nigeria, as in other countries, shows that new technologies, when not properly regulated, can facilitate organized crime, violent extremism, and human trafficking. In our own case, the trading of cryptocurrency helped fuel speculation and undermine macroeconomic reforms. Separately, we have also witnessed in rich and poor countries alike the corrosive impact of unfiltered hate speech and fake news across social media. There is much more that we could and should do together to strengthen those guardrails that will help release the most progressive elements of the new technologies shaping our world and curb those more destructive tendencies. Mr. President, we are particularly mindful of the imperatives of achieving the advancement of youth and women as a factor in national development, peace, and security. Nigeria has developed its own national action plan on women and security, as well as a national action plan on youth, peace, and security to ensure the participation of both women and youth in the peace and security sector. The summit of the future cannot be deemed successful without setting clear, ambitious, and achievable developmental goals to address the various challenges facing our youth. In line with this aspiration, the Nigerian government will continue to invest in Nigerian youth through initiatives like the revitalization of the National Youth Investment Fund for 2024, focused on youth employment and entrepreneurship. Mr. President, as much as the global family still grapples with the crippling consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the greatest lesson that we have learned is never again to take any health situation with levity. In line with SDG 3, we must continue to work together to ensure the good health and well-being of all. There is no disease that should be relegated to the background due to some perceived classification of their seriousness or importance. Mr. President, migration is a complex and polarizing issue that impacts on rich and poor countries alike. Nigeria is a country of origin, transit, and destination. We are a major stakeholder in the global migration dynamic and understand the challenges and benefits it brings. Accordingly, I wish to reiterate our support for the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, GCM. The GCM, which all of us should continue to support, represents our collective efforts at providing major safeguards for the treatment of migrants. Mr. President, I will conclude by reaffirming Nigeria's steadfast commitment to the deepening of multilateralism. Just as we did 65 years ago on this podium when we joined the United Nations as the 99th member state, we remain committed to that desire to remain friendly with all nations and participate actively in the works of the United Nations, as expressed by our founding Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. It is my hope that our deliberations this year will result in solutions that will address our collective challenges and accelerate the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the advancement of peace and human dignity for the sake of present and future generations. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. I request protocol to escort His Royal Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful.
And Excellencies, Your Excellency, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General Guterres, it is my honor to be here today and to convey to you the greetings and best wishes of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and I would like to begin by offering my congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I wish you every success in guiding this important work. I also extend my deep appreciation to His Excellency the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in advancing the noble objectives of this organization across the globe. Mr. President, 8 decades ago, at the dawn of the nuclear age, humanity found itself engulfed in a devastating war, fraught with peril and uncertainty. The world was in desperate need of order and a system of accountability and governance. The United Nations was created to become a pillar of stability, a vital institution the world relied on to prevent unspeakable atrocities from ever happening again. Whether through the formation and application of international law, the promotion of diplomatic consensus, the investment in development programs, or the deployment of peacekeeping missions, the United Nations and its specialized agencies have together stood firm to reflect the spirit of global civic responsibility. The number of world leaders participating in this year's General Assembly is a testament to that enduring spirit. 19 years ago, I had the honor of standing here and addressing this historic hall, where I touched on the pressing challenges confronting our world at the time: poverty, famine, deadly infectious diseases, civil wars, and weapons of mass destruction. these global challenges not only persist, but have intensified. We find ourselves in a far more dangerous and unpredictable time due to major tectonic shifts in the global geopolitical order. In addition, revolutionary new technologies have emerged that will fundamentally reshape the world as we know it. Environmental and health challenges that know no borders have also multiplied and grown in complexity, requiring us all to work together regardless of our differences. Mr. President, the very systems designed to uphold the international order are under strain. 80 years after its formation, as the threats and challenges we collectively face evolve, this important institution, which our global community relies on to safeguard the international rules-based order, must evolve as well. Today, we support the calls for reform of the United Nations to ensure that it reflects current geopolitical realities so that it is equipped to continue carrying out its important global mandate for decades to come. This reform should be holistic, consensus-driven, and encompass all the decision-making bodies of the United Nations, including the UN Security Council. The peace dividend that followed the end of the Cold War is now a distant memory. Today, we stand on the precipice of a new era with new challenges, and we must recommit to peace as the bedrock on which we build collective prosperity and enduring hope for all. For as we all know, it is far easier to destroy than it is to build. Today, we see governments disregarding the established rules-based order as they pursue policies rooted exclusively in self-interest. We see a preference for brinksmanship and the use of questionably legal force to resolve disputes. We see the rise of radicalism, extremism, and rogue non-state actors sowing chaos and discord. In Gaza, we see Palestinians living through an unprecedented humanitarian disaster, with over 40,000 people killed, many of them women and children. The protection of innocent life is enshrined in international law and a moral and religious responsibility. It is clear what is required is the implementation of an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and the adoption of an irrevocable path to the creation of a viable, independent Palestinian state. And it must happen now. This will achieve a comprehensive and lasting peace, deliver the security and prosperity to all nations in our region, and prevent the spread of a wider regional conflict. In the West, we witness widespread suffering as the intractable conflict in Ukraine persists. In the East, we see tensions continuing to rise in the South China Sea, raising grave concerns of wider military escalation and the further erosion of the integrity of the international rules-based order. The tolls of these conflicts are borne by humanity, by families, by communities, and by our future generations. These conflicts undermine growth, stifle opportunity, and endanger the hopes we hold for our children. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain has long been a vocal advocate of pluralism and multiculturalism. It's who we are. In August of this year, and in line with His Majesty King Hamad's vision that mutual respect for our shared humanity is essential for sustaining global harmony, Bahrain launched the King Hamad Award for Peaceful Coexistence. His Majesty the King has also called on the international community to convene an international peace conference on the Middle East. As current holder of the Arab League presidency, the Kingdom of Bahrain urges all nations to join us in this vital initiative, which seeks to strengthen efforts to achieve a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the region. Diplomacy and dialogue must prevail. Indiscriminate violence, conflict, and fragmentation will only drive us further from this noble goal. Mr. President, in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we have committed ourselves to ensuring that our citizens are at the core of all our national development programs. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that they are equipped with the skills necessary to deliver prosperity and growth to themselves and their community. As we look to the future, we will spare no effort to provide our citizens with opportunities to connect with the wider world, to compete, innovate, and succeed. We prioritize the issues that unite us all: housing, healthcare, education, and delivering jobs and prosperity. We focused our government ministries and agencies on a set of priorities, reached out to the private sector, civil society, and wove together a spirit of one team focused on delivering those programs. Mr. President, today's world is, in many ways, more fragile than the one that had emerged from World War II. This is because the global challenges today go beyond geopolitical conflict. We are seeing the devastating impacts of unsustainable development on the world's environment. And as a result of conflicts and fragmentation, we have seen a rise and a return of global hunger. We have also witnessed firsthand the alarming effects of diseases such as COVID-19, which showed how quickly the global order can be disrupted. These crises must not be treated in isolation. They are interconnected, and they represent a systemic threat to humanity. It is imperative that like-minded countries come together with the objective of revitalizing, adapting, and renewing our institutions to effectively address today's significant challenges, and to effectively deliver on the ambitious commitments set by the United Nations SDGs and the recently adopted Pact for the Future. This can only be achieved through a system-wide reform that encompasses pivotal multilateral organizations such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Health Organization, as well as the United Nations. The international rules-based order is not sustained by hopes or dreams. It is the product of robust international institutions and security constructs that are fit for purpose. Mr. President, as a member state of the United Nations, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the Arab League, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Kingdom of Bahrain has always been committed to the path of multilateralism. We hold firmly to the belief that working alongside allies and in accordance with the rules of international law is the surest way of guaranteeing our long-term prosperity. This is also why, in 2023, the Kingdom of Bahrain and the United States of America concluded a historic agreement to forge a new model for security and shared prosperity. The Comprehensive Security and Integration and Prosperity Agreement is designed not as a bilateral arrangement, but as the beginning of a multilateral framework that aims to bring together countries with an equal interest in delivering stability and prosperity. It is a model for how nations can promote an inclusive vision grounded in mutual respect and shared goals. Partnerships such as these can go beyond the geopolitical dimension and enter the world of emerging technologies as well. Through meaningful international collaboration, we can harness the transformative potential of technologies, such as artificial intelligence, to advance shared goals of global development, peace, prosperity. Doing so will require a united global front, though. And today, we call for an international treaty governing the development of artificial intelligence to ensure that these technologies contribute to peace rather than exacerbate existing conflicts, and that they become forces for creation and innovation, not destruction and division. The Kingdom of Bahrain believes that engaging in wide-ranging partnerships such as these will be crucial to advancing the cause of multilateralism and ensuring that cooperation becomes the cornerstone of our collective security frameworks. Through such agreements, we are confident that the Middle East and the global community can build a future rooted in peace, economic growth, and a rules-based international order that benefits all people. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the challenges we face today are not insurmountable if we act with a collective will and the determination to define a revitalized international architecture built on shared values and a renewed commitment to multilateralism that prioritizes the well-being of all nations. Some issues are just too important not to rise above our differences. Let us together reaffirm our shared responsibility to uphold and protect human dignity and ensure that the international order remains a force for good. We owe this to future generations, to the values we cherish, and to the world we seek to protect. Learning to live together is indeed the noblest of endeavors. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The times we are living are very complex, and the common characteristics of the challenges of these times force us to think about things in a completely different way. The wound caused to the international framework founded on rules from the war of aggression of Russia on Ukraine is indeed having destabilizing effects well beyond borders within which it is unfolding. And like a domino, it is contributing to reigniting or causing to explode other flashpoints of crisis. Democratic political systems are facing unprecedented dangers. Geoeconomic fragmentation is growing, bearing down consequences we must all deal with, especially the more fragile nations. The path toward a reduction in environmental emissions is at a crossroad in between ideological approaches and scarce solidarity, especially from the major emitters of greenhouse gases. The scarcity of water and energy have an ever deeper impact on development, on food security, and the social stability of entire communities. The instrumental use of religious faith has become a source of tensions, or worse, of persecution. There are hundreds of millions of people throughout the world that suffer due to their profession of faith. And at the top, as victims, there are Christians. We are witnessing the groundbreaking advent of generative artificial intelligence, a revolution that brings us to ask questions we could never imagine, although I'm not certain it is correct to call it intelligence, because the intelligent being is the one who asks the questions, not the one to give answers through data processing. Either way, it's a technology that, unlike all the innovations we've seen through the course of history, sets a blueprint for a world in which progress is no longer meant to optimize human capacities, but to replace them, with consequences that risk being dramatic, especially in the labor market, verticalizing and concentrating wealth even more. It is not by chance that Italy wanted this to be at the top of its agenda of its G7 presidency, because we want to do our part in defining a global governance for artificial intelligence capable of reconciling innovation, rights, labor, intellectual property, freedom of expression, democracy. This complexity, compounded by profoundly interconnected challenges, tells us first and foremost one thing: the problems of the global South are also the problems of the global North, and vice versa. There are no longer homogeneous blocks, and the interdependence of our destinies is a fact. For this reason, we are called to think differently from the past. The challenge is to make a firm paradigm shift in our relations among nations and in the functioning of multilateral organisms. The goal is to build a model of cooperation that is completely new. I personally believe that this new model can and must be based on a few, unfortunately not granted, principles, that is mutual respect, fellowship, and concreteness. It means to have a rapport with one another on an equal footing, to recover that ability to listen to others, to understand their thinking, which is the basis for any form of mutual trust. Precisely because we believe in this approach, Italy set all of its events for its year holding the G7 presidency in an open format, with a very broad outreach involving all continents, the G20, the African Union, the financial and economic institutions, and the multilateral development banks. We have shown that the G7 is not an armored fortress that wants to fend off anyone, rather an offering of values open to the world. I think of the turning point Italy has reached in its relations with Africa. We have made operative at the bilateral level our investment plan for Africa, the MATE plan, with pilot projects in 9 African countries, creating strategic partnerships with each. We structured operative synergies with the European Union's Global Gateway and the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment of the G7. We built new financial instruments with the African Bank for Development and the World Bank to allow for a flow of public and private resources. We devised innovative solutions such as the Apulia Food Security Initiative to strengthen food production and food security, and the Energy for Growth in Africa to support the production and distribution of clean energy. We have decided to support strategic projects for Africa, such as the Lobito Corridor. We have done all of this without ever ceasing to involve and exchange inputs with our African interlocutors. We intend not to impose, but to share, and together choose priorities, sectors of intervention, areas of action. Where we could be an added value, we offered our perspective and our cooperation with projects that are already giving results. In Algeria, we will render fertile 36,000 hectares of desert land for crop cultivation and build a local facility for processing and production. In Kenya, with the development of a biofuel plant that will be completed by the end of 2025 and will sustain up to 200,000 small farming enterprises. In Ethiopia, with a large environmental recovery plan on the area of the Boy Lake in the west of the country. Because I want to reiterate this once again, our objective before tens of thousands of people who face desperate journeys to enter Europe illegally is to first guarantee their right to not have to emigrate and to not have to cut their ties with their homeland simply because they have no other choice. It's a desperation on which reckless criminal organizations that are more and more powerful and ramified profit. I proposed a year ago from this podium to declare a global war against human traffickers, and I am happy to see that that appeal did not fall on deaf ears. First, in the G7, we found an agreement that gave life to an agreement, coordination to dismantle criminal networks. The United Nations must do more, however, because these criminal organizations are reproposing themselves under other forms. For example, slavery, understood as the commercialization of the human being, that this assembly and other times had a fundamental role in ridding the world of this definitively. We are not turning back to the past. Defeating the slave trade of the third millennium is possible, and we can do so if we join forces with greater cooperation and joint initiatives among our police forces, intelligence services, judicial authorities in adopting the formula, follow the money. This was an intuition of great Italian judges, Giovanni Falcone and Paolo Borsellino, that became a model even at the international level to combat criminal organizations. It is a method that Italy intends to use to strengthen its cooperation with Latin America. because there's a common denominator that ties organizations that profit on human trafficking in Africa and those who manage narco trafficking in Latin America, or the abominable act of abducting children to render them sex slaves of rich men, depriving them of their present and their future. In America Latina, where unfortunately, as it happens in other regions of the world, it's legitimate aspirations of freedom and democracy that of tens of millions of people continue to be unfulfilled. Thinking in particular of the Venezuelan people, to which we give our full solidarity and support. The international community cannot just stand there and watch, as already after 2 months since the elections on the 28th of July, the election results have not been recognized. And at the same time, there's been a brutal repression, the death of tens of protesters, the arbitrary arrest of thousands of political opponents, the incrimination and banishing of the presidential candidate of the opposition. It is our duty to raise our voices. Dear friends, in 2025, we will be celebrating the 80th anniversary of the Charter of the United Nations, the charter that enshrines the principles and values that at this time have been put into question by none other than a permanent member of the Security Council, but whose defense we will not back down, because these are principles and values that are made for all as a guarantee, especially countries that are less equipped to defend themselves. No one is above the law, but this is needed even more to defend the more vulnerable. And for this reason, we cannot turn our backs in front of the right of Ukraine to defend its borders, its sovereignty, its freedom, as we affirm the right of the State of Israel to defend itself from external attacks like the attack of the 7th of October. At the same time, we ask Israel to respect international law, protecting civilian populations. It's too a victim of Hamas and of its destructive choices. And following the same reasoning, we believe, obviously, in the right of the Palestinian people to their own state. But for this to happen, we need Palestinians to entrust it to a leadership that is inspired by dialogue, by stabilizing the Middle East, and autonomy. The Abraham Accords have shown the possibility of an advantageous coexistence and cooperation on the basis of mutual recognition. If this is the basis on which we all have to work, and it is, today the imperative is to reach without further delay a ceasefire in Gaza and the immediate release of Israeli hostages. We cannot witness any longer tragedies like we've seen in these days in the south and east of Lebanon, with the involvement of helpless civilians, many of which children. That said, the anniversary next year gives us a historic opportunity to be finally aware, whether we like it or not, that the problems that we have involve all of us. And we must be able to question ourselves with humility and awareness. And this imposes also a serious reflection about multilateralism, on the capacity of international organizations to be up to task in this era to the challenges that we are facing. I'm talking about the United Nations and its capacity to reform, starting with what is useful and necessary and not from what is easier. Italy firmly believes that whatever reform of the architecture and the functioning of the United Nations, starting with the Security Council, cannot go without considering the principles of equality, democracy, and representativeness. It would be a mistake to create new hierarchies with new permanent seats. We are open to discuss the reform without prejudice, but we want a reform that serves to represent everyone better, not to represent better only a few. Colleagues, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a difficult time, the one we have been called in to govern our nations. And around this, we see all changes. Everything is put into question. The very few certainties we thought we had are no longer the same. Destiny is challenging us, but in the end, it is doing that to put us to the test. In the storm, we can show to be up to task in the work that we have to do. We can show citizens that we govern and show our children. We can show ourselves, probably ourselves even more importantly, as a great Italian patriot, Carlo Pisacane, the protagonist of the Risorgimento, said, compensation every compensation will be found at the bottom of my conscience. We have to face problems instead of push them and kicking the can down, to look at what is important, what is useful. This is our duty. It's hard. It's a hard task, but it's necessary, and Italy, as always, is ready to do its part. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aziz Akanouch, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahi ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, President of the Assembly General, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to begin by congratulating Mr. Philemon Young upon his election to the helm of the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I wish him every success in his mandate. I also wish to thank your predecessor, Mr. Dennis Francis, for his efforts at the head of the previous session. I should like to take this opportunity to affirm the total support of the Kingdom of Morocco to the initiatives and the efforts of Mr. Guterres to allow our organization to tackle global challenges, and in particular his initiatives on the Summit of the Future. Mr. President, every year we come together here and we face rapid, complex developments in the international context which we discuss. This transformation is fast. We have seen technological advances which have been very significant, especially in artificial intelligence. Of course, this aligns with the needs of our societies and the challenges that we face. The sense of collective security with regard to the very creation of the United Nations has given way to uncertainty now in many areas. These include the challenges that have to do with consumption, production, governance, and the very structure of our societies. This is what King Mohammed VI said, may God assist him, in the meeting of the World Bank and the IMF in Marrakesh. I have quoted the gist of what he said. Our planet faces climate change, which has imposed a new reality. In this context, data has shown that the problems that we are confronting should be overcome through multilateral organizations, those organizations that were created in the wake of World War II. End of quote. What we're asking ourselves today is, has multilateralism run up against its limit today? Do we need to to choose between multilateral action and the values and the principles that bring us together, the ideals, our ideals? Mr. President, the diplomatic doctrine of the Kingdom of Morocco is multilateral in its core. We focus on the ambition, clarity, and realism. We do this in order to achieve cooperation with our historic partners, a partnership that allows us to set up the necessary framework on the basis of effective solidarity and the sharing of experience. The goal of this being to tackle security and development challenges at the same time. The Kingdom of Morocco does not look for any short-term political opportunism. However, given our sense of realism, we need to travel the same path in order to confront the same challenges and the same threats. Now, it is not possible today to focus only on the failures of multilateral action. We also cannot content ourselves with merely declaring good intentions. We need new momentum. We need new reform to which all segments, all strata of society, including women and young people, can contribute. In the wake of the Summit of the Future, we need to bring on board all of these groups. In order to implement a comprehensive multilateral program. This is what developing countries need, including what they need is for us to bring our experience to bear for their benefit. Climate change, Mr. President, is among the greatest challenges that our planet faces. This is why there is a need to support the states of Africa. These states are most affected by the results and the consequences of climate change, while these states are very minor contributors to pollution, which causes climate change. We also need to be aware of the problem of debt. We need to take into consideration the constraints imposed on African states when it comes to climate change adaptation. This is why we call for the creation of financing mechanisms that are innovative in order to allow for a resolution of debt crises. We also need to reform the international financial architecture. This in order to help developing countries achieve financing that allows for their economies to recover. These countries should also contribute to multilateral development banks, and these institutions must become more democratic in order to address debt crises more effectively. Indeed, such crises have a major impact on African countries' economies. This is why the Kingdom of Morocco, which chairs the group of middle-income countries, reiterates its call for multilateral actions to be taken, actions aiming to preserve the economic momentum that has been accumulated by these countries. Mr. President, in keeping with the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, Morocco calls for pragmatic, realistic multilateralism to serve the needs of the African continent. This through effective mechanisms as regards decision-making. This is the approach of the Kingdom of Morocco. And this is why the government of Morocco has applied this approach in various areas. These areas include climate change and combating terrorism, inter alia. We work to implement social justice through structural workshops, which we have provided major resources to. Millions of people can benefit from direct social aid through this push. Mr. President, Morocco has turned toward the Atlantic. This is why we want to make the Sahel region an economically integrated area, a truly continental region. This is why King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has worked to bolster collaboration between African countries through the Atlantic Initiative for the Sahel. This initiative is in keeping with the cooperation between countries of the South and aims to show solidarity to make the Atlantic and African area an area of peace, stability, and development. Furthermore, His Majesty launched an ambitious initiative, an initiative that aims to facilitate the access of Sahel countries to the Atlantic, buoyed by the conviction that these countries have the right to participate in the global economy. This initiative is a pillar for development, peace, and prosperity in this part of the African continent. Furthermore, building on this same solidarity, we have worked to create an agreement linking Nigeria and Morocco in order to ensure regional economic integration, to promote the development of the Atlantic coast with 13 African states. The wisdom of our leaders and innovation that has been shown by our young people has allowed us to move forward, and we need further international solidarity in order to tackle all the challenges that we face. The Kingdom of Morocco is staunchly committed to the peaceful resolution of conflicts. We have thus been working in order to achieve a peaceful solution to the issue of Moroccan Sahara, and this on the basis of the Morocco Autonomy Initiative in the context of Moroccan sovereignty, which will allow for the development of this region. Indeed, we will continue, and we've seen the support from many countries to this autonomy plan. That sends a clear message to the states and to the United Nations. Indeed, it is time to act. It is time to put in place a political solution on this basis through the various roundtables that have been organized and in keeping with the relevant resolutions of the Security Council as well. We support the efforts of the Secretary General of the United Nations and those of his special envoy to relaunch the political roundtables with the participation of the 4 parties concerned in order to achieve a realistic, sustainable political solution based on consensus and based on the relevant Security Council resolution. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has told the Secretary General that there can be no political process outside of these roundtables. The parameters of these roundtables have been set out by the United Nations with comprehensive participation by Algeria as well. No solution other than this Morocco autonomy plan can happen. No political process without a ceasefire of the armed militias is possible. This was recalled by the members of the Security Council as well. Thus, the lived reality in Moroccan Sahara is reflected in unprecedented development in Morocco through the projects we put in place through our new development plan for the provinces of the south. This region has benefited from comprehensive assistance through people that are democratically elected through local councils at all levels and at all areas of political decision making. So this has contributed to the political, social, and economic life of Morocco. This shows the territorial integrity of Moroccan Sahara and the fact that it belongs to Morocco. Mr. President, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, during his statement at the 25th anniversary of his accession to the throne, recalled the tragedy lived by the Palestinian people, which is a brotherly people. So we join various other Muslim and Arab countries in expressing our extreme concern at the serious situation that is affecting the occupied Palestinian territory. Since the end of 2023, millions of civilians, millions of victims, mainly civilians, women and children, have fallen victim to this aggression against Gaza, which is a blatant violation of international law and of all human values. His Majesty King Mohammed VI called for setting aside the logic of crisis management to arrange for a sustainable solution that can put an end to the war in Gaza. This is an absolute priority. At the same time, we need a new political horizon, a horizon that allows us to reach a fair, lasting peace in the region. Second, the negotiation of a peace process between the Palestinian parties and the Israeli parties requires combating the extremist tendencies on both sides. Thirdly, the stability of the region is linked with the two-state solution. In the context of this solution, Gaza must be an integral part of Palestinian territory, a Palestinian state that must have East Jerusalem as its capital. In this regard, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, as a chair of the Al-Quds Committee in the Islamic Organization for Cooperation, called for the delivery of food and medical aid to our brothers in Gaza. The Kingdom of Morocco expresses its profound concern as regards the recent developments in the Middle East. Indeed, this situation is unprecedented, and it is leading toward an extension of the regime, which could lead to consequences that are difficult to anticipate. His Majesty King Mohammed VI clarified that the lack of a political horizon in the context of the Palestinian question is one of the most major factors in the resolution of this conflict in the Middle East. His Majesty has repeatedly warned that there could be serious consequences due to this lack of a political horizon. And he said that this could bring about a genuine tragedy, which could have serious consequences for peace and stability in the Middle East. This could also impact international peace and security. I wish here to express the total solidarity of the Kingdom of Morocco with the brotherly country of Lebanon, which is experiencing genuine aggression. We respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon. President, there are numerous global challenges that face us today. This is why we need to appeal to our collective conscience. We need to rethink our working methods. We need to rethink our fundamental values. Well, we need to return to our fundamental values. Indeed, the United Nations has collective responsibility, which should encourage us to return to our values of humanity, the humanity that underpinned the very inception of this organization. Thus, reform is needed as we approach the 80th anniversary of the creation of our organization. The Social Summit to be held in 2025, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, these are all a vision and a roadmap for the work and for collective action to be done in order to avoid further delays in development. I thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
I wish to thank the head of government of the Kingdom of Morocco, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as leaders from around the world flock to the UN this week, they should only have one ambition: find a way out of the conflicts in Sudan, the Middle East, Ukraine, and all too many other places. These conflicts are close to our homes and cities, bringing war and famine and terrible tragedies to families and societies. When we take a brief look back in time, history teaches us a lesson. Just after Andrei Sakharov had developed the first Soviet hydrogen bomb in 1955, the nuclear arms race and Soviet doctrine seriously troubled him, because he saw that human rights and human dignity were an absolute necessity, a precondition, not just for nuclear security, but for prevention of war. The fight for human rights defined him and turned him into an international advocate, culminating in the Nobel Peace Prize 20 years later. In its remarks, the Nobel Committee noted that Sakharov fought against the abuse of power and all forms of violation of human dignity. Looking at the world today, it is crucial to remember Sakharov's legacy. Across the globe, human dignity and the rule of law are receding, and in many cases, they are absent. And where the respect for human life and the promise of rule of law fades, armed conflict loom large. History might not repeat itself, but it surely rhymes. In the Middle East, decades of the humanizing enemy has led to a vicious cycle of violence, resulting in the killing of over 40,000 people in less than a year. This man-made conflict has proven one of the deadliest in decades. And this conflict didn't start with a horrific terrorist attack against Israel, killing over 1,400 Israeli citizens almost a year ago. But on the 7th of October, Belgium immediately acknowledged Israel's right to defend itself, and we called for the unconditional release of all hostages. Early on in the Gaza war, my government warned against the lack of respect for international humanitarian law on both sides, and the disproportionate attack with the blatant disregard for Palestinian civilian life. Almost 1 year later, we must sadly acknowledge that the extremes on both sides still set the tone of this conflict. Fanatics believe that military power can end this conflict. This is a delusion. To achieve peace, we need a proper roadmap, political courage, not mere tactics to remain in power another day. We have been calling for an immediate and lasting ceasefire for many months, but today it seems more distant than ever. Hostilities need to stop before the whole region becomes engulfed in violence. Action speaks louder than words. Belgium has imposed a weapons embargo. We never ceased our support to UNRWA and other humanitarian organizations. Together with the EU, we have imposed sanctions on Hamas, but also on extremist settlers and settler organizations. For every innocent life lost in Gaza and every discovery of a dead hostage, the prospect of future peace may seem more distant than ever. Today, Gaza lies in rubble. Over 15,000 people need prosthetics because of lost limbs. 10,000 of these victims are children. Where is human dignity in all of this? However, there is a way out. I'm convinced that it starts with the recognition of the right to exist of both Israel and Palestine based on the 1967 borders. We should all engage with Palestinian and Israeli leaders who recognize these rights and who oppose both anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian feelings. Only then we can start articulating a viable pathway for a two-state solution. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Vladimir Putin has been waging war in Europe for more than 2 years now. And there is one simple truth. He can stop the illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine right now. His madness continues to have devastating consequences for the Ukrainian people. One man alone can stop the killing of thousands of civilians, can end the continuous violence against Ukrainians whose future has been put on hold. Only he can end the shelling, end the bombing, the indiscriminate attacks on bridges, on roads, on energy infrastructure, on hospitals, on schools, and on people's houses. Widespread and disturbing brutality has been established by various independent international inquiries. None of us can and should look away. Over the past year, the Belgian Ukraine Fund spent 1.7 billion euros on military equipment, humanitarian aid, and on the reconstruction of Ukraine's hardest hit regions. Belgium's development agency is helping Ukraine's recovery and is preparing for joining the European Union. The people of Ukraine will be battling against another cold winter soon. That is why we are winterizing energy provision in hundreds of hospitals. Over the past 2 years, we have often pronounced the words, "for as long as it takes." We do not take this promise lightly. As the Russians continue to bomb cities, Ukraine's call for more air defense is pure self-protection. How else can they keep their citizens safe? The buildup of a strong Ukraine F-16 force is an integral part of our support. We will transfer all of our fighter jets when they leave the Belgian Air Force. The total amounts to at least 30 over the coming years. We want to help protect the people of Ukraine. The aggressor shall not win. And it is why our support for Ukraine stands strong. To all of you who aspire for peace, it will only come about when we force President Putin to stop his aggression against Ukraine. Mesdames et messieurs, il est clair que nous vivons dans un monde polarisé et profondément divisé. Ce constat pourrait nous amener à croire que le multilatéralisme a échoué à tous les niveaux. Ce serait une erreur. Il y a 1 an, un traité qui protège la biodiversité en haute mer a été adopté. Cette initiative collective prouve qu'il est encore possible d'être unis face à l'urgence climatique et environnementale. La réponse mondiale au MPOX et la réaction du CDC africain à l'épidémie dont sont un autre exemple de progrès. L'Union européenne et la Belgique ont investi de manière significative dans la production et l'accès aux vaccins en Afrique. Nous avons besoin de plus de solidarité et de coopération. Et ces mots peuvent paraître idéalistes et naïfs, mais nous ne pouvons relever les défis communs qu'en travaillant ensemble. Partout dans le monde, les phénomènes météorologiques extrêmes se multiplient. Cette semaine dernière encore, de fortes pluies ont provoqué des inondations dans de vastes régions de l'Europe de l'Est et l'Europe centrale. Notre planète et toutes les formes de vie qui s'y trouvent sont confrontées à d'énormes défis. Ce n'est cependant pas le moment de désespérer et de revoir nos ambitions à la baisse. Bien au contraire, l'ingéniosité humaine, la concurrence durable et les changements de comportement bien ancrés peuvent atténuer les effets du changement climatique et nous aider à nous adapter. Nous avons redoublé d'efforts afin de relever encore nos ambitions en matière de climat et des océans. Nous sommes prêts à travailler avec nos partenaires, en particulier dans les pays d'Afrique les plus vulnérables, en leur fournissant du financement et en renforçant leurs capacités. Cet automne, la CAP sur la biodiversité à Cali et la COP sur le climat à Bakou seront à nouveau des moments clés pour l'avenir des populations de la planète. Ladies and gentlemen, in all those years, talk about conflict prevention, peace building and peacekeeping has multiplied. Unfortunately, this has not stopped conflicts from becoming more numerous, deadly and enduring. The number of aid workers killed has reached record highs. Number of refugees continue to rise year after year. Our common humanity seems to be in a deep crisis. Which brings me back to the lessons of Andrei Sakharov, which he taught us. Where human rights and human dignity are absent, conflicts loom large, and the most vulnerable bear the brunt. A new beginning, with the Pact for the Future, calls for, and must therefore start with our recommitment to the UN Charter, to the rule of law, and to the respect for human dignity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. in the hall. The meeting is adjourned.